The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Nightly old-time radio shows. It is December the 29th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1835 AD, Treaty of New Enchanta is signed between the U.S. government and representatives of minority Cherokee political faction to cede all lands of the Cherokee east of the Mississippi River to the United States. In 1845, Texas admitted as 28th state of the Union. In 1903, French Equatorial Africa separates into Gabon, Chad, and Uganda, Syria. Central African Republic. 1911, Chinese revolutionary Sun Yat-sen is elected first president of the Republic of China. In 1997, Hong Kong begins slaughtering all its chickens to prevent bird flu. In 1913, first movie serial, Adventures of Kathleen, premieres in Chicago. In 1902, Scott Joplin copyrights The Entertainer and several other piano rag compositions through the U.S. Copyright Office. In 1989, Wayne Gretzky and Martina Navratilova named Athletes of the Decade by the Associated Press. Born on this day, Elizabeth of Russia, Charles Goodyear, Andrew Johnson, William Gladstone, Klaus Fuchs, Charles Pugimont, Mary Tyler Moore, John Voight, Jude Law, Allison Brie, Ray Chex, Lafayette Pinkay Jr., and David Boone. Dying on this day, Thomas Becket, Andrea Tarkovsky, Harold Macmillan, Lita Gray, Tony Gregg, and Pele. And that was this day in history. Now, let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. San Francisco Police calling all cars, linking all cars, broadcast 107. Pick up one Clyde Stevens, released yesterday from San Quentin. And failed to report to San Francisco parole officer today. This man is described as medium height, weight 140, Western Police.
cracked gasoline, Harry. Yes, sir. And say, how about some of those Rio Grande free gifts for my kids for Christmas?
Okay, sir. Here's the latest copy of the Calling All Cars News. It'll give you full information.
Oh, what's this? I see Rio Grande is a new gasoline. Rio Grande G-Gas, huh?
That's right.
Well, what's the idea?
Well, sir, there are a lot of motorists who want the cheapest gasoline they can buy. A lot of bootleg brands selling at cut prices, but they're mighty poor quality gasoline. So, Rio Grande has created this brand new G-Gas to protect motorists from bootleg quality. You see, it says right here on the pump. G-Gas exceeds United States government specifications number VG-101.
What does that mean?
Well, our government has set a standard of quality for gasoline. The different folks use gasoline under that standard. Mighty few of these cut-price bootleg gasolines even come close to that standard. But G-Gas is guaranteed to exceed government specifications on every point. So, for those motorists who want a low-priced gasoline but don't want poor quality, Rio Grande now offers low-priced G-Gas.
Oh, but how about me? I've been using Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Should I change to this new low-priced G-Gas?
No, sir.
Well, why not?
Well, you're getting even more value for your money. Rio Grande cracked is refined to exceed United States government emergency specifications. It contains tetraethyl anti-knock, and the very fact that it's used in more police cars, fire engines, and emergency equipment than any other brand shows that you can't get a better gasoline for your car. No, sir. Rio Grande Cracked is still the best gasoline value on this market. But for those folks who can't afford the slight extra cost of police car performance, Rio Grande now offers the finest gasoline made in a low-price field, G-Gas.
Now it is our pleasure to present Sheriff John A. Miller of Contra County, who will speak to you from San Francisco. Sheriff Miller.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The rehabilitation of the criminal is a vast subject much too vast to be discussed in the short time allotted to me. However, there is merely one point I wish to stress here. No matter how inadequate prison facilities may be for rehabilitating the criminal, certainly he can never be made into a useful citizen by dumping him back in society before he has paid his debt. The knowledge in the underworld that paroles are a sin breeds crime. Why should a man go straight when he knows that even if he is sentenced to prison for life, he can beat the rap within 6 or 7 years by skewed agitation for parole? If we are to bring criminal activities to a satisfactory deadlock, we do not need a more humane attitude. We need a more stringent parole system. If there is any doubt in your mind as to the truth of what I say, listen on and hear what one parole violator did within 3 months of his release. His is not a unique case. In my opinion, it is the rule.
Before I pass sentence upon you, have you anything to say?
Nothing to say.
Clarence Stevens, this court has found you guilty of 9 charges of robbery and hereby sentences you to San Quentin Penitentiary for the term prescribed by law. Court is adjourned. prescribed by the law, eh? How big a rap is that, Mr. Edwards?
Well, prison board will probably fix your sentence in about 5 years.
That's too long. How soon can you spring me if you get to work on that parole board?
May be able to get you off about 2/3 or something.
What's that amount to?
Around 2.5 years.
Well, go to it. If you're any kind of a mouthpiece at all, you ought to be able to get me out.
Oh? Well, of course, it'll be a pretty heavy fee.
Don't you worry about that, man. You spring me out of the big house, and I'll have gold-lined pockets in 24 hours.
So Clyde Stevens, robber, goes across the bay to San Quentin, and his attorney immediately begins to fight for his parole. Sentiment is appealed to, and political pressure is brought to bear. 3 years pass, and finally Edwards informs his client he will be freed at the next meeting of the parole board. A short while later, in the prison yard at San Quentin, Stevens confides to a friend.
Well, Rudy, I'm all set.
What do you mean you're all set?
I'm cracking out of this joint as soon as the board meets.
Yeah?
Sure. I just heard from my mouthpiece.
Boy, you sure are lucky. I've tried to get out of this joint 6 times, but they always get me, and then it's a few months in solitary.
Yeah, I know. You don't go about it in the right way. Saws and bent wrenches. Yeah, what you need is a gat.
A gat? And where the devil can I get a gat?
Hey, listen, Rudy. How'd you like to team up with me?
Why, well, but how?
I'll get the rod into you.
You will?
Sure. Now, you get a couple of guys you can depend on, and as soon as I get on the outside, I'll figure some way to ship the guns into you. We join up as soon as you make the break, and by that time, I'll have some joints cased. Why, pal, we'll make that Dillinger mob look like sissies.
That'll be okay with me.
All right. Now, stop monkeying with files and wrenches and stay out of solitary. And you'll be at the business end of a 45 within 90 days.
Stephen, the board feels in granting you this parole that you have learned your lesson, that you realize the error of your ways, and that you will not repeat your offenses again.
Oh, no, sir. I won't.
I'm sure of it.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, you will be released this afternoon in time to catch the 5 o'clock ferry. You will be expected to report to the parole office in San Francisco at 9 o'clock in the morning, and inform them at that time where you'll be living and so on and so on. Now, you understand, of course, that you'll be required to make regular reports to the parole board, and you must by no means overlook this highly important obligation. We're doing you a great service, and we do not want to feel that our work in your behalf is in vain. So on October 15th, 1934, 2 months before the completion of his minimum legal term, Clyde Stevens walks out of prison a free man. Sentenced to serve from 5 years to life, he had actually spent but 3 years and 5 months in San Quentin. On his first night of freedom, Stevens heads straight for his old hangout, a noisy restaurant on Columbus Avenue. Well, Clyde, how does it feel to be on the outside?
Well, just well. These drinks, these games, the music, you forget how swell things look like they are after you've been caged up in a big house.
Yeah, I know. I never forget how lonely I was in Leavenworth that time I took a rap for counterfeiting.
Well, let's not think about that. We gotta make plans.
I got them all made.
Huh?
Sure. You're coming with me to Benny's shack over on Sherman Island in the Sacramento River as soon as you're checked in with the parole office.
Checked in with the parole office? Listen, Al, I've had my belly full of that law. That parole office is the last place I'm gonna go.
Yeah, but they might come after you.
Oh, no, they won't. You and me are gonna pull a couple of jobs, and I can pay off that mouthpiece of mine. Then we'll lay low at Benny's joint over on the Delta until we can spring a couple of pals of mine from quitting. And after they get out, we're going to blast this Pacific coast wide open, knock over a couple of $1 million for ourselves, and then take it on the lam for some island in the South Seas that the Bulls never heard of.
got coming into the Henry? Clyde Stevens, the bank robber. How's his record? Oh, plenty bad. They set him up for 5 years, and he didn't even serve his minimum sentence. Oh, that's it. Oh, I suppose so. Sure, and some of these stuff suits in the prison board had our job for a little while. Maybe they wouldn't be so eager to let these thugs loose. Sure, what can you do? Both Quentin and Folsom are packed to the rafters. They got twice as many men in Quentin as it was built for. Yes. I suppose it ever occurred to the boys to build another prison. Well, it costs money. Yes, sure, and it costs money. It costs money to support an army of police and patrol officers to catch these men when they get out. Oh, I tell you, Henry, the whole system's corrupt. The result is, well, we have what amounts to a subsidized criminal population. It's a pet and a gang of outlaws on the taxpayers' money. And when it costs to enforce the law, and when it costs them human life and the loss of property. All right. Don't get on a stumble, boy. What time's your bank robber due? He's a half hour late. Less than 24 hours out of prison, and he's broken his parole already. Let's make a leopard change his spot. Better call the police and tell them to go look for him. Okay.
And across the bay in Benny's shack on Sherman Island in the Sacramento River Delta, Stephen is being entertained by Benny's wife.
You shouldn't say things like that to me, honey. My husband wouldn't like it.
Well, you ain't here and I am, so what, eh? You like me to say things like that, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Kiss me, huh, kid?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So how come you ever lined up with that Benny guy?
Well, he's all right, baby. Not like you, I'll admit, but he's got a good heart.
Oh, a dame like you needs more than a good heart. Hey, why don't you give him the,
What for?
the me?
Do you mean it?
Sure, I mean it. Listen, babe, I'm going places, see? I'm going to knock over a pile of dough in the next couple of months. I'll show you more nice things than that cheap, six-pocket husband of yours ever could if he reached the kick of the Prince of Wales. So I could teach the worst to that dame like you, Millie. A Rolls Royce, beauty parlor, every day a full apartment. Really high-class stuff. How about it, kid?
Sounds good to me.
How's about another big kiss, huh? Oh, boy. What a girl. When you ready?
Whenever you say.
Well, just as soon as I knock over a half a dozen banks, we'll be all set to go.
3 weeks later, November 10th, in a branch bank on Fillmore Street, San Francisco. Good morning, Mrs. Cantor.
Hello there, Mr. Rennie. How's the banking business?
Just fine. How's the beauty parlor business?
Why don't you come over sometime when you're free for banking?
Well, now,
You two don't mind. I've got a little matter to discuss with you. And I ain't got time to listen to you making dates.
Are you unmoved?
You're making dates. Oh, yeah? Well, I can't wait. Pick 'em up. Listen, Mike, listen. I mean it. We got this place tied up tighter than this thing's cautious. Now empty your still and shove all the dough you got through that window. Come on, Toto.
but I...
If I hear an alarm sound, I'll pull this trigger. I got everything to gain and nothing to lose.
All right. Let's go.
There. All right, Al. Stuff this stuff into the bag.
Okay. All right, I got it all.
Okay, well, let's stand.
10 days later, outside a branch bank on Piedmont Avenue in Oakland.
We stay by the door this time, Al. We've been out of luck on that last job. If those mugs had been smart, they could have drilled us both.
Okay.
Just keep the joints covered with those two guts of yours.
Right. Let's go.
Are you behind that cage there? This bait just back and empty everything in and just tell you got into it. Go on.
All right.
Come on now, hurry up. Your boss ain't hurt. Strike it over his head. All right. Here you are. Good. Okay, Al, let's go. 17th, 1934, 3 weeks later, in a small branch bank in downtown San Francisco. Back into the vault earlier. No. We're stupid. Get in, lad, if you want to live. Get in there. We'll call the bulls and report the robbery after we got all we want. Well, it looks as though we can take our time on this one. January 1935, in the garage of a fashionable hotel on Nob Hill, time 3 a.m.
Good morning, gentlemen. We're looking for someone?
No, we're looking for a car.
Yeah, I think that packet in the corner will do. Oh, but that car belongs to...
Open your hands, will you? Now get back into the office there. Hey, wait a minute. I'll open the door. Start up now when I take some of this word. Hold in the corner, you, and sit down. How much goes in the cash register?
Not very much.
Now, shut up. I'll look for myself. Only $10, eh? Well, the car will make up for that. Now, I'll just set this spring lock to be sure to stay right here. And, I don't think you'll be wanting to call up any springs at this late hour, so I just yank these swine and phone out of here. Well, so long, pal, and many thanks. Okay, now let's have off. Next morning, the two bandits, using the stolen package, take a bank on Polk Street for several $1,000s. And a week later, in a bank on Market Street, everybody stand where you are. This is a stick-up. Look here, you can't get away with a copper, eh? A copper, huh? So reach for that gun stopper if you want to live to tell the chief about it. We mean business, and we blast down anybody that stands in our way. Copper all citizen and taxpayer. Now, pick up your hand. Pump, I said. That's better. Now, I'll just relieve you of that gun. You might hurt yourself.
Okay, Clyde, I got the stuff.
Good. I nearly had to bump off this Willie boy and blow here. He had an idea he wanted to make a hero out of himself. Let's go.
I'm telling you, this situation is unbearable. We'll be the laughing stock of San Francisco. You've got to bring those men in.
What would you suggest, Chief? We've done everything we can think of, and still we can't pick them up. Why, they're the most baffling duet of bandits in San Francisco's crime annals.
No, stop talking like a detective story magazine. Here's what I suggest. How many banks are there in downtown San Francisco?
Oh, about 50 or 60.
All right. Station 2 men in every bank in town. Tell them to shoot but kill. I want those 2 bank robbers.
Yes, sir. I'll get the dragnet out at once. We'll solve this fast. With 120 officers staked out in various San Francisco banks, Stevens and Cecil returned to the scene of one of their crimes to hold up the bank on Polk Street once more. It is in the lull before the noon rush when Stevens approaches the teller's window, while Cecil waits in the car outside. Talk over, mister. What? You heard me. Empty the cash drawer.
I'll have you know there are 2 policemen stationed here.
Then hurry it up. I haven't got much time. And don't try to signal them or I'll blast you.
Get away with it.
Oh, no? Come on. Give.
There you are, but you'll never get through that door alive.
That's what you think. Thanks a lot for the tip, pal. So long. Oh! Order all fire! Come on, Al. The bulls are in there.
Okay.
There's another one on the second floor window.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let him have it.
Get him? I don't know. And although the 2 officers give chase and commandeered automobiles, the bandits easily elude them in the busy traffic of downtown San Francisco. And in the chief's office, a council of war is held at the sheriff of San Francisco County.
Help, I want your help. It's yours, Chief. What's on your mind?
These bank robbers.
They got away from 2 of my men today. That makes 7 banks they've held up in 6 weeks. It's got to stop. Certainly it should stop. I want to organize a posse. The biggest posse in the annals? Well, anyway, a big posse. All the men in the San Francisco Police Department and all the men in the Sheriff's Office. We'll comb every inch of the city and county. We'll get the cooperation of the... Yes, what is it?
We just received a tip that our bank robbers are hiding out on Sherman Island near Antioch.
Oh, good. That simplifies things. Sheriff. Yes? You send a detachment of men out there tonight and mop this gang up? Yes. Oh, just a minute. Hello? Yes? Huh? Yes, you do everywhere. Yes, sir, right away. Forget forget about the bank robbers, Cal. We got a bigger job. That's right. 4 convicts just kidnapped 4 members of the prison board from San Quentin. What? They had blue automatics. Now the question is, where did they get those guns?
Where did they get the guns? You asked the dumbest question, girls. Where do you suppose they got them? You? Sure. I fetched them out of the dashboard of a prison truck 3 weeks ago. The boys are out now, and they ought to be here by tonight. Then we'll have a mob. Then we'll show these babies what a bunch of really tough rodmen can do to their tin banks.
While the nation hangs breathless to reach the TV headlines, while millions thrill to the Columbia Network's dramatization of the daring prison break immediately after it occurred, Stevens and Cecil are in the shack on Sherman Island awaiting their reinforcements. But the Marin County Posse bring their prey to earth late in the afternoon. And the 4 convicts received from the creamery near Petaluma fly the white flag. So the white evidence come out with their hands in the air. Back in prison once more, the 3 living survivors of the kidnapped quartet are questioned by District Attorney Albert E. Bagsaw of Marin County.
Boys, I'm not going to mince any words with you. 2 California laws threaten all of you with death. One says that kidnapping is a capital crime. The other says that any life charmer involved in a prison disturbance in which bodily injury occurs is liable to be executed. The latter applies to at least 2 of you who beat up the warden. Now, we know this is an outside job. You haven't a chance to beat the rest. I want to know where those guns came from.
Clyde Stevens sent them to us.
Shut up, you rat.
Yes, Clyde Stevens, the same guy that got the San Francisco Dicks on the run. He's been heisting banks. We were to meet him over on Sherman Island when we got out.
You think you yellow stool pigeon? I'll break you in 2. Quiet, Kissy. That won't do you any good. You're only proving that Mackay is telling the truth. I respected you still, Mackay. You haven't changed any since you squealed on that girl and sent her to prison along with you, have you? So Clyde Stevens, the San Francisco bank robber, is also a gun runner, huh? You know him, Captain Delay? No, I was on my way to knock him over when this thing broke. No, I've got him 2 ways against the middle. That boy will be in the can by midnight. I wouldn't be too sure of that, but that guy's a killer.
It is close to midnight. The delta of the Sacramento River is shrouded in deep fog. Creeping across the slough toward Sherman Island is a posse of San Francisco police and Contra Costa County deputy sheriffs, headed by Captain Delay and Sheriff Miller of Contra Costa County in a large scow. Close by on a speedboat are Inspectors Lynn, Ward, and Johnson. That must be the house. Those lights you can see faintly through the fog. Yeah, seem to be the only lights on the island. Yes, Captain. You and Harrington and Johnson go downstream. We'll close in from upstream. Yes, sir. Hide in the reeds close to the shore. In 3 minutes, I'll flash my light for a signal. No, that's no good. That's fog too thick. I'll whistle low, 3 hands. Then we'll close in. Good luck. All righty. Yes, Cap. Careful to shore upstream from the house. Yes. Might run into anything in this fog. There's no danger of a collision, is there, Eddie? I don't think so. It's anywhere near the main channel. Well, you never can tell, eh? Must be one of ground. Ground what? Well, there were months that, I guess. Back her off. He's trying to, but he's hurt. The house is there. No, it's 30 feet from the shore. We could wait in. Well, you better not quiet. Instead of you sinking with that ooze up to your hip, we've got to get ashore. You just have to be patient, Cap, till I see if I can get this thing off. What's the matter with the captain's boat? Still making a lot of noise over there. 3 minutes are up. They haven't given the signal. Listen, somebody's coming from the house. Yeah, they're heading this way. You better get ashore. Right. Get your guns out. Yes. Hide in these reeds here. When you see your face on that pool, we go away from the bank. All right, boys, pick them up. Hey, what are you doing? Put your hand away from your hip. Yes, police officer. All right. Come on, boys. I don't know. Okay. Look out. Look at my hand. Stop the breathing. Yeah, it serves you right for pulling the gun on an officer. Where's Stevens?
Where these 3 days ago? Before you and him held up that bank on Polk Street, I guess. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Lynn.
Yes, Inspector.
Handcuff these 3 men and stay with them. Come on, Harrington. We're going into that shack.
Okay.
Sounds like somebody's having a good time.
I guess I didn't hear the shooting.
Will you take a look in that window?
Come on now, Mary. How about it? Your husband won't be back for an hour.
Oh, don't look at me like that. Honey, you do things to me with your eyes.
Well, there ain't nothing of what I do when I get it up to do.
Hey, who the devil are you? Police officers. Come on, up with your hands. Who are you looking for? You. What's your name, buddy?
Jack Brewer.
Where you from?
Oakland.
Oh, yeah? You're Clyde Stevens. Last address, San Quentin. Next address, Wilson.
Oh, no, officer. On the level. His name's Brewer. It isn't Clyde Stevens.
Yeah? Here. Take a look at this mug and police record.
Clyde Stevens. Wanted for bank robbery.
Yeah, looks like your pal wrote it.
Yes, it does. Well,
You're damn certainly there.
Oh, Clyde, honey. They're going to take you away. Kiss me, honey. Oh, kiss you, baby. Gee, I'm going to miss you.
Save it, lady, save it. Come on, Stephen. Your apartment's waiting in the city jail.
By the time Johnson, Harrington, and Lynn have taken their prisoners down to the shore, Captain DeLay's boat is free, and the officers return across the black, fog-shrouded waters of East Bay with their captors. They leave the boat in Antioch, and as they are walking through the deserted streets of the little town to their waiting police car.
Why don't you confess, Stevens? Bank robbery and gun running are too nasty out.
I don't know anything about him. And he ain't going to confess. You can stop me. Look out, boy. Stevens is making a break for it. Oh, stop real fast. Go ahead. You're in the that patrolman. Down the corner.
Come on.
Okay.
I'm going to fix that guy. What's the big idea, Stevens?
You just ain't never going to take me alive. Go on, pump me off.
I don't think it'll be necessary, but if you don't come quietly, why... I guess we'll have to take you in Kansas. Come on, boys.
For 3 days, San Francisco police questioned Clyde Stevens, and finally he confessed to the bank robberies and to his part in the San Quentin prison break. On January 23, 1935, less than 4 months after his parole from San Quentin, Clyde Stevens was sentenced to Folsom Penitentiary along with his partner, Albert Kessel. There to spend the rest of his natural life, unless another sympathetic parole board frees him in 1970, when he will again be eligible for parole. Police have to meet emergencies many times every day, but so do you. Every time you drive your car, you meet driving emergencies when you need extra power and speed to snatch you out of the way of traffic dangers. It costs you no more to use the same gasoline that police cars and emergency engines use. Rio Grande cracked gasoline. It has been selected to power more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment than any other brand. This is proof that Rio Grande cracked is not only the speediest and most powerful gasoline, but also the most economical. You get more for your money in Rio Grande cracked gasoline.
San Francisco police calling all cars, attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 107 regarding Clyde Stevens, a parole violator. This man is now in custody. That's all.
For every boy and girl are offered by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Ask your Rio Grande dealer for the latest free copy of the Calling All Cars News and read how to get your free gift. This is a notice of Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Away from the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
The Bing Crosby Show, transcribed in Hollywood and brought to you by Lanolin Plus Liquid, the golden beauty liquid and the quick way to end dry skin worries. Lanolin Plus Liquid Cleanser, Lanolin Plus Liquid Makeup, and Lanolin Plus Hand Lotion. And now, here's Bing.
Thank you, Ken Carpenter, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Howdy, have you got a little something whipped up on the This Can't Be Love over there? You have, huh? Well, let's do it. This can't be love because I feel so well. No sobs, no sorrows, no sighs. This can't be love. I get no dizzy spells. My head is not in the sky. My heart does not stand still. Just hear it beat. This is too sweet to be love. This can't be love because I feel so well. Still I love to look in your eyes. My heart does not stand still. Just hear it beat. This is too sweet to be love. This can't be love because I feel so well. Still I love to look in your eyes. Oh, how I love to look in your eyes. Ken, I'll bet you didn't know that back in the time of Romulus, March was the first month of the year. You know what I mean? Instead of the year starting with January, it started with March.
Well, I know one thing. March is sure a terrific time to start using Lanolin Plus Liquid. And it just stands to reason. Because, gals, winter weather and over-dry rooms have dried out your skin. And it's time to start really doing something about it. And you can overnight. Because Lanolin Plus Liquid stops skin dryness overnight. It's really sort of magic. It works while you sleep. And next morning when you awaken, the very next morning, your skin can feel softer, smoother than you ever dreamed. All those dry, rough patches will be gone, never again to return, as long as you use Lanolin Plus Liquid regularly. Another wonderful thing, Lanolin Plus Liquid is only $1 plus tax wherever cosmetics are sold. Get it soon.
Beautifully put, Kenneth. Nicely done. You know, folks, this is about the time of the year when those of us who think we have green thumbs begin writing our congressman for seeds. Start digging seeds out of the closet and one thing and another and wishing that Mother Nature would hurry up a little so we can get at it. If you've ever done any gardening, even in a small way, you never get over the urge. And you know that the name Luther Burbank is the name in the field of plant genetics. Even if your gardening is confined to reading those big as life and twice as colorful seed catalogs in House and Garden, where you're more than a little familiar with the development of the sorcerer of Santa Rosa, as he came to be known. For the phrase, from a strain developed by Luther Burbank, means as much in the genealogy of a flower, a fruit, or a vegetable as sired by man o' war means in a thoroughbred racehorse, or direct descendant of a Mayflower immigrant means in the social circles. For Luther Burbank is by all odds the best known and certainly the most successful plant originator the world has ever known. The reason we're talking about him today is that March 7th is Luther Burbank's birthday. And here in California we celebrated Arbor Day today in memory of him. It's not a bank or a school holiday or anything like that. Rather, it's a day when the schools, as a part of their work, include special exercises having as their object instruction in the economic value of birds and trees and in the promotion of a spirit of protection toward them. Now, if that last bit of dialogue sounded a bit formal, a little stilted, it's because I was quoting verbatim from the California state law. It's customary when speaking of a day of honor to say that it's a day which the great man would have approved. However, in this case, I can say did approve because Luther Burbank was so honored by the state of California, the state in which he lived and worked most of his life, during his lifetime. The legislative bill that I quoted from was passed in 1909, so Arbor Day was celebrated on Luther Burbank's birthday in California 17 times during the great man's lifetime. Unusual, that, for a great man to be so honored before departing this sphere. Yep, Luther Burbank couldn't smell his flowers. Well, he was a man who certainly well deserved the many honors that he received, for Luther Burbank lived a life full of great achievement. He was born on a farm in Lancaster, Massachusetts, and he was educated at the local public schools. And he began even as a youth to experiment with new varieties of plants. His first major development was the Burbank potato, one of the most popular varieties, I guess, even today. Golly, I wished he'd come up with a non-fattening spud. Don't you dreamers? Wouldn't that be nice? Well, anyhow, he started with market gardening, but after the success of his new potato at the age of 26, he established a nursery out here at Santa Rosa, California, where he experimented with the production of new varieties of flowers and vegetables. He abandoned the nursery in 1893, and he devoted the remainder of his life to a long series of plant experiments. During his 50 years of work, Luther Burbank developed thousands of new varieties of fruits, vegetables, and flowers. Some of his most successful early work was done with prunes. As an example of the amazing things he did, he created an absolutely new species called the plum cod, which was a combination of the plum and the apricot. It's a pretty tasty item, too. Among other things, he developed new varieties of the peach, pineapple, quince, the nectarine, apple, squash, asparagus, and tomato. I think he also developed the tomato. One experiment I liked was his cross of a peach and an almond, a fruit and a nut. For some reason, every time I think of that one, I picture a poor, harried man who doesn't like peaches eating them frantically because he's crazy about almonds. However, there couldn't have been many such people, because the peach almond it wasn't exactly a commercial success. Some of Luther Burbank's greatest successes were with berries, and if you think that developing new varieties of berries is easy, there's an illustration in one of Burbank's annual catalogs that'll quickly change your mind. In his New Creations catalog of 1894, there's a reproduction of a photo showing a pile of brush 12 feet wide, 14 feet high, and 20 feet long. In that pile were 65,000 2- and 3-year-old seedling berry bushes that were dug up and discarded. Out of over 65,000 plants, only a dozen were reserved for further trial, and only one of those varieties is really in existence today. Just gives you an idea how much work went into that dish of berries that you enjoyed for breakfast. Aside from fruits and vegetables, some of Luther Burbank's greatest work was done with flowers. He was the man who developed the Burbank and the Santa Rosa roses, the Shasta and the Alaska daisies, the California poppy and the fragrance calla lily. Luther Burbank had a feeling for an understanding of plants and flowers which, it's really never been equaled. He did rather well at expressing himself concerning his love for flowers. There's some beautiful descriptive writing in his New Creations catalogs. Probably the most incongruous part of the whole story of Luther Burbank is the fact that his theory of acquired characteristics is now considered erroneous by most geneticists. In other words, here's the man who did great work in his field, much greater work probably than any other person, and all the while that he was working, he was on a premise that wasn't scientifically true. But I wonder if that isn't the secret of greatness in many men. Instead of wondering and worrying if they're on the right path, they worked. And they achieved greatness through doing the work they loved and doing it better than anyone else. I like to think that there's justification in doing what you really like to do. Certainly it's a system that's worked for a lot of people, and most emphatically for yours truly. I've been rather fortunate in having a bit of success in doing what I like doing, which is singing. Say, that's a cue if I ever talk myself into one, isn't it?
Oh, I'm blue every Monday, thinking over Sunday, that one day when I'm with you. And it seems that I sigh all day Tuesday, and I cry all day Wednesday. Oh my, how I long for you. And then comes Thursday. Gee, it's long, it never goes by. Friday makes me feel like I'm gonna die. But after payday, that's my fun day. I shine all day Sunday. That one day when I'm with you. And then comes Thursday, gee, it's long, like to never go by. Friday makes me feel like I'm about to die. After payday is my fun day. I shine all day Sunday. That one day when I'm with you, my big day.
Say, Bing, you hear about gals setting traps for men. Well, beginning to look like we guys don't have a chance, because here's some pure, unadulterated man bait, if I ever heard of one. Lanolin Plus Lipstick. And it's got a fabulous new kind of hypnotism, the gals tell me. Living color. Flashing, vibrant, racy warm color. And really does something, too, for your skin and eyes that's never been done before. Speaking from a man's viewpoint, it has Indelium to help keep this exciting color on your lips and not on your fellas. And you'll love the way it contains Lanolin Plus Liquid to help keep your lips soft and smooth. Really soft and smooth. Now, where can you get it? Anywhere. Lanolin Plus Lipstick. $1 plus tax wherever cosmetics are sold.
Now for a song, here's I Need You Now.
If I ever needed you, I need you now. I can't remember when I've ever been so blue. If I ever needed love, I need it now. I feel so all alone, I don't know what to do. No day or night goes by when I don't have my cry. I feel like I could die from wanting you. I can't ease my aching heart, but you'd know how. If I ever needed you, I need you now.
Gals, one cosmetic makes the strongest beauty claim ever made for a cosmetic. Lanolin Plus Liquid actually stops skin dryness overnight. Yes, overnight. And never, ever again will you be bothered with dry skin worries as long as you use Lanolin Plus Liquid regularly. And you're in for some more delightful surprises when you try Lanolin Plus Liquid Makeup in the living colors of young skin. Lanolin Plus Hand Lotion, Liquid Cleanser, and Lanolin Plus Lipstick. Each only $1 plus tax wherever cosmetics are sold.
That's the end of this 15. Shall we get together tomorrow night, huh? Same time, same place? Good night, then, and thank you very much.
Be sure to tune in again tomorrow night to Bing Crosby with Buddy Cole and his group, transcribed from Hollywood.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Music Hall.
one of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to our world of mystery and the macabre, of unbearable suspense. Sit back and lend us your imagination for a while. We'll do some remarkable things with it. Imagine, for instance, an elderly woman, Belle Richwood, alone and forgotten, except for her nephew Charles, her only living relative, and the only human being she ever sees. Until one lonely night.
You're back. I can't believe it. Look, I've had just about enough of this. You people simply have to stop coming into my apartment. This just isn't right. I'm entitled to my privacy. Will you answer me when I speak to you? Now, get out of here and leave me alone. I won't have it. I'm going to tell Charles. He has to do something about this. Oh.
Hello?
Oh, Charles.
Hello, Aunt Belle.
Look, will you get over here and get these people out?
Who, Aunt Belle?
That man who was here last week. And this time he has a friend. A lady friend, no less. I'm frightened, Charles.
You mean that guy is back?
He certainly is. With this strange woman. Oh, hurry, Charles, please.
Our mystery drama, Strange Company, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Bryna Rayburn. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Great taste in the morning, Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. We've been having some fun in our television and radio commercials by using a ball and chain to symbolize the slight overweight problem common to so many of us. We point out that being a few pounds overweight is just a little more difficult for you. Climbing stairs, just walking around, even sitting down can feel, well, like you're wearing a ball and chain. In case you missed the message, it's this. If you really want to get rid of that extra weight, you really have to work at it by exercising and with sensible meals like the Special K breakfast. A 1-ounce bowl of Special K, America's favorite high-protein cereal, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee, less than 240 calories, nutritious and, by the way, delicious. So why not begin each day with a Special K breakfast and then keep up the good work? Special K can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Inflation is something that we're really living with today, and State Farm has what we term inflation coverage. And
Agent Gabe Franco, Fort Collins, Colorado, explains the low-cost inflation coverage State Farm offers homeowners in most areas.
What it really amounts to is, as the value of your home increases, the amount of coverage that you have on that home automatically increases. You don't have to call your agent every year and say, look, I think my home's increased in value. Would you raise my insurance? You don't have to do that. It's done automatically. The idea that their home is going to always be protected at all times for the full cost of replacing it is important to a person.
In most areas, State Farm Fire and Casualty offers a homeowner's policy that can increase your coverage automatically as the cost of replacing your home increases. A good reason to see your State Farm agent now.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
As we grow older, very often our fears darken, our anxieties deepen, and our thoughts indulge in some strange tricks. Belle Richwood and her sister Julia lived their whole lives together, almost recluses. until the neighborhood around them deteriorated to the point where their nephew Charles was forced to move them from the city to a peaceful apartment in the country. But for Belle and Julia, there was to be no peace.
Hello?
Oh, Charles, it's about time you answered.
What's the matter now, Aunt Belle?
Julia's fallen again. Can you get right over?
All right, Aunt Belle. Cover her up. I'll be right there.
Oh, for heaven's sake, hurry up. She's not moving this time. I think she's unconscious.
Julia's fallen again.
Third time this week.
Charles, Julia simply has got to go to a nursing home. Whether Belle likes it or not, she can't take care of Julia anymore, and we can't go on like this.
I know, Linda, I know. What are we going to use for money? All they've got is their Social Security. And I'm so deep in hock myself, I can't pay for a nursing home.
Well, I'm sick of you running over there at all hours to pick Julia off the floor or get her out of a bathtub. She's too old to be getting into a tub anyway.
I'm fed up, too.
I don't see why you bothered with them after your mother died.
I'm their only blood relative. I had to get involved.
Well, go pick Julia off the floor. And hurry back. Dinner's almost ready.
Oh, you took your time.
Where is she?
In the bedroom. Hurry. Okay. Can you get her up?
No, Aunt Belle. Julia's dead.
Oh, no, Charles. She's just unconscious.
No, Aunt Belle, she's gone.
No, I can't believe it.
The fall was just too much for her.
Not my Julie. She can't be. No, Julia, dear. Wake up.
Aunt Belle. Please. I'll have to make some phone calls first. I'll take you back to our place.
No. I can't leave Julia.
But they'll be taking her away in a little while. You'll be better off at home with Linda.
It was all because we moved to this apartment. We should have stayed in the city.
Aunt Belle, we've been through all this. I moved you out of the city because you were mugged twice in your own elevator.
This place isn't any better. Julia always hated this apartment. I think it hates us. It's evil. Julia's gone. What am I going to do?
No. You've got to think about yourself.
Myself? I haven't thought about myself for 60 years. It's always been Julia.
But you won't have to worry about her anymore.
What do you mean, Charles? I'm more worried about her. More than ever.
It's time to leave, Aunt Belle.
Oh, couldn't I stay with her a little while longer? She looks just as though she's asleep.
A few minutes more. We'll wait in the lobby.
Julia, dear, do you want to wake up now?
Aunt Belle.
It's all right, Linda.
Perhaps you're better off sleeping, dear. I'll have a nice snack ready for you when you wake.
Come on, Linda.
But Charles...
I said come on.
She shouldn't be alone in there. She doesn't believe Julia's dead.
Yes, she does.
But you heard her say...
Belle's been a sister to Julia for 60 years. And a mother for 10. It'll take her time to get over Julia's death.
Gives me the chills.
Don't worry about it.
I suppose we'd better go now. You'll have to be getting back to work.
I'm not working today, Aunt Belle. I got the day off. You're coming back to the house with us.
Charles, I have to settle with you about the funeral expense. I'll take care of them, of course.
Plenty of time for that later. Now, I want you to watch your head.
Oh,
That's it.
Thank you, Charles. Yes, I'm in.
Well, Linda, would you want her any more rational than that?
I suppose not. What a relief.
You didn't have to see me in, Charles. I'll be all right.
Don't be silly, Aunt Belle.
And thanks for having me to dinner. You were right. I wouldn't have wanted to be alone today.
I hate leaving you now, but...
Oh, I'll be all right. I have to get used to it.
I'll stop in tomorrow night after work.
Yes, do, and I'll give you the money for the expenses. Do you know how much they are?
Well, that can wait, Aunt Belle. In fact, I didn't think you'd be able to cover it. I was planning to take out a loan.
Oh, nonsense. I have it, and I'll pay it.
Well, it's $1,500.
All right. I'll have it counted out for you tomorrow.
You mean you have that much in cash here? I don't think that's a wise thing to do.
No, nonsense. I've always had cash on hand.
Well, that's up to you. You'll be all right tonight?
Don't worry about me. Come by tomorrow.
Lock the door behind me.
I always do.
Good night, Aunt Belle.
Good night, Charles. I wonder if there's any ginger ale in the refrigerator. Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to tell Charles. Charles! Oh, he's gone. Hello, Linda. Yes, I'm all right. Oh, Linda, Charles just left, and I wanted to tell him something. Would you please have him call when he gets in? Yes. Thank you. I may as well start. Oh, you. How did you get in here? Answer me. What do you want? I order you to leave my apartment. Why don't you say something? Stop sitting there smiling. How dare you just come in and sit on my furniture? Tell me what you want. If you don't, I'll get you out of here. I'm calling my nephew. Oh, dear, I remember he isn't home. Please, what do you want? Why won't you answer me? I'll give you whatever you want if you please leave. Please. Oh, thank God, Charles.
I just got in and Linda said you wanted to see me.
Oh, Charles, there's a strange man in my apartment.
What?
He's sitting on the sofa. He won't say anything and he won't leave.
Did he threaten you?
No, he isn't doing anything, but he won't go.
I'll be right there. Now, don't do anything to antagonize him. Aunt Belle!
Oh, Charles, thank you for coming.
Where is he?
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, thank God for that. I called the police. But how did he get in? Tell me what happened.
I don't know. I put the chain on the door after you. Then I called Linda, and when I turned around, there he was.
He must have been in the apartment when we arrived. In the bedroom or the bathroom, maybe.
He must have been. I certainly didn't let him in, but he left in a hurry when he heard me talking to you.
Well, I'll check the rest of the apartment just to be sure.
No, I'm more mad than scared. The nerve of him just sitting there smiling, not saying a word.
I'll get it. Mr. Gordon? Oh, yes, come in, officer.
You reported a prowler?
Yes. This is my aunt, Miss Richwood.
Just a few questions. You say he was here in the apartment?
Yes, sitting right on that sofa.
I think he was hiding here when we came in, officer. We had just got back from the funeral of Miss Richwood's sister.
What time was that?
About 9.
And you didn't see him then?
No.
Tell me, Miss Richwood, what did he do? Or say? Did he threaten you?
No, he wouldn't say a word. He just sat there smiling.
And when did he leave?
Well, when my nephew called, that must have scared him off, because when I turned back, he was gone.
All right, Miss Richwood. We're searching the rest of the building. We'll put out a bulletin on him. We'll call you if we find a suspect. We'll need an identification.
Yes, of course.
Good night now.
Good night, officer, and thank you. Aunt Belle, now you've got to come home with me. You can't stay here alone tonight.
Oh, I have to stay here, Charles. I don't dare leave the apartment. Not if someone's getting in.
But then I'll have to stay with you.
Oh, no, you don't. No, I'll be all right. Now that we know there's no one here.
Well, I hate
I'll lock the door. No one will get in. And with the police around, I feel doubly safe.
Okay, Aunt Belle. But I'll call you when I get home, and I'll be in after work tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Do come by, Charles. I'll have the money for you, for Julia's funeral.
Aunt Belle, your money, could this guy have taken it?
Oh, I don't know. He didn't seem to. Oh, dear.
Where'd you have it?
In the bedroom. I always thought this was the safest. Oh, thank heaven. Oh, it's here.
You sure? All of it?
Well, the suitcase is here. He couldn't have known. Oh, yes. There's no money missing.
Good grief.
Oh, it's all there. Oh, I'm not worried, Charles. That man won't be back.
But, Aunt Belle, all that money...
Oh, don't worry, Charles. I'm going to hide my money in a different place, just in case.
Charles, it's time Belle went into a nursing home, or at least a home for the aging. That man last week could have killed her. She shouldn't be living alone.
She's doing all right.
She's doing all right. And what about us? I'm sick of sharing you with them. Or her now. For 2 years, you've been nursemaid to Belle and Julia.
Linda, it had to be that way.
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of everything. And if you won't put her in a nursing home, I'll leave you, Charlie.
No, you won't.
You just see.
Belle's not going to a nursing home, Linda. Those homes cost money.
The state takes care of old people who don't have money.
But Belle has money, Linda. Lots of it.
What do you mean, lots of it?
A suitcase so full of hundreds she can hardly close it. I saw it that night the man got in. She opened it in front of my eyes and counted out the $1,500 for the undertaker.
So great, she's got some money. She can afford a nursing home.
Oh, no, Linda, I'm not going to see that money go into a nursing home. That money is going to be ours.
You mean we're in her will?
She hasn't got a will, but she's got a suitcase full of money. And I'm her only next of kin.
So? What good is it to you?
I'm the only one who knows it's there. When she dies, Linda, that money is ours. The way I feel now, every cent she spends is coming out of my pocket.
But she might live for years.
She might. And that's why I want to keep her in her nice little cheap apartment. She doesn't spend more than $15 a week for food. We're going to be extra nice to Aunt Belle, Linda. After all, we're protecting an investment.
You're back. I can't believe it. I've had just about enough of this. You people simply have to stop coming into my apartment. Get out of here and leave us alone. Well, we won't have it. I'm going to tell Charles he has to do something about this. Oh.
Hello?
Oh, Charles.
Hello, Aunt Belle.
Will you get over here and get these people out?
Who, Aunt Belle?
That man who was here last week. And this time he has a friend. A lady friend, no less.
Aunt Belle, you mean that guy is back?
He certainly is, and with a strange woman.
I'll be right over.
Oh, please do. They're upsetting Julia terribly. I think she's afraid of them.
Julia? Aunt Belle, Julia is dead. She can't be there.
Strange company indeed. That suspicious man is back, and with a lady friend. An accomplice, no doubt. It's not easy being alone and old and rich. But Julia, that sort of thing doesn't happen. Belle must be imagining things. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Oh, somebody's been drinking my sugar-free diet 7-Up, and it's all gone.
Oh, actually, I saved a little.
Oh, a bear!
Hiya, Goldie. What's brewing?
That's Miss Goldilocks to you.
Oh, come on, kid. You mean you don't remember me? The cottage, the 3 chairs, the porridge?
Baby bear!
In the fur. Been a long time, Goldie.
But baby bear...
Just call me BB.
You drank all the sugar-free diet 7-Up, and I have to conduct another diet drink taste test today.
Well, yeah, I saw the sign on the door, a professional taste tester, huh?
But how
can I conduct my taste test now?
Why bother? I tried those other diet drinks, too. You'll notice there's still plenty of them around. Why not ask me?
Well, okay, BP. Tell me, why did you drink all the sugar-free diet 7-Up?
I like the taste. Light, fresh, natural, sugar-free diet 7-Up is definitely unbearably delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Orange or Glad?
Glad is what happens when you use Dial soap.
Orange or Glad?
It starts right out with a clean, fresh scent that's like nothing else.
Orange or Glad?
To get you going, clean and fresh.
Orange or Glad? 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 Just to be. Orange or Glad?
Dial washes away the cause of odor on your skin.
Orange or Glad?
You just can't buy a better deodorant soap than Dial.
Orange or Glad?
And that's saying something.
Orange or Glad? Orange or Glad? Do you Dial? Orange or Glad? Do you Dial? Orange or Glad? Orange or Glad? Do you Dial?
Let's return to the apartment of Belle Richwood, where, so she says, her late sister has spent the day, along with some other questionable companions. Her nephew Charles is with her now, and it seems as though the visitors have left.
Belle, look. There's no one in this chair.
I know. They're not here now.
And this is where you saw Julia, in this chair?
Yes. Yes, and I'm so worried. Where can she be?
Aunt Belle, you know Julia passed away. Julia is dead.
Yes, I know. I feel so terrible about Julia. Do you think we should call the police?
No, they couldn't help.
But they could look for her. I remember one time in the city she wandered away.
Aunt Belle, stop it.
Charles.
We cannot look for Julia because Julia is dead.
I know. Julia's dead.
Then stop saying you saw her in the apartment.
It's all right, Charles. I won't mention Julia again. But I do wish you'd do something about the other two.
The other two?
I told you before. The man who comes in here, and now the woman.
Oh, yes, those.
I simply don't understand how they're getting in.
Doesn't it stand to reason that you're imagining there's a man and woman here?
Charles, I know real people when I see them.
Have you ever touched them?
Oh, heavens, no.
But that might convince you.
Oh, why should I have to touch them? I know they're here.
But they never speak, isn't that right?
Yes, that's true. They don't talk.
Aunt Belle, I don't know who or what they are, but there's nothing I can do about them.
Well, I can. The next time they show up, I'm calling the police.
No, I wouldn't do that, Aunt Belle. You couldn't tell them any more than you already have.
Well, they can certainly put a stop to strange people in my apartment. And another thing, I'm going to find another place to hide my money.
Well, that is a good idea.
Charles, come closer. They might be listening. Now, I want you to know where my money is, just in case. I'm going to hide that suitcase. You know, the one you saw it.
Yes.
I'm going to hide that behind the refrigerator.
Good idea.
But where should I hide the other one?
2 suitcases full of money?
And who knows if that's even all. You see why I want to keep things just as they are?
But Julie, that man that's getting in with all that money
there is no man, or Julia either. She's imagining that Julia is back, and she imagines she sees those people too. They aren't there. Oh, it's just one of those things that comes with age, hardening of the arteries or something like that. It does things to the brain.
But if they're so real to her...
Yes, they are real to her. And all that money is real to me. All ours when Belle...
dies?
Yes.
As long as no one else knows the money's there.
No one does.
And you better make sure she doesn't talk to anyone.
Like whom? I'm the only person she ever sees.
She wanted to call the police about Julia.
Don't worry. I see her every night now. I'll keep her under control. Hi, Aunt Belle.
Oh, Charles, I'm so glad you came by tonight. I know how those people are getting in.
You do?
Yes, through here. They're coming right through this door.
Aunt Belle, that's a closet. It's the clothes closet.
Oh, that explains where they live, then. They always come through this door. In fact, that woman came in today, and nice as you please, she picked up my coat and put it on. I could have smacked her face.
Maybe you should have, Aunt Belle.
Well, I couldn't bring myself to do that.
But you would have found out that woman doesn't exist. She's just in your imagination.
Oh, yes? Well, I'm not imagining. Missing $100.
What?
I had the rent money all counted out. It was in an envelope on the kitchen table, and now it's gone. I reported it to the police.
Aunt Belle, you didn't.
Well, of course. Why shouldn't I?
Because you probably misplaced the money and think it's gone. What do the police say?
Well, that nice young officer who came the other time said they'd send out a search for that woman. She's the one. I know.
Belle, I don't think you ought to keep so much money around.
Well, I had thought of putting it in the bank.
I was thinking maybe you ought to let me take care of it for you. I mean, with one case behind the refrigerator.
Shh. They'll hear you. Don't let them know where it is.
Oh. Yes, you're right, Aunt Belle.
Is anybody watching? No.
No.
Oh, good. Oh, come on. We're going to move the suitcases. Now, you get the one behind the refrigerator, and I'll get the one under the sink.
How did you ever get it back here? I can hardly... There it is.
I'm simply going to put them in the bathroom and keep an eye on them. They say if you really want to hide something, keep it out in the open where no one would think of looking for it.
Yes, I've heard of that.
Well, come on. Bring that case in here to the bathroom.
Right away, Aunt Belle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she won't miss it.
Charles, bring the case in here.
Okay, Aunt Belle, I'm coming. There you are.
Oh, put it there in the tub next to the other one. No one's going to look for my money there. Now, how about a nice glass of wine?
Good boy, Charlie. Now you're using your head.
She'll never miss it. But if she does, we know who to blame it on.
A bunch of people who don't even exist.
The only thing that worries me...
What?
They exist for her. They're real to her.
Well, so what? She count her money every day?
She probably will now.
Like you said, Charlie, you're her next of kin. The money's ours anyway when she dies. We're just taking a little advance. I ordered that bracelet I've been wanting at Wilson's Jewelers.
But if she finds any more missing, she might go to the police.
Well, then, why don't you get there before she does?
Oh, hello, Miss Richwood.
Oh, Mr. Geller, I'm sorry to bother you.
That's what superintendents are for, Miss Richwood. And you don't bother me a tenth as much as some of the other people in this building.
Mr. Geller, I wonder if you'd mind coming upstairs and getting rid of those people. I can't seem to make them leave this time.
People? What people?
Why, all those people in my apartment.
Oh, sure. I'll throw them out. Come on.
I really hate to bother you, but my nephew's at work, and I'm afraid to call the police again.
All right. I don't want strange people in my building, much less in one of the apartments. Don't worry. I'll get them out.
Where did they all go?
Sure there were people here, Miss Richwood?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm not crazy yet. There was that man and woman who always come in, and two little girls.
Well, we didn't pass them on the stairs, and there's no floor above this. How can they get out?
Oh, but now my sister's gone, too. Oh, do you think they took her with them? Oh, this is terrible. How am I going to find Julia?
Mr. Gordon?
Yes? Oh, hello, Mr. Geller.
Mr. Gordon, this isn't my business, really, but I don't think your aunt ought to be living alone.
What happened?
She called me up today to throw some people out of her apartment.
And there wasn't anybody there.
That's right. And then she started looking for her sister.
Yes, she shouldn't be living alone. I'm trying to get another living arrangement for her.
I think that's a good idea. I wouldn't want her to be embarrassed, you know, by other tenants.
I know.
Just thought I'd mention it.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Geller. Aunt Belle, it's me.
Oh, come in, Charles. Did I have a day?
Belle, you shouldn't have gone to the superintendent's.
Well, I had to get those people out.
I suppose you did. Aunt Belle, how about a glass of wine?
Oh, of course. I have some chilling in the refrigerator.
I'll just wash up in the bathroom, if you don't mind.
Go ahead. Do you want an ice cube in yours, Charles?
Sure, fine. Now, let's see. Yeah. There they are. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man.
Charles, what are you doing?
I'll be right there, just drying my hands. I didn't get a chance to wash up at the shop.
Oh, well, sit down and have your wine. I've got something important to tell you.
Yes?
I've been robbed.
What?
$1,000 gone from one of my suitcases.
No.
Now, I had a feeling something was missing, and I counted all the money in that particular case. $1,000 gone.
Are you sure? Maybe you didn't count it right.
No, I counted it twice. In fact, I'm going to count it again with you here to make sure. We'll count it together, and you'll see. 7,600.
Well, that's right.
But it should be 8,000, even with that 1,000 gone.
You mean there's more missing?
Yes, 400 more. I just don't know what to do. I'm running out of hiding places. Those awful people.
Aunt Belle, why don't you let me take care of it for you?
You?
Yes, I'll keep the suitcases. They'll be safe with me. Those people are stealing from you. You can't keep all that money around anymore.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you're right, Charles. I've never done this before. But on Friday, I'm putting it all in the bank.
Oh, don't let her, Charlie. Keep things just as they are. I need another $2,000 for Wilson's Jewelers by Saturday.
I'll stall her, don't worry. Even if I have to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs.
It's not safe to have cash lying around these days, particularly when you have unscrupulous relatives. Strange how the smell of money can drive people to acts they'd never dream of committing. We'll see just how far Charles Gordon is willing to go when I return shortly with Act 3.
Never heard of beer on the rocks? No? Swell. The people who brew Budweiser never have thought ice in your beer was such a cool idea anyway. If you only knew how ice cuts down the head and waters the taste. Oh, a chilling thought. A downright tragedy with Budweiser especially. Budweiser is the king of beers. The only beer in America that's beechwood aged, naturally carbonated, which means Bud brews its own bubbles, tiny ones, over a dense lattice of beechwood strips. The beer ages the best way, the right way, naturally. But add an ice cube and bloop, there goes all that extra effort. So if you forget to cool enough Bud, skip the cubes and put your Budweiser on ice for a while, on the coldest shelf in your refrigerator. Even if the wait does frost you a little, it'll be worth it. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Growing a lawn and garden is really satisfying. You help create something where there was nothing before. And what you create is good to look at or good to eat or both. Hi, Frank Lieber here for True Value Hardware Stores. They have a wide selection of True Temper tools to help you get those green things to grow. You can take your pick of 4 tools designed for close-in gardening work for just $1.99 each. Get a regular trowel, a 3-time cultivator, a transplanting trowel, or a dandelion digger. All 4 have chrome-plated finishes and finger-molded grips, just $1.99 each. True Value Hardware Stores have True Temper tools for big jobs, too. A round-point shovel with a hollow back blade and a long ash handle, just $5.44. And a lawn rake with 22 spring steel teeth and a 52-inch handle, just $3.99. This spring, you can get help getting things to grow. See the True Temper tools at your participating True Value Hardware store. Check the yellow pages.
Charles Gordon seems to have a good thing going for him. An almost unlimited supply of cash, thanks to his aunt and a few suspicious visitors. But now Belle threatens to spoil all that by putting her money in the bank. And Charles did say he was going to protect his investment.
Charlie, you wouldn't kill her.
I'll find some way to stop her from putting that money in the bank.
That's not what you said. You said kill.
So I said kill. I didn't mean it. Now get off my back.
Look, Charlie, I want that money as much as you do.
Just let me handle it, will you? And shut up.
What are you doing?
Protecting our investment. Hello, Mr. Geller. This is Mr. Gordon. Miss Richwood's nephew. Fine, thanks. I hate to bother you, but I wonder if you'd mind running upstairs and seeing if my aunt is okay. She doesn't answer the phone. No, and she wouldn't be in bed at this hour. Thanks, I'll wait.
You mean your side?
I've been thinking about this a long time. Now, just leave it to me. Yes. Oh, yes, thanks, Mr. Geller. Was her door bolted with a chain? Good. Well, thanks again. I wanted to be sure she was okay. She wasn't feeling too well when I left her tonight. Thanks again. Goodbye.
Okay, Charlie. I won't ask any more.
Stop worrying, Linda. Tomorrow I'm going to see Aunt Belle and persuade her not to put her money in the bank. It's as simple as that.
Oh, I thought you weren't coming by tonight.
I just wanted to drop in and talk.
Well, Charles, what are you up to?
What do you mean?
Why did you have the superintendent come up and check on me last night?
I just wanted to make sure you were all right.
I was all right, and you knew it. Charles, I know you took the money. The money you said they must have taken.
Aunt Belle, I didn't take your money. Why do you think I did?
They told me.
The little man who wasn't there and his girlfriend?
They saw you take it, and they told me.
Aunt Belle, I can't reason with you. I can't argue with hallucinations. You just think what you want.
Well, I'm getting all the money into the bank, where it will be safe from you.
Oh, brother.
Charles, I'll give you a chance to give it back.
They are. Anyway, you'll have your money safe in the bank soon, won't you?
You bet I will.
Yes, well, I have to be getting home. You want me to drive you to the bank on Friday?
I'll get a cab, thank you.
I'm sorry you feel this way, Aunt Belle.
You should have thought of that before you took the money.
Aunt Belle, you'll be sure to lock the door behind me.
I always do.
And particularly the chain bolts. That's very important.
I know that.
I'll call you tomorrow.
All right. I'll be waiting for you to return the money.
I'll be sure and put the chain bolt on.
I will. Good night, Charles.
Pleasant dreams, you old witch.
Well, did you persuade her?
She won't be putting her money in the bank. She changed her mind.
How come?
Well, I made her see there wasn't anything to worry about. I finally convinced her the people she was seeing were in her imagination.
Then you didn't...
Didn't what?
Hurt her.
Linda, what do you think I am? Would I hurt a frightened old woman, much less my own aunt?
I just can't help thinking what you said about the goose that lays the golden eggs.
Oh, come on, Linda. Belger or something. Just over a few lousy bucks.
I didn't mean that, Charlie.
Well, I'll show you. Hello, Aunt Belle. Everything all right? Well, Linda and I were just talking about you, and we wanted to be sure everything was okay. Good. Good to see you tomorrow night, Aunt Belle. She's fine.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gordon. Oh, anything wrong?
I don't know. My aunt doesn't answer the door. Could you come up and open it with your key? I'm worried.
Oh, sure, Mr. Gordon.
Now, she might be asleep, but she hasn't been feeling too well lately, and I'm a little concerned.
Well, like I said before, a lady like your aunt shouldn't be living alone.
Yes, I know. I've got to do something about her.
She's got the chain on.
Aunt Belle?
But, Mr. Gordon, look. She's on the floor, right by the door.
We'll have to break it in.
Let's go.
Aunt Belle.
I think she's dead, Mr. Gordon.
She is.
Look at her head. She must have hit this table.
We never should have left her alone last night. She was feeling weak.
I'd better call the police.
Yes, please.
I'll go downstairs and call them. I'm sure sorry, Mr. Gordon.
Yes, hurry, please. Well, dear Aunt Belle, I'm sorry, too. Sorry I didn't do this sooner. It's all you deserve for the trouble you've given me for months. Now, I'm going to get what I deserve. I'll try out of the bed first. Yeah, not there. Empty. You clever old bird. I bet you would think of that. Back under the sink. And the other must be behind the refrigerator. Where I'd never think of looking for them, eh? Aunt Belle?
Mr. Gordon, the police are on the way.
Thanks.
They said not to touch anything.
No, we mustn't touch anything.
That hit on the head must have done it. Poor Olga.
Yes, I wish I'd moved her out sooner to a retirement home.
Oh, looks like she was planning to go somewhere with those suitcases ready.
Oh, those. Oh, she always had her memoirs out to look at. They're full of old photos, school programs. She's shown them to me 100 times.
That's all they've got at this age, memories.
Yes, well, I'm going to take these along with me. They're really all that's left of Aunt Belle. And I'll give the furniture to some charity.
Well, say, my brother just got married, and he sure could use it.
Police!
Oh, come in, officer.
You're Mr. Charles Gordon.
Yes.
Any idea how it happened?
She must have fallen. She was alone. She was just like this when we found her.
Well, it happens a lot with older people. Oh, bad bruise on the head.
We think she hit that table when she fell.
Huh? That looks like the answer. I'll call in. They'll send an ambulance. There'll have to be an autopsy. Oh, and I'll need a statement from both of you.
The door was chained from the inside. It had to be an accident.
I didn't say it wasn't. I only said I'd have to get a statement.
She's at peace now.
Charlie, I feel nervous about all that money back at the house.
Why? No one knows it's there. No one knew she had anything. And little by little, I'm going to bank it, invest it, slowly, so nobody gets suspicious.
I'm still nervous about $90,000 in the fireplace chimney.
Oh, come on, Linda. I'll take you home. I'm going to Belle's apartment and pack up her personal things.
Okay. But don't be all afternoon. I don't like being alone with all that money.
Mr. Thornton.
I've come to start clearing my aunt's things, Mr. Geller. Would you let me in, please?
Oh, sure, Mr. Thornton. I'm sure sorry about your aunt. When's the funeral?
We had it this morning. There wasn't anyone but my wife and me.
Too bad old people have to live alone. If you need any help, I'll be glad to do
Thank
anything.
you. I'm just going to pack her personal things.
Well, all right. Call if you need anything.
Thank you. Now, let's see. I'll start with the bedroom. No use saving any of this stuff. Get it to the cartons and out to the dump. Oh, Linda might want these blankets, though. Poor Aunt Belle. 2 torn slips in an empty drawer. I'll have to... What was that? Someone there? Is that you, Mr. Geller? No, that must have been the people upstairs. Completely empty. I never realized Aunt Belle was... There is someone out there. There's no one here. I'm letting my imagination get me. It is kind of spooky in here, all alone. Oh, that poor old thing, what she must have gone through, alone all the time. No wonder she started seeing things. I'll get all the stuff from the bedroom and... That was something. Who's there? Answer me, who's there? I heard you. I know there's someone here. I heard you. Now, where are you? Why don't you answer me, damn it? Hello?
Oh, Charles, thank God you answered.
Linda.
Charles, come home quickly right now.
Linda, what's the matter?
It's this man in the living room.
What man?
I don't know who he is. He just sits there on the couch, smiling at me. He won't leave and he won't answer me. He won't say a word.
Good Lord.
Oh, Charles, I'm scared. Come home now, please. Charles!
Funny how word gets around when there's money hidden somewhere. It looks as though Charles is in for some strange company of his own. But then, that sort of thing doesn't happen. Linda must be imagining things. I'll be back shortly.
People can reach, people can touch, people can help, people so much.
This is Paul Newman speaking. I want to tell you about one of the most courageous actors I know, Bill Gargan. At the height of his very successful career, Bill lost his voice to cancer of the larynx. Naturally, everyone thought Bill was through as a performer. But thanks to his fighting spirit, his determination, and also the American Cancer Society's laryngectomy rehabilitation program, Bill learned to speak again. Now he's giving the finest performances of his career, inspiring others like him to find new voices and renewed confidence there's a full life ahead. When your American Cancer Society volunteer calls, think of Bill Gargan and give generously. Join the people who care about people. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime.
The imagination is a curious thing. It can haunt us, help us, even hurt those who cross the line between imagination and reality. Imagination, the stuff of which dreams and radio mystery theater plays are made. We hope we've teased yours with tonight's story, and hope you'll be back for more. Our cast included Bryna Rayburn, Laurie March, George Petrie, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
There are no such things as ghosts. I'm just imagining things. But I see you. I see you. Now, don't hurt me. Whatever you are, please, Stay away from me. You want me to leave the house? I will. If that's what you want, I'll go right down the stairs, walk out of the house, and never come back. Is that what you want? Please. No! Don't touch me! Let me out!
Suicide. That's what all the papers say, Mr. Garth. But we know better. It's ghosts. That house is haunted.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Shop is ready with brimming baskets of special surprises for little girls and boys. Baskets laden with sweets and super surprises, all filled in the candy shop so they're always fresh. From $2.99 to $29.95. There's a bevy of the bunny's friends, too. Plush Easter toys from $2.49 to $8.99 in the candy shop at Sears.
You're listening to the sports voice of the Great Southwest. KRLD.
A strange accident leads to shocking betrayal.
You are the key to this entire mystery, and you have done nothing but block my every attempt to solve it.
Hidden motives hide an alien threat.
What really happened to us? I cannot answer that.
Dangerous forces control the fate of the crew.
I looked into the mirror. It wasn't me, Worf.
Take us back to the scene of the crime.
This ship must be destroyed.
Deadly secrets on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Time to Smile with Eddie Cantor is being broadcast tonight from a Marine training camp in California for the entertainment of the Marine personnel. This does not constitute an endorsement of the sponsor's product by the Navy Department.
Ladies and gentlemen, before a huge audience of men of the 2nd Marine Division, Fleet Marine Force, Camp Elliott at San Diego, California, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the Smile of Beauty, and Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health, present It's Time to Smile with Eddie Cantor.
Boy, I hope the Japanese can hear that. Thank you, Harry Von Zell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, here we are broadcasting from Camp Elliott with an audience of 1,500 Marines. You know what a Marine is?
Yeah, well...
A Marine is a large body of man entirely surrounded by women.
Well, now, Eddie... That's a new definition, but I've always been under the impression that Marines are exceedingly tough.
Tough?
Yeah.
Tough? You betcha. These Marines are so tough they eat their meat raw and then sit in boiling hot water to cook it. You know, Harry Von Zell, Harry, you know they have 2 Marine stations here, Harry. Camp Elliott and Camp Linda Vista.
Oh, well, which place has the most Marines?
The Rainbow Gardens. You know, it's quite a place, Harry. They've got a sign over the cloakroom, not responsible for hats, coats, or Marines left over 30 days.
Yes, sir. When they play Eddie, they play hard, but they do take their work seriously.
Oh, you're right, Harry. You should have seen them this afternoon when they had their war games.
War games?
Was around. Yeah, yes.
Oh.
Yes, Harry. A lot of them get around in a circle, and one guy starts shooting. He throws out a couple of cubes with numbers on them, Harry. with numbers.
I don't know, Eddie. That sounds pretty dangerous to me.
It is if the cubes are loaded. Yeah.
Oh, dice, huh?
Yeah, now you know what the government means by keep them rolling. Yeah.
Well, Eddie, you certainly have learned a lot here today.
Well, Harry, among other things, I learned that the defense workers here in San Diego are working with such speed that they don't stop for a single minute. If you're near one of those defense plants, keep moving. I stopped in front of a defense plant this morning for 2 minutes. Right away, a guy slapped wings on me, stuck a propeller on my nose, painted U.S. bomber on my back, and there I was, a pop-eyed P-38.
Now, you must be kidding about
no,
that.
No, Harry. Practically everything out here has been turned into defense machinery. Everything is... This morning, I stuck a nickel in a pinball machine, started to shoot, and so help me, the machine started to shoot back. Yeah, is that the phone?
I think I heard the phone a minute ago.
Hello? Hello? Eddie Cantor speaking. Hello? 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 How do you do? Where's Gordon, the Mad Russian? What are you doing on the phone, Russian? You should be in San Diego. Why aren't you here?
I was detained because I had to kiss my wife goodbye.
Well, why should that detain you?
I waited for a blackout.
I can't understand why you're not here yet. I gave you very simple directions. Just go to Route 66 and follow the white line.
I did. I followed it to Santa Monica, then to Santa Barbara. I followed that white line for 60 miles before I realized it was on the back of a skunk.
A skunk?
Yes. So I got out of my car, walked up to him, and we stood there face to face.
But where is the skunk now?
The last time I saw him, he was burying his fork.
Well, Russian, you better find the right road and hurry up. By the way, have you enough gasoline?
Who needs gasoline? I've got a tank full of nitroglycerin.
What do you talk? Nitroglycerin?
Just listen to this motor pump when I step on the starter.
Russian, where are you?
I am flying low over Pomona with a steering wheel for a net race.
What's going on there? You having trouble with the Mad Russian again?
Yeah, me and Germany both. Yeah. If you don't think that Germany is having trouble, you should have heard the shortwave broadcast from Berlin that I heard last night. Here's what happened. Take it away, Berlin.
This is Berlin. We now present a famous German news analyst, H.D. Kaltenauschwitz.
Heil Hitler, / Germany has found a new way to make rubber. We can make all the rubber we want out of pig's knuckles. There's only one hitch. We got no pig's knuckles. There's a big pig shortage in Germany. In fact, we got only one pig left. Heil Hitler. The reliable sources say that out of 10 million Russian soldiers, the Nazis have annihilated 9,999,999. The remaining one is very stubborn and is holding us on all fronts. Our foreign spies report that the peoples in the United States is starving. Nobody has anything to eat because everybody in America is walking around saying, "What's cooking?" And the Fuhrer has just issued a proclamation that you should save all your ration cards, and when you collect enough of them, put them in a big pile and eat them because there's no more food. Also, there's no more Hitler. The Marines have landed.
I don't know where you get that dialect.
Yeah, I don't... Oh, there it is again. Hello? Hello, Eddie Cantor speaking. Hello?
Eddie Cantor?
Russian, you were supposed to drive up here to San Diego. What happened?
I met some very charming people on the way. They like me so much, they insisted I stay over here.
Where are you?
Can you bail me out?
You're in jail? What for?
Driving without an automobile.
Why, you idiot, nobody can drive without an automobile.
Come down here and explain that to my finance company.
Look, Russian, just mention my name and they'll let you out.
Very well. Cantor, I mentioned your name.
Well, what happened?
Can you bail me out?
Look, will you call me back? Harry, I've got to get rid of that man.
We'll get rid of him. Just keep it easy.
And while we're waiting for the mad Russian, ladies and gentlemen, here is radio's delicious, delightful, delectable Dinah Shore. Now, don't be nervous, Dinah, just because you're among 1,500 Marines. They all know how to behave themselves. They're perfect gentlemen. Just stand behind this barbed wire, that's all. And sing for the first time on the air that brand new song, Conchita.
He was a handsome young Irish lad, and she was a Mexican beauty. It was siesta, and I might add, romantically he was on duty. A boy and a girl neath the stars. I can tell it in 64 bars. His Irish heart went bingo when he saw the rose of Juarez. Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita. Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita, Lopez. Mandolins began to play, and her lips were there to kiss. As they danced, I heard him say, New Jersey was never like this. The bells began to ring as they rode away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita, O'Toole. And there's little Teresa, Maria, Elisa, and Patsy and Molly and Mike. And there's Pedro and Sancho, and Jose and Pancho, and Tommy and Timmy and Spike. Of course there are others, her sisters and brothers. They're older and they go to school.
Flash, the doctor announces 8 pounds, 7 ounces.
One more for Lopez and O'Toole.
Señores y caballeros, recuerden que la sal hepática causa la sonrisa indicadora de salud.
Shame on you, Harry. What is that indicatora de salud business?
Well, Eddie, that's remember sal hepatica for the smile of health in Spanish.
In your kind of Spanish, Harry, I'd never know, and I don't want to miss anything, so would you please stick to English? Do you
Okay, Eddie,
you mind?
sure. Because, after all, I wouldn't want anyone to miss knowing how much faster sal hepatica helps them feel better. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever you wake up feeling headachy and under the weather because you need a laxative, just take Speedy Sal Hepatica right away. Because then Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. If you remember that about Sal Hepatica, never again will you have to put off till night taking the laxative you need in the morning, and you won't have to risk feeling miserable the rest of the day. And remember this about Sal Hepatica, too.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps counteract excess gastric acidity. Helps turn a sour stomach sweet again.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist first thing tomorrow. And take it whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night. See how much faster you feel better when you rely on gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Harry Von Zell.
What, Eddie?
You know, this place is getting me. I've been here all afternoon. I've been doing a lot of serious thinking, Harry, and I made up my mind. I've decided to join the Marines. I've really decided, Harry.
You? Eddie, I think that's very swell, but the Marines want men. Or women, not you. What makes you think the Marines will accept you, Eddie?
Well, listen, Harry, a lot of Marines want Hetty Lamar, but they'll settle for Martha Ray. Believe me. He'd settle for Edna May Oliver.
No, but really, Eddie, you're much too old for the service.
What do you mean, too old? There's nobody too old to serve his country. Why, when George Washington fought at Valley Forge, he was 45.
And how old were you at the time?
I was a baby. Shut up. No use trying to talk me out of this, Harry. I've already sent for the doctor here, and I'm going to take my physical just as soon as he arrives. But there's no use...
Hello?
Oh, doctor, I want an examination. I'd like you to take a look at my physique.
Physique? Are you kidding?
Wait a minute. Don't worry about me, doctor. Just give me the examination.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Cantor,
Will you give me the toughest Marine test that there is? Just give me anything that you give these fellas you can give, believe me.
Well, it's rather strenuous for a man like you, but if you insist, very well. Get down on your knees and begin.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, a Larry. 4, 5, 6, a Larry. There you are. I picked up all the jacks.
Well, congratulations. You are now a Marine.
Yep.
Do you feel all right?
Well, that'll give you an idea how I feel. I'm a little winded, but don't worry. I regret that I have but 6 jacks to pick up for my country.
All right, now there's only one thing more, Mr. Cantor. I have to give you a blood test.
A blood test?
Yeah.
Well, hey, I'm not afraid. Just unpack your needle and let's go. I can take it. I'm tough.
Hey, doctor. Now, he's fainted here. Fainted? That's funny. I didn't even unpack my needle.
Where am I?
Well, take it easy now, Eddie. He looks very weak, Doctor. I'd better put him in this bed.
A good idea. I'll get a nurse to take care of him.
Oh, gee, Harry, I'd love to be a Marine. Well, it's Gracie Allen. Why, Gracie, you're a nurse?
Oh, Eddie, you've got nothing to worry about. Just do as I say. If you do as I say, I'll have you flat on your back in no time.
You mean flat on my back?
Well, don't get excited. You know what I always say. Time wounds all healed.
Look, I can't understand, Gracie, how you ever became a nurse.
Well, it's very simple. Nurses run in my family.
They do?
Yeah, my father chases them. Sometimes he catches them.
Yeah.
But sometimes my mother catches him. And then you should see what he catches.
Yep, all right. Gracie, if you're going to be my nurse, tell me, how much experience have you had?
Why, well, you're the 9th patient I've had this week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Davis.
Who's Mr. Davis?
Well, he's the one who's still alive.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, you see, you're in good hands. Well, last week, a friend of George's had pneumonia, and it took the doctor 2 whole days to fix him up.
Yeah.
And the next day, that same fella caught a cold, and you know what I did in 15 minutes?
What?
I nursed him right back to his pneumonia.
Will somebody get her out of here? Gracie, is George Burns here with you?
No, it's the maid's night out, so George had to stay home and hold hands with the butler.
Look, Gracie, will you please go away? I don't want a nurse. I am not sick.
Oh, do you always have a purple face like that?
Purple? My face is purple? I must have a fever. Quick, you'd better get a thermometer.
Well, who needs a thermometer? I've got a special gadget for reading temperatures. It works just like a weighing machine.
Look, Gracie, I don't want to...
You simply put your feet on a scale. I stick a penny in your mouth, and a card comes out of your left ear.
Yep. Gracie, I'd rather use a thermometer.
Oh, those thermometers are too complicated. Now, Nursey knows best, so put your tootsies on the scale.
Oh, please, don't do that to me.
That's fine. Now, open your mouth.
Open my mouth?
Eddie, open your mouth. Oh, Eddie, I only want to put in a penny, not a $50.
Number, please.
Oh, get me Mr. Cantor's temperature?
Thank you.
Oh, Tracy, turn this thing off, will you?
5,000 on the first shot. Here's your card.
Yep. What does it say, Gracie?
You are ambitious, handsome, and in the best of health. Temperature 104.
104? Why, that's crazy. I happen to know that I'm only 99.
Well, you can't expect this machine to guess your age, too.
No, I said my temperature is 99.
Oh, it is? Oh. Operator, you gave me the wrong number.
Sorry, I will refund your penny.
What was that?
For on wrong numbers, you get a free ball of chewing gum.
Gracie, will you go away? Will you go away from me?
What's the matter, Eddie? Don't you like me?
Please, don't misunderstand. I love you, honey, but I don't want you to nurse me.
Oh, well, if that's the way you... Do you really love me? You're sweet.
Oh, Gracie, it isn't that I love you.
What?
I said it's just that I like you. You see, I like you.
Well, you don't love me anymore?
But...
Well, you said you did a minute ago. Fickle, aren't you?
I'm not fickle, and I never meant to say I love you. I just...
Is there someone else?
Look, Gracie.
Is there?
Yes, there is.
I'll bet it's Ida. Bam.
Listen, you're speaking of the woman I love.
Well, if you love her so much, why don't you marry her? Why don't you get it over with?
Yeah, but I did marry her. I did.
You a married man and making love to me. Oh, wait till my husband hears about this.
All right, Gracie, I give up. I'll do anything you say. Will you nurse me back to health?
Oh, now you're being sensible. Now, first I'll give you something for your diet. Here, eat this.
Wait a minute. What was that?
What did it taste like?
A thermometer.
Oh, you've eaten them before, huh?
You mean you gave me glass to eat?
Yeah.
Why, you're crazy.
Well, I didn't eat it. You did.
Now, look, Gracie.
Oh, I'll take it. Hello? Who is it you want? Yes, this is Gracie Allen. What's that? Oh, my goodness. An emergency at the Del Mar Hotel. Well, I'll take care of it right away. Say, Eddie, where can I find a Marine?
A Marine? Just one? Why, there are 1,500 of them right here.
All I want is one, and he has to rush right over to the Del Mar Hotel.
Why? What's going on there?
500 sailors are fighting one Marine, and he wants to find a friend to hold his coat. Wait till you hear what we say about you guys next week. Fellas, I want to tell you that I shouldn't tell you this, but Gracie Allen has donated her check for this broadcast to the men in service. I want you to... Say, Eddie,
yeah.
The girls in my club would love to meet you sometime.
You belong to a club, Gracie?
Yes, the Beverly Hills Uplift Club. I wish you could come down next Wednesday afternoon to talk to the girls at our regular Friday meeting.
You hold your Friday meetings on Wednesday?
Yes. We don't hold the Friday meetings on Tuesday anymore on account of what happened at last Saturday's meeting.
Some Sunday. Why not try holding the Monday meeting on Thursday?
Oh, stop. You sound silly. Well, anyway, the subject of this meeting was supposed to be beautiful and how to be it. And I can't find a speaker.
Oh, well, maybe your Uncle Eddie can help you out just a minute. Oh, Harry Bonzel.
What, Eddie?
Harry, would you like to give a little talk on the subject of how to be beautiful?
What are you talking about?
No, well, Harry, I'm serious.
Well, in order to be attractive, a person must have an attractive smile.
Yeah, but everyone knows that, Harry.
Yes, but not everyone realizes that teeth are seldom at their sparkling best unless gums are firm and healthy. That's why so many dentists recommend the faithful daily use of Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. Because Ipana is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it is especially designed to help give gums the stimulation they need to help keep them from becoming susceptible to gum trouble. So, ladies and gentlemen,
and every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
In that simple way, ladies and gentlemen, you are helping yourself to an Ipana smile, a smile of beauty. So ask your druggist tomorrow for a tube of Ipana toothpaste. And since the government has ruled that we can't buy toothpaste of any kind unless we take an empty tube to the store in exchange, don't forget to turn in an empty metal tube of some kind when you get your Ipana toothpaste.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we'd like to pay tribute to an actor. Yes, actor, producer, playwright, singer, dancer, songwriter, and great American, George M. Cohan. The theatergoers of yesterday thrilled at the sight of a sandy-haired, blue-eyed young Irishman with a hat rakishly set on one side of his head as he sang the song that came not only from his pen, but from his heart. He was born on the 4th of July, and even as a kid, he waved the flag because he loved it. He never stopped waving it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, George M. Cohan gave our flag a permanent wave. Here are some of the songs which you might want to remember and which your mothers and fathers will never forget. I'm a Yankee Doodle dandy, a Yankee Doodle do a die, a real live nephew of my Uncle Sam's, born on the 4th of July. I'm a Yankee Doodle sweetheart, she's my Yankee Doodle joy. Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the pony. I am a Yankee Doodle boy. H-A-R-R-I-C-A-N spells Harrigan. Proud of all the Irish blood that's in me, and the Dibble man can say a word again me. H-A-R-R-I-G-A-N-U-C is the name that the shame never has been connected with. Harrigan, that's me. George M. Cohan loved the name of Mary. He made the public love it, too. He always had one song about Mary in every one of his shows. Listen to this one from 45 Minutes from Broadway.
For it is Mary, Mary, queen as any name can be.
But with propriety, society will say Mary, but it was Mary, Mary, long before the fashion came. And there is something there that sounds so square. It's a grand old
And from little Johnny Jones, give my regards to Broadway. Remember me to Herald Square. Tell all the gang at 42nd Street that I will soon be there. You're a grand old man, you're a high, high man. And forever in peace may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true under red, white, and blue, where there's never a boast or brag. But should old acquaintance be forgotten, keep your eye on the grand old flag. It's the same old song they sing. I love you. The boys are all mad about Nellie, the daughter of Officer Kelly. And it's all day long they bring flowers all dripping with dew, and they join in the chorus of Nellie, Kelly, and I love you. Our most prominent songwriters of today will agree that the song for this war has not yet been written. Perhaps it may still be written by George M. Cohan, the man who wrote the great song of the last war.
That the Yanks are coming, the Yanks are coming, the drums
folks, all the songs you've just heard are in the new Warner Brothers picture, Yankee Doodle Dandy. Next week, we'll be broadcasting from Camp Hahn near Riverside, California, and our special guest will be the very glamorous Veronica Lake. And so until then, remember, I love to spend...
Summertime means bigger washing, extra washing, hands constantly in and out of water. So summertime also means Touche, thrilling new discovery in skin care. Means Touche, thrilling new discovery in skin care. Means Touche, thrilling new discovery in skin care. Means Touche, thrilling new discovery in skin.
Up next, you will go on a journey into Dimension X.
Adventures in time and space, transcribed in future tense.
Dimension X.
In the beginning, there was Jordan, thinking his lonely thoughts. Out of the loneness came a longing. Out of the longing came a vision. Out of the dream came a planning. And out of the planning came decision. Jordan's hand was lifted, and the ship was born.
You, look out! Are you all right? Yes, it missed me. What was it? A mutant with a slingshot. I think it dashed down that passageway. You want to go after it? We'd never catch it, Alan. It's probably 12 decks above us by now.
I didn't think they ever came down this far. Patrols usually get them before they reach this level.
They get more daring with each generation. This one looked like a female.
Male or female, it might have killed us. I told you this trip was pure foolishness. Climbing 24 deck levels to hear a crazy old man rave.
We're almost there now. Compartment X15, level 24. This is the place.
This area smells as if it hadn't been visited by a sanitation crew for generations.
Part of the ship is almost deserted.
Yes?
This is the compartment of John the Witness.
Who are you?
My name is Hugh Hoyland. I'm a cadet from the scientist barracks. This is my friend Alan Mahoney.
What do you want of John the Witness?
Only to talk.
Are you a believer in Jordan?
Naturally.
I have heard that there are those among the younger scientists who doubt the word of Jordan.
To doubt is death. We're not heretics.
Enter.
I have brought a gift of tobacco, grown on the richest level.
It smells good.
I assure you it's the best.
Wait here.
What a rat's nest. What the devil do you think he can tell you?
I don't know. Now, hush.
Well?
You are John the Witness?
I am.
Good eating to you. I am Hugh Hoyland. This is my friend, Alan Mahoney.
What brings a gentleman of the scientist class to my humble apartment?
I have heard that you and your parents before you have long been keepers of the legend of the ship.
Since Jordan gave the word.
I am anxious to hear the word as Jordan spoke it.
Why?
You see, among the young scientists, there have been some who talk against the word.
Regulations against such heresy?
Some of them say the ship has no purpose. They say that we're here accidentally. That we have no more grace in Jordan's eyes than the most deformed mutant who dwells in the highest level of the ship.
What shall I say to you?
I wish to hear the word from the mouth of one who knows, that I may become more convinced.
Sit. You have gift for the witness?
The finest tobacco.
Good. I will dim the light. Now, pay close attention, for these are the words as my father's father's father gave them to his son's son's son. This is how the ship came into being, how our people were created. In the beginning, there was only Jordan, thinking his lonely thoughts. In the beginning there was darkness, formless and dead. Out of the loneness came a longing. Out of the longing came a vision. Out of the dream came a planning. And out of the planning came decision. Jordan's hand was lifted, and the ship was born. Mile after mile of good compartments, tank after tank for golden corn, ladder and passage, door and locker, fit for the needs of the yet unborn. He looked on his work and found it pleasing, meet for a race that was yet to be. He thought of man, and man came into being. Then Jordan checked his thought and searched for a key. Man untamed would shame his maker. Man unruled would spoil the plan. So Jordan made the regulations, some to speak and some to listen. Order came to the ranks of men. Crew he created to work at their stations, scientists to guide the plan. Over them all he created captain, made him judge of the race of man. Thus it was in the golden age.
These are the true words?
As my father's father taught them.
But what of the strange beast-like people on the upper levels of the ship? Surely Jordan did not create them.
Jordan is perfect. All below him lack perfection. You have heard of the legend of Huff?
I have heard that he mutinied against Jordan.
Darkness swallowed the ways of virtue. Sin prevailed upon the ship. And before wisdom prevailed and the bodies of Huff and his followers were fed into the converter, some of the rebels escaped and lived to father the mutants. They are tainted with the sins of their fathers.
One more question, witness.
Speak.
What is the ship?
The ship is a great sphere, 25 kilometers wide and 100 levels deep.
I know that, but what about the upper levels?
The regulations forbid us to venture into the upper levels, but it is said that beyond the levels of the mutants lies the forbidden place where Jordan's spirit prevails.
So I've heard. But something troubles me. Something which prompted my coming here.
Yes, my son.
What lies beyond the ship?
What?
What lies beyond the ship?
This is heresy.
Answer me.
I will not permit such talk. The ship is complete. The ship is universal. The ship is everywhere. The ship is endless.
Your mutterings are those of a frightened old man. They answer nothing.
You question the word?
I think you lie.
Hear me, Mr. Highland. For what you have already said, I can have your body fed to the converter, your soul launched on the endless trip.
You threaten me.
You, for Jordan's sake.
You think I fear this dried fig of a man?
You. Sir, my friend is impetuous. He doesn't understand.
I might be persuaded to forget a substantial gift.
You pig. You. Come on, Alan. The sight of this so-called holy man offends me.
No, you shall not leave.
Look, don't try to frighten me with a gun, old man.
Remain where you are, heretic.
I warn you, put down the gun.
No. No closer.
Drop it.
Very well, then. Death to the heretic. Alan, get him!
Is he dead?
I don't know. Come on, Hugh. We've got to get out of here. Now where? We can't go back. They'd feed us into the converter. What's that?
The old woman must have turned in an alarm. Come on, the patrol will be here in no time.
Where can we go?
The upper levels.
But the mutant.
We'll have to take our chance. Listen, that's the patrol we've got to climb.
There's a hatchway. Down the corridor.
Quickly.
Halt! Halt, do we fire?
The ladder.
Wait. How far are we from the outside wall?
Judging by the slope of the deck, about 2 miles. Mutant territory. Come on, we'll try this passageway.
Hugh.
What?
I don't know. I feel as if we're being watched.
It's your imagination.
Perhaps not.
Oh! It's only a ship's rat. Get a grip on yourself.
It's as big as a dog. Come on. I can't drag myself much further.
We've got to find a compartment with water.
Oh, if only you hadn't asked him that stupid question.
There's no use going over that. Why did you do it? Why? Alan, I've been thinking about it for a long time. And when he began to give me those stupid pat answers, well, I just saw red, I guess.
But who are you to question the ways of Jordan? When you asked me to go with you to visit the witness, I thought you wanted spiritual help. I never dreamed
I'm
that
sorry, Alan. I couldn't foresee this. I didn't know it.
Wait a minute.
Now what? Another shipwreck?
No. I thought I saw something move near that bulkhead.
I didn't see anything.
Maybe my eyes are going bad still. Listen. You behind!
Alan, look out! Where am I? What are you? Get away from me! Alan! Alan! Look out with that knife! Stay away from me! Alan! Alan!
Don't kill him, Bobo. Not yet.
Who are you?
You must forgive my friend Bobo. Like so many of my people, he's rather impetuous where members of the so-called super race are concerned.
Who are you? What place is this?
As you can guess from my leg, I'm a mutant.
Where is Alan?
Your friend is dead. I was not able to restrain my people in time to save him.
Why don't you destroy me and get it over with?
We do not kill for pleasure, Mr. Hoyland, only when necessary.
You know my name?
I read your identification tag.
Who are you? Mutants can't read.
My name is Gregory. I'm a leader of my people. Although we are unfortunate in our heredity, Mr. Hoyland, many of us are quite intelligent.
Why do you live like animals?
We would rather live like free animals than like regimented slaves, as you do.
I've heard that you practice cannibalism.
Undoubtedly, you hear many things about us. We raise our own cattle on the upper levels, and those of our people who choose to farm raise enough crops for our small population. You turn your head. Why?
This one. I've never seen a creature like him.
Bobo is an unfortunate. He was born without the power of speech.
How can you tolerate a monstrosity?
We have learned to live with difference. If we began to destroy our imperfects as you do on the lower levels, there would soon be no one left.
It violates the regulations. The word of Jordan
You know,
states...
Mr. Hoyland, your people are really primitive and barbaric.
You dare say that to me?
I dare say a good deal more. Let us go to my compartment and speak further. I'm always interested in information of the lower levels.
I won't give you any information.
Bobo, I want Mr. Hoyland in my cabin, please.
Hey.
I advise you to go quietly, Mr. Hoyland. Bobo has a hatred of superior beings, which is unfortunate, but quite understandable. Proceed. Enter, Mr. Hoyland.
This is where you live?
Yes.
But you have books.
Stolen from your libraries, Mr. Hoyland.
Compton's Astrophysics. The Philosophy of Interstellar Navigation. Celestial Mechanics. You have read these?
Most of them.
Why did you bring me here? What do you intend to do?
Do you believe in Jordan, Mr. Hoyland?
There is no other belief.
And the trip? I suppose you believe in the trip, too.
Well, what else is there to believe? When you die, your remains are fed to the converter, and your soul makes the trip.
And where does the trip take you?
Why, to Centaurus, of course.
Huh? And what is Centaurus?
Why, Centaurus, mind you, I'm just telling you the orthodox answer. Centaurus is where you arrive when you've made the trip. A place where everything is happy and everybody's happy and there's always good eating. It's mythological, of course.
And you believe this?
The peasants believe it, literally, but many of the younger scientists like myself know that it's figurative, symbolic. Why do you ask?
Didn't it ever occur to you, Mr. Hoyland, that the trip is exactly what your peasants believe it is? That the ship and all the crew were actually going someplace, moving?
The ship can't go anywhere. It already is everywhere.
Imagine a place bigger than the ship, much bigger, with the ship inside it, moving inside.
But there can't be any place bigger than the ship. There wouldn't be any place for it to be.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Listen, you know the lowest level?
Yes.
If you started digging a hole in the lowest level, where would that hole go?
Where would that... Oh, no. No, it's forbidden to think such a thought.
Where would it go?
No. No, I can't think about it.
Bobo. Bobo, we're going to take Mr. Hoyland to the place.
Where are we going?
To the top level.
But it's certain death.
Nonsense. I've been there 1,000 times. Come along.
No, I won't. You can't make me.
I think we can. Now, shall we proceed peacefully, or shall I have Bobo persuade you? Open the door, Bobo. Inside.
What place is this?
This, Mr. Hoyland, is the main control room. Why, Mr. Hoyland, you're trembling.
It isn't true. There is no such place except in mythology.
Oh, you younger men are so wise, Mr. Hoyland, except for one thing. This happens to be the main control room of the ship.
But it's nothing but a huge room with an instrument panel.
What did you expect?
How do you know this is the main control room?
See these instruments? Using them, the navigator, many hundreds of years ago, actually steered the ship on its voyage.
I don't understand.
I didn't suppose you would. Your people have been so steeped in superstition and ignorance that the whole concept has lost its meaning. Sit in that chair. Don't be frightened. Sit down.
Very well.
Look up. What do you see?
Nothing but a huge shield.
Watch it for one moment, Mr. Hoyland. You are going to see something that few of us have ever been privileged to witness. Something so dazzling that you may find it hard to accept at first. But it is there. It is a reality. And ultimately you must accept it.
What are you doing?
I'm dimming the lights. Don't be frightened. Keep your eyes focused on the shield above us. Ready? Watch.
The shield. It's sliding back. Ghost of Jordan.
Well?
What am I seeing?
The universe, Mr. Hoyland. The universe in all its beauty. The stars, the planets, the suns, the moons, and the constellations. This is your heritage, Mr. Hoyland. The heritage you've been too stupid to seize.
But it can't be. The ship is the universe. There is nothing but the ship.
Ah, but there it is. You see it before your eyes, spread out like a canopy of glory. You still deny it? Answer me, Mr. Hoyland. Do you deny it?
No, I can't. They lied. They lied to us.
Good.
Why did you close the shield?
You will see it again if you're not afraid.
I'm not afraid.
Many times. I've shown this to others of your people whom we captured, and though they saw it before their very eyes, they would not believe it.
Tell me about it. Tell me about the ship, about the universe. What are these things? How did this come about?
Many thousands of years ago, on a planet like those you've just seen, a planet called Earth, A scientist named Jordan decided to build a ship that would carry men from one planet to another. For many years, Jordan and thousands of others studied and planned. And when they were finished, they built the ship. A ship so large that it had to be assembled in its own orbit beyond the place called the moon. 60 years it took them to construct. And when it was finished, a whole new science had been conceived. Then the trip was begun. The trip that was to land a colony of Earthmen on a far-off planet called Centaurus, millions of light years beyond the furthest planet ever reached before.
How do you know these things?
Among my books are the log which Jordan himself kept, and the records of the journey for the first 40 years.
What happened?
There was a mutiny. A man named Huff led a rebellion of those who wanted to turn back. In the struggle, the navigators were killed, and the crew fell into a state of anarchy. In the years to follow, small groups of men tried to organize the ship for navigation, and each time they failed. Finally, the whole idea was abandoned. And so for centuries, we have swung in space, unmanned, undirected, living in a lost world of our own making, without purpose, without direction.
Why have you told me this? Why have you brought me here? You could have killed me.
Can you guess?
No. No, I can't. Unless... But it would be too fantastic.
Well?
You want to finish the trip. Yes, that's it. What would it take to do it?
A miracle, almost. The crew would have to be trained. Many people, each skilled in a certain duty.
Couldn't you train your own people?
We are too few. Besides, the main drivers in the lower levels where my people are forbidden to go. No. It would mean that both our peoples would have to work together. Our differences encouraged rather than denied.
It can be done. You showed me. You can show others. I can show them.
Can you?
I'll see the captain himself. I have an uncle on the central board. I'll tell him what I've seen here.
And do you think he'll believe you?
Send one of your people with me.
That's asking a good deal.
I'm risking a good deal by going back.
Very well. Bobo will go with you.
He can't talk.
There will be no need for talk. I will write a message guaranteeing safe conduct for a group of unarmed scientists to visit the main control room. Bobo will take you safely through our territory. What happens when you reach your own level is up to you.
One moment. Yes, what do you...
Quick, Uncle, let us in.
But this mutant...
He's harmless, please.
Now, what is this? You're wanted
I know all about that. Listen, Uncle, I must see the captain.
The captain? Are you mad?
You're a council member. You can get me to see him.
They'll kill you. You're wanted for heresy.
I don't care. I must speak with the captain. You're close to him. You can arrange it.
I don't understand why...
Uncle, listen to me. The ship is moving. I can prove it. Do you understand there is a purpose in the ship?
I don't understand what you're babbling about.
Never mind. Just talk to the captain. Tell him I have information of tremendous importance. Tell him I've arranged a truce with the mutants.
A truce?
Here, show him this paper signed by their leader. Do it, Uncle, for my sake.
I don't know.
Please, Uncle. If I'm to die, let this be my last request to you.
Very well. I'll speak to the captain. I'll try.
And you say, Mr. Hoyland, that you saw this with your own eyes?
I swear it, Captain. I swear it on the word of Jordan.
Let me see that paper again. What do you think, Commander Erst?
I don't know, sir. It might be a trick.
I guarantee you safe conduct.
If these things are as Mr. Hoyland reports them, it would pay to risk a few lives.
The man is a convicted heretic.
Still, we mustn't discount his word entirely. He has a safe conduct. The mutant risked its life coming with him. I think we might investigate.
You will do it?
I'll have an expedition outfitted. Dismiss, Mr. Hoyland.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Captain, do you...
Commander Erst.
Sir.
You'll make the necessary arrangements for an expedition. I trust you understand.
Perfectly, sir. Perfectly.
Lieutenant.
Mr. Hoyland.
You'd better halt your men here. This is the spot.
Patrol, halt. I see no welcoming party of mutants.
There will be none. Their leader will meet you inside the main control room.
You don't say. And just where is this main control room?
Beyond that door.
I see. All right, men. Ready arms.
Why do you ready arms?
In case of ambush.
Ambush? Don't you think they could have ambushed you on the way up here a good deal more easily?
You know, Mr. Hoyland, I think you're a mutie lover. They have a place in the converter for that kind.
Lieutenant, are you mad?
No, Mr. Hoyland. But most certainly you are. To think that we could be lured up here to be slaughtered with a fantastic story about some mythical control room.
Guns ready, sir. Lieutenant, I warn you, these people have acted in good faith. If you break that
Call
faith
your
now...
mutants to open the control room, Mr. Hoyland.
No, not until those guns are dismounted.
As leader of this expedition, I order you to call them.
I refuse. You cannot do this thing. This is no way to keep a truce.
Very well, if you refuse. Oh, there! Mutant! Come out!
For Jordan's sake, Lieutenant.
Too quiet for comfort. Mutant! Open the door!
Please, Jordan, don't let anything happen. Please don't.
It's opening. Ready, men. Someone's coming out.
Look at his leg.
Horrible.
Steady.
He's walking toward us.
Yeah, I can't stand this.
Look out!
Gregory! No! You fools! You've killed him!
Here come the rest of them.
Fire!
That should teach them a lesson they won't forget. All right, men. Inside the room. Orland, you're under arrest as a conspirator in this ambush.
Ambush, you fool, you blind, stupid fool.
That'll be enough. Have you been inside this place before?
Yes.
What's all this machinery?
These are the controls he would have used to steer the ship.
He's gone out of his mind, Lieutenant.
Steer the ship? Who?
The leader. The one you killed.
This ugly mutant?
This ugly mutant happened to be a man of true greatness.
You're mad.
Am I? This man had a vision which could have saved you, but you chose to kill him because you couldn't stand the sight of his difference from you.
I'll not listen to these ravings.
Close your ears. Shut your minds against the conscience that tells you it's wrong to kill. That tells you that your need to be arrogant only proves your inadequacy to yourself.
Shut him up. Don't listen to him, man.
You can't shut your ears. My words sting you. You cannot shut your mind. And you cannot shut your eyes. Don't do this!
The roof. It's moving back.
Look. Let the vision of this confound your ignorance and blind your eyes. This is the heritage you tried to stifle in your own breasts. This is the heritage of stars and open skies for which men have yearned for centuries. Try to destroy this, and you will only destroy yourselves.
Death to the heretic.
Kill me if you choose. But I say to you that this you cannot keep from our people. That they will seek it out, and the ship will be manned, and the ship will be steered, and there will be freedom and purpose and respect for ourselves. This is your heritage. Look upon the universe. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!
You have just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of...
Dimension X.
This has been the concluding broadcast in the current series of Dimension X. If you're interested in the continuation of this series, please write and tell us so. Your ideas and suggestions will be given the most thoughtful consideration in determining the future of this program. Just drop a letter or postcard to Dimension X, care of NBC, Radio City, New York.
Today, Dimension X is transcribed Universe, written for radio by George Lefferts and based on a story by Robert Heinlein. Featured in the cast were Mason Adams as Hugh and Peter Capell as Gregory. Your host was Norman Rose. Music by Burt Berman. Engineer Bill Chambers. Sound created by Manny Siegel, Max Russell, and Wes Conant. Dimension X is produced by William Welch and directed by Edward King. Ed Archie Gardner tangles with Tallulah Bankhead on The Big Show.
Take a trip back and pay a visit to Fort Laramie. Coming up next.
That's the gallop!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Oh, you want another piece of pie, won't you, Captain?
Oh, no, ma'am, I sure won't.
Now, Captain.
Now, Mary.
Just another little sliver.
Oh, I thank you kindly, Mrs. Daggett, but I've got no more room.
Why, you hardly ate a thing.
Mary?
Oh, my. I promised, didn't I, dear?
You promised. Although why I thought you'd keep it is beyond me.
You see, Captain, I'm under orders, too. When you come to dinner, I'm not to urge more food upon you than you voluntarily take.
It was a fine dinner, ma'am.
Thank you. But you see, I've been guilty of smothering you. Or mothering you. I can never remember which.
It amounts to about the same thing, doesn't it, Lee? I'm a neutral in this kind of war, Major. Yeah. A smart neutral, too. You got both sides looking out for your best interests.
I haven't finished telling you the rest of my orders, Captain. Under the circumstances, I've really behaved with remarkable restraint all evening.
Yes, ma'am.
I haven't once mentioned the name Willa Burgess.
Well, at least you know I tried, Lee.
But now that her name has come up, I'd like to say that I think she's a lovely person. Quite lovely, in fact. To me, Willa is an amazing combination of qualities.
You should have taken another piece of pie, Lee, and spared yourself this. Well, next time I'll remember.
She's warm, feminine, yet she's capable, with great strength of character. And if I were a man...
But you're not, my dear. A fact which delights me most of the time.
But not now.
Emphatically not now.
Well, then this must be the time for me to remember the mending I must do, if you gentlemen will excuse me.
Let me help you, dear.
It doesn't look as if I can avoid it.
Miss Daggett?
Oh, please come again, Captain. I'll probably be every bit as bad next time, but I do enjoy having you.
Oh, it's my pleasure, ma'am.
Oh, there's brandy and cigars in the living room. You'll be glad to know I don't care for any.
Good night, dear.
Good night. Try not to miss me too much.
Yeah, she's improving, Lee. That's the fastest retreat she's ever staged. Oh, she's all right, sir. Yes. Yes, she is.
She said, brandy.
Hmm?
Brandy.
Oh, yes, she did. Oh, I can remember how it was, Lee. When I was a bachelor officer, I thought the worst duty I could draw was a dinner invitation from a ranking officer who was married.
Oh, it depends on the officer.
And his wife.
I didn't suffer tonight, sir.
Oh, good. Well, make yourself comfortable, Lee. Sit down. If your belt's tight, your blouse or your boots, undo them. Much obliged. Cigars are in the humidor. Yep. You're smoking better tobacco than you used to. Yeah, I am. Here's your brandy, Lee. Thanks. Cigar, Major? Thanks. Have 'em made up special, do you? Oh, a friend sends them to me. Yeah, must be a good friend. That's good tobacco. You remember that night outside Richmond, Major? It was cold as sin. We were billeted in that plantation. I remember. It's funny you'd think of Richmond just now. Yeah. Yeah, it is. What was her name? Lee, pretty little thing. Wouldn't pass the time with the rest of us, I remember, but she kept worrying whether you were going to be warm enough. That was a long time ago. Seems to me that was a tobacco plantation. Lee, Mary and I have been married for almost 6 years. It's a good marriage. Yeah, I think it is. Mary wouldn't understand Richmond. You weren't married then. She still wouldn't understand. No. These cigars, they're good cigars. Yeah. They're good cigars. Yeah, we go back quite a ways, you and I. Since the old days of the 3rd Cavalry, the Battle of Bull Run. A lot of years, Lee. A lot of life. A lot of death, Major. I guess I know you as well as you permit anyone to know you. Permit? Oh, that's heavy talk on one brandy, Major. Well, there's more brandy. And more talk? More talk, Lee. You better brace yourself. Well, I'm fortified. I took the last 2 patrols out for a purpose. Yeah, I suppose that. Wanted to prove something to myself. I think I have. You know, he's a different man when you're not around, Lee. Who is? Lieutenant Syberts. How different? Well, he's still learning, but he's a good officer. He has judgment. He takes responsibility, makes decisions. And on the whole, they're good decisions. I don't remember passing judgment on Mr. Syberts to you, Major. You never have, and I'm not asking you to now. That's good. But I've watched him when you were around. At routine reports, strategy sessions. He freezes up. He acts stupid, bungling, and he isn't. All right, he isn't. He's scared to death of you. You just have one brandy, Major? I know what I'm talking about. No, it isn't your rank. He has a respect for rank, but he doesn't fear it. It's you, Lee. Has Mr. Syberts said it was me? He hasn't said anything. I haven't asked him about it. Now, these are my observations. I think they hold up. What do you think? I don't know. Well, think about it. Think about a man being scared to death of me? I don't know how. What do you think of Syberts, frankly? I think he's very young. Oh, come on, Lee. Come on where? We've both worked with men who were younger. I thought you weren't going to ask me to pass judgment on Mr. Syberts. That's right, I wasn't. I'd just as soon leave it there, Major. We can't leave it there. You can't. We can't. You know what we're up against out here as well as I do. An ineffective trooper is bad enough, but an ineffective officer is dangerous, and it's wasteful. You figuring I can do something about Mr. Syberts? Well, leaving that up to you. I'm asking you to think about it. I'm asking for your help. I don't know that I'm the one to help, Major. But I'll think about it. It might call for a change in your attitude toward him, Lee. It might. Of course, I'd have to find out first what my attitude toward him is, wouldn't I? Steady into it, Flint. Just you stay with him. Now fire straight away next time. Get closer to his head. Got some new recruits, Sergeant? Morning, Captain. You talking about the men or the horses? Oh, the horses. They're new. Flint's training them to stand fire. The horse knows that, does he? I keep saying he does. Some take a little bit more encouragement than others, you know. You talking about men or horses? Excuse me, Captain. All right, Flint.
Take him out now, beyond the hay yard. Run him real good and try firing at the gallop a while. He sure was ugly for a while. But Flint'll make a steady goer out of him.
Yeah, you can tell about horses. Plungers, kickers, rearers, you work 'em enough. You can tell if it's in 'em to be a steady goer.
You know horses, you can tell.
Be helpful if you could tell about a man is easy.
A man standing fire?
A man standing in it.
If you could tell by looking, that sure would be helpful, Captain.
Now, that horse Flint's training. He's afraid of that pistol now. He's first afraid looking at it. But mostly it's the sound that scares him.
That's it. Sure it is.
But we can look at that horse and know he'll train out of it. Is that because we know horses or because we know what they're afraid of?
I'd say it was both, Captain. Maybe one thing more.
What's that?
Well, we can understand the horse would be afraid of the pistol. We figure him to be right from the start.
Yeah. Yeah, knowing he's afraid to begin with, that's a lot to know.
And then, too, that horse is bound to find out he's got nothing to fear from that pistol. Once he finds out, he ain't afraid anymore.
You saying the man ought to face up to his fears?
I was talking about horses.
Yeah, sure you were.
But about a man, well, he ought to face up to his fears. Well, maybe he can't. Maybe he don't know what they are. Or maybe knowing he don't understand them.
That way, his fears got to face up to him.
Seems like. Just one thing about it, Captain. Sooner or later, they got to get together. Captain Quince.
You busy, Mr. Sybert?
No, sir. I was just... certainly not at all busy, Captain.
You mind if I come in?
I wish you would. Have a chair?
Oh, yeah. You're sure you're not busy?
Not busy. No, I wasn't. Please sit down, Captain.
All right. Guess I will.
Well, I guess I'll just sit down, too.
Yeah. Make yourself at home.
I will. Thanks.
I guess you were working there at your desk.
Oh, nothing important. I keep a journal, Captain. You know, what happens day by day. Just a journal, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
It's just to pass the time. You don't keep one, do you?
No, I don't.
No, I didn't think so.
No, it's all right, though. I mean, the man wants to... Oh, he wants to set things down. Why, he ought to do it.
I remember once you said that you didn't keep one because there was a lot you wanted to forget.
I probably said that.
Well, I know I just took from that you didn't approve of journals.
Did I say I didn't approve, Mr. Sybert?
No, sir. I just took from that what I thought was...
No, wait a minute. I didn't mean to bark at you. Well, what I mean is a lot of men keep journals, that's all. It's man wants to do it, it's up to him. It's all right.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sybert, do you drink?
Drink?
Yeah, drink. Whiskey. You know, whiskey.
Well, sometimes. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about, Captain.
I'm talking about drinking, Mr. Sybert. You and me in a bottle of whiskey.
Now?
Right now.
I'd be proud to, Captain.
Yeah. Yeah, me too, Mr. Sybert.
Gotta be a first time for everything, isn't that what you say? A first time for everything?
Yeah, you hear it all the time.
That's what I say, too. The first time I ever came over to Laramie Village.
To drink, I mean. With a fellow officer. To drink. You do it a lot?
Sometimes, when it seems like a good idea.
No, that's a good idea. When it seems like a good idea.
Best time.
When I was a cadet at the Point, a couple of us upperclassmen decided we want to go in this little tavern. Only it's across the Hudson River. And where we have to cross, there's no bridge.
Makes kind of wet walking.
Yeah, it does. So we made these plebes. You know what plebes are, Captain?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Well, we made these plebes get an old barge for it. we crossed that old Hudson that night, like Washington crossing the Delaware.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. We sure enjoyed that. Oh, pour you a drink?
Oh, sure, thanks.
You know, the way I'm talking, I guess I don't need one, except, well, I do need one. Does that sound all right?
You don't need one, but you do. Sounds all right to me.
Well, I'm glad. Yeah, I drink a little, Captain. I always get talking about West Point. I hope you don't mind.
You talk about anything that comes into your head.
You mean that?
I said it.
Well, there's something I've wanted to talk to you about for a long time.
Well, this would be a good time to say it.
It's Clausewitz. I've always wanted to discuss Clausewitz with you.
It might be a very short discussion.
Well, you've read him, of course. Karl von Clausewitz is the Prussian?
I know who you're talking about. He wrote a stack of books hip high about military strategy.
Oh, I couldn't believe you wouldn't know about him. I think I read every word he ever wrote. Some of it in the original German.
Clausewitz's field was artillery.
That is true. But still, most army men I've known feel that as a strategist, he was the greatest of them all.
Oh, you can find army men who say he produced no system of strategy at all.
No system of strategy?
What was it?
Well, in his exposition of the philosophy of war, he pointed out that all of the enemy, men, women, children, they were all part of war.
You call that a system of strategy?
In total war, you bet I do.
How about our wars here, now?
Well, it doesn't apply, naturally.
Next time you fight a total war, you follow Clausewitz to the letter.
Don't you worry a little bit. I will. You don't like Clausewitz.
No, I can't use him. I'm in the cavalry. I fight little wars.
You don't like Clausewitz. And I don't understand it because you're a good man, Quince. A good man, smart. Imagine me talking to you man to man this way. Imagine that.
You don't have to imagine it. We're doing it.
Now that calls for a little drink. Oh, my.
Sorry. I guess I knocked that over.
You knocked it over?
Yeah.
Funny. I thought I did. Are you drunk, Captain?
Drunk and disorderly, Mr. Simon.
Drunk. That's wonderful. I don't think you know how wonderful that is. Don't you worry, Captain. I'll see that we get back to the fort in good shape.
Well, morning, Mr. Syberts.
Morning, Captain.
You look very fit.
I feel fine, sir. And you?
I'm alive, Mr. Syberts. And that's pure exaggeration.
I doused my head in a cold basin a few times. It made all the difference.
I left my head in the basin.
Oh, about last night, Captain. If I said anything, sir, out of line. Well, I did have quite a bit to drink.
And so did I. Might have said a few things myself. I enjoyed it, Mr. Syberts.
It was my pleasure.
You seen the Major yet?
No, sir. I thought we ought to present a united front, Captain.
Fine. We'll do that. Captain Quince, Lieutenant Sybert's reporting, Major. As you were, gentlemen. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Strange bit of business has come up. Think maybe you're the men to take a patrol out and check into it. Ever been a part of a roundup, Lieutenant?
Cattle, sir? No, I haven't.
No, not cattle. These are wild horses.
Yeah, I didn't know you could round up wild horses.
I don't say it's easy, but... Are you listening, Captain? Yeah, I'm listening. How many wild horses? The report says about 50, over near the Mud Spring Station. Some settlers and some folks from a wagon train are supposed to have them contained in a canyon near there.
Who says they're wild?
Until I know different, I'll have to go by the telegraph message, Captain. It says they're wild. The settlers want no part of them. They're stampeding off a lot of their stock. I think we should get them if we can before any renegade Sioux capture them.
Well, it's worth a try, sir. If we get any of them, we're ahead of the game.
When do we leave, Major? As soon as you pick your men, take as many as you need.
I'd say it wasn't a question of how many, Major, so long as we pick the best riders. Don't you agree, Captain?
Completely, Mr. Syberts. If that's the case. Now, look here, Lee. Gentlemen, I'll want reports regularly by telegraph and, move out.
This your plan we're working out here, Captain?
Something wrong with the plan, Sergeant?
I can't say it's wrong. It's working.
Was Mr. Syberts with you?
No, sir. He's down there, operating a lot like Napoleon.
Like Clausewitz, Sergeant.
Who's that?
Friend of Mr. Syberts. You have any trouble bringing the Indians over from the reservation?
Not a bit. You know, they're kind of peaceful-like when you got guns and they ain't. Good idea bringing Indians. Reckon they know more about wild horses than we do.
Yeah, reckon they do.
Captain, you right sure this is your plan?
Mr. Syberts and I discussed it and agreed on it. Any questions, Sergeant?
No, sir. None I'm ready to ask.
I'm riding down to the mouth of the canyon. Looks like they're cutting them out of there at a good rate. You coming?
I was told to hold this position, Captain, as a lookout.
Yeah. See you keep a sharp eye, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Look good from a distance, Mr. Syberts.
Thanks, Captain. Glad you rode down. It looks even better close up.
Yeah, you got some of them on lead ropes already.
Borrowed a corral from the next ranch. Some of those Indians can sit them already. Best natural riders in the world, you know, Indians.
That's what I understand. Looked to me like you got most of the 50 out of the canyon.
Oh, we'll get back to Fort Laramie with at least 40 of them, Captain. Of course, that's a few days off, but we got what we came for.
Yeah, that's the important thing.
You feeling better?
Hmm?
Your leg. It doesn't bother you anymore?
Oh. Yeah, it's coming right along, thanks. You've done a good job, Mr. Syberts. All of it. Mighty good job.
Thank you, sir. Feels like I have.
Oh, I almost forgot. Brought you some cigars, Captain. Thank you, Major. That's still good tobacco. You've come a long way from that smelly hod you used to carry. I'm not the only one that's come a long way, Lee. That so? Lieutenant Syberts around? He left just a few minutes ago. Went down to the post office. They sent word a book he'd ordered had come through. A book? General McClellan's book. On the regulations and instructions for the cavalry in time of war? Yeah. Well, I'll be... I don't know what you did, how you managed, Lee, but you worked wonders with him. I want you to know I'm grateful. I'm no hand at that kind of thing, Major. If the problem's not a problem anymore, you should thank Mr. Syberts.
He's a different man. That's all the thanks he needs. It's a big change, Lee. We're welding a tight-knit little force here, men who fight together and live together. Now that you and Syberts are friends...
Well, just a minute, Major. I'm a soldier. If I can help lick another soldier's problem, that's fine with me. But you're talking about friends.
You don't like Syberts?
Like him? Well, that's not my kind of word. You asked me once what I thought of him. I told you he was very young.
I took it you meant inexperienced.
Young, inexperienced. I'm calling it immature. You can get old with years, you can get experience, but maturity, that's something you earn. It's got to be in you to earn it.
Well, I don't believe in miracles, Captain. You and Syberts are night and day. Nothing will change that.
No, we're different men, that's all.
Syberts has licked a big hurdle with your help. Maybe that's the beginning of maturity.
Maybe it is, Major. Maybe. Maybe it is.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Jack Moyles as Major Daggett, Harry Bartell as Lieutenant Syberts, and Helen Klebe as Mrs. Daggett.
Company, 10-ship. Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Many a culprit doesn't even know when his cigarette has started a forest fire. You're driving along through a woodland, and out the window goes a live cigarette butt. Would you be apt to connect it with the next day's headlines of property, perhaps human life too, gone up in smoke? When in or near the woods, take personal responsibility for matches and cigarettes. Make certain your matches, cigarettes, and campfires are out before you leave them anywhere.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script, by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, is produced and directed by Frank Pittman, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Have you ever noticed that no matter how carefully you wash your car, it still doesn't look as clean and bright as when it was new? Well, that's because water will not clean a car. It won't remove that greasy surface film built up by bugs, tree sap, tar, oil, and exhaust fumes. But Johnson's Car-New will. It cuts through that film in no time at all. Car-New does the job the quick, easy way. Here's how it works. Car-New is wax fortified and contains powerful cleansing ingredients. Apply Johnson's Car-New. The cleaning ingredients quickly dissolve stubborn, dulling film. Even the gummiest, stickiest grime disappears after just a bit of rubbing. Car-New then dries to a white powder. Wipe that powder off, and almost like magic, your car is polished, sparkling bright. Car-New cleans and polishes at the same time. One application is all it takes to give your car a really professional showroom shine. Ask your dealer for Johnson's Car-New. With Car-New, it takes less time and less effort to bring out the beauty of your car.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of your car.
Some of the world's most daring speculators have never seen Wall Street, a stock ticker, nor a customer's man. Some of them just stand in the front window and speculate on what their husbands are so excited about as they come hurrying up the front walk. In this case, it's speculator Molly Magee and homecoming Fibber as we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Look at him running up the walk. I wonder what it is this time. Nobody's chasing him, so he must be.
Hey, Molly. Molly. Hey, Molly. Hey, Molly, where are you?
I'm right here, Magee.
Oh.
Sit down, catch your breath. You're wheezing like a pawn shop accordion.
I'll say I am. Look, I was coming past Joe's Coke and Smoke Shop a while ago.
Joe's Coke and Smoke Shop?
Yeah.
Isn't that where people go to vote on Election Day?
Yeah.
And where they stand around the rest of the year complaining about who they voted for?
Well, anyway, as I was walking past Joe's Coke and Smoke, what do I hear playing on the jukebox but I'm looking over a four-leaf clover?
Well, now, you mustn't be too hard on Joe for that. Maybe the needle got stuck back in 1917 or thereabouts.
That's the very point. Four-leaf clover must be anywhere near 30 years old. Look at Little White Lies. Look at Babyface. All old songs have been revived and all making a tidy little fortune for somebody. I'm going to cut myself in on that dough, Snooky.
Oh. Well, how? Write a song to be revived in 1978?
No, sir. Better than that. Listen. I happen to have already wrote a song that was mighty popular back in 1916. A novelty number.
You wrote it?
Yep.
That was a novelty.
Yep, and I think the time is right to revive it, right now. Put it on the market. Sweep the country with it.
Well, what's the name of this big hit you're going to sweep the country with?
I named it for me. It's called Fibber's Tune.
Ah. Very modest of you.
Yeah. I'll go get my mandolin and play it for you. I got to have some kind of accompaniment when I sing. I never could sing Acapulco.
You never could sing what?
Acapulco. That's a musical term. Means no accompaniment. It's from the Italian aca, meaning you're on, and polco, meaning your own. Acapulco, you're on your own, see?
Darling, how on earth do you learn all those things?
I didn't learn that one.
You know something? I didn't know you knew a word of Italian, and here you know two of them.
I know three. Spumoni.
Spumoni, what does that mean?
I don't know, but it's an Italian word. Well, I'll run upstairs and get my old mandolin. I'm anxious to start reviving this song.
Now, just a minute, Beethoven.
Yeah.
Come in. Oh, it's the old-timer, Magee. Hello there, Mr. Old-Timer.
Hi, old-timer.
Hello there, kids. What you doing?
Well, we were just discussing an old song here to Magee's, Mr. Old-Timer.
It's a song I'm going to revive and make some dough on, old-timer. A lot of money in popular songs these days.
You ain't telling me, Johnny. I used to be a songwriter myself.
Yeah?
Used to write 'em and peddle 'em in Deadpan Alley.
You mean Tin Pan Alley?
Deadpan, daughter. That's what they all give me when I sung my songs for 'em. Back in 1901, I wrote a dandy, kid.
Yeah?
I called it Always Lay an Egg When I Try the Turkey Trot. Yes, I did, too, didn't I?
Sounds like it might have been a big seller.
No, but just lay there like a rusty cart register. Of course, we didn't have any jukeboxes or radio or crooners in them days.
No.
How many copies of a song can you sell by having it sang by a singing waiter with adenoids and a walrus mustache that strains out all the best lyrics?
Well, what was your biggest hit, Mr. Oldtimer?
Well, daughter, I think my biggest hit was a campaign song I wrote when Grover Cleveland run for president. Went like this. Da-dum-pa-dum-dum-dum, boom. I'm looking over a man named Grover that I overlooked before.
Sounds familiar. Probably taken from one of the classics.
Yep, sure, but I give it up, kids.
Yeah?
All the songs I wrote had to be sung loud so you can hear them over a brass band or the rattle of beer steins. Nowadays, songs are all wrote for soft-voiced little fellers to go up into a microphone that makes them all sound like Caruso. Why, where'd this Crosby feller be today if he'd had to sing "Throw him down, McCluskey, to the third balcony" without a microphone?
Well, I don't know where Crosby would be, but McCluskey would be way up on the hit parade.
That's pretty good, Donnie, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, the t'other feller says, he says, modern medicine is really going places. They just cured my uncle of stealing horses. That's so, says the t'other feller. How'd they do it? Psychology? Nope, says the first feller. They give him shots. 3 of them in the seat of the pants.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and A Fella with an Umbrella.
See right away that a song like this one just can't miss, kid. I predict it'll catch on like kissing on a hayride. Here, let me sing it for you. Oh, Peanuts. How do you like it so far?
Well, maybe it'll grow on me, dearie.
Sure it will. Wait till you hear him sing it on the radio this afternoon over at WVIS.
On the radio?
Sure.
My goodness, those quiz shows will do anything, won't they?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Every afternoon, the King's Men sing a bunch of songs wrote by local songwriters like me that they draw out of a hat, see?
How could they draw you out of a hat?
Huh?
Oh, I see. They draw the songs out of a hat.
Sure, they draw the songs. When the guy reaches into that hat this afternoon, there'll be 100 song titles in that hat, and by an odd coincidence, every one of the song titles will be Fibber's tune by Fibber Magee.
Heavenly days. How'd you ever arrange that?
Well, that's a trade secret, my dear.
Oh?
Yeah. And the fact that the guy who holds the hat for the King's men to draw out of happens to owe me $4 from the Elks Club, that's got nothing to do with it.
I see. Pure coincidence.
Yeah. When you got a talent for writing and a talent for shooting angles like I got, Tootsie, plus a natural musical talent and a talent for...
Hold it, talent. That's probably Arthur Godfrey. Come in. Oh, it's the weatherman, McGee. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon, Mrs. McGee. And, well, what's the mandolin for, McGee? If you're thinking of becoming a wandering minstrel, I'll drive you to the edge of town.
No, I was just running over an old song I wrote, Foggy.
And keep a tight grip on your hat, Mr. Williams, because at the drop of one, he'll sing for you.
Yep. You're looking at the author of that dynamite song hit in 1916, which I'm about to revive and make a fortune out of, entitled Fibber's Tune, Foggy.
Really? Mm-hmm. Well, that's a foolish enough title to become moderately successful, McGee.
Thank you.
I suppose everyone tries his hand at songwriting sooner or later. I once tried it myself.
That's all.
Yes. Yes, I was running a weather station at the North Pole all alone at the time and took up songwriting to keep myself company.
That's a good way to keep yourself without company, too. What were some of your songs, Mr. Williams?
Yeah, maybe we've heard them, Foggy.
Well, I wrote one that the Eskimo women used to sing when their husbands went out whale hunting. I called it Blubber, Come Back to Me.
Sounds vaguely familiar.
But I think my best song was one I wrote about a young Eskimo lad who came into camp one day and drank all the alcohol out of our thermometers.
Really? What'd you call that song?
D-Nature Boy.
Oh, brother. No wonder you were alone up there.
Were you really all by yourself, Mr. Williams?
Oh, yes. Yes. My only companion was a young penguin that hung around my camp.
Oh, a penguin. Those are the little birds that always wear tuxedos, aren't they?
Yes. He was a great help to me, this penguin. I shall never forget the time my supply ship failed to arrive.
Yeah?
That little penguin found me almost dead from starvation and saved my life.
Oh, saved your life? My gosh, he must have been smart.
No, but he certainly was delicious. Good day. Probably.
Hey, Foggy bailed out of here so fast I didn't even get to sing my song for him.
Mm-hmm. And he thinks the North Pole was a narrow escape.
Oh, well. He can hear it this summer on every jukebox and radio set in the country.
Maybe he'll stay in the city.
Even so, he can't escape it. Hey, listen to it again. Oh, peanuts.
Looks like your song hit is starting to ring the bell, dearie.
Yeah. Maybe this is somebody else I can try it out on. Come in.
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Come on in.
Hi, Junior. Pull up a chair and listen to the greatest 1916 song.
Oh, gee, I've had a swell afternoon, kids. I was over at the club taking a swim and ran into a friend of mine who just bought a new car.
Well, that's fine, Junior, but
Said he took it out on the road over the weekend, got it all grimy and dusty.
Yeah, but...
He was pretty discouraged about losing that beautiful showroom shine it had, till I told him how easily he could get it back with Johnson's Carnew.
Oh, is he eager today?
Well, when I explained how Carnew does what water can't do, it dissolves the greasy film that makes dirt and grime stick to your car, and how easily the dust and grease and traffic tarnish comes off with Carnew, he was delighted. And when I told him it was just a simple job, that you just rub Carnew on, let it dry to a white powder, and then wipe it off, and all the dirt comes right with it, leaving your car bright and gleaming again, he was so tickled.
Oh, peanuts.
Hey, is that your mandolin, pal? Why don't you put some strings on it? Doesn't make any noise.
Doesn't make any noise.
You keep banging on it, but I can't hear any... Oh, you know what?
No.
I got through swimming this afternoon and forgot to take my earplugs out. Isn't that silly? Now, there, now I can hear. Were you saying something, pal?
I was trying to say, Junior, that I'm about to revive one of the big song hits of 1916. A little ditty entitled Fibber's Tune, which I wrote myself.
That's great, pal, that's great. But look, let me tell you about Johnson's Carnew. You've got a car.
You just
Billy...
told us about Carnew, Mr. Wilcox.
Certainly, you met a guy at the club.
Did I tell you that?
Why, sure.
Gee whiz, kids, I had these earplugs in and I didn't hear it. Thought I'd forgot to mention it. Oh, well.
Harlow.
Yeah?
Old boy. Sit down here, will you?
Sure.
Relax. You're going to hear a revival of the greatest song hit you ever heard, sung by the composer himself.
Okay, composer, okay. Let me do one thing first.
What, Mr. Wilcox?
Put my earplugs back in. I don't want to lose them, and I figured that was the
look,
best way.
Waxy, I got a TL for you. You've put in all the plugs you're going to this season. So now go home and come back in October.
Okay, pal, thanks. Happy summertime, kid.
Same to you, Mr. Wilcox.
Try and find anybody around this neighborhood with any musical depreciation. Hey, how do you like the song by now, Molly? Is it growing on you yet?
Well, I'm not quite sure, dearie. I'll think it over while I'm upstairs sorting the laundry.
Oh, okay.
You keep singing.
Okay.
You keep singing it to yourself, and maybe you'll get tired of it before long.
Okay, kiddo. Ah, there goes a good kid. She didn't realize when she married me that she was getting into the big dough. She thought I'd be an old man before I hit the jackpot, and here we are on the road to riches, and I'm still only... Ooh, don't time fly. I didn't realize how... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, sis. I'm glad to see you. Here, toss the torso in a chair and take the tension off your metatarsals, Teeny.
Well,
Hi. I said, aren't you out of school a little early this afternoon, sis?
Oh, sure. Me and Willie Toops got out early for a reward, I bet you.
Oh?
On account of we got 100 in history today for doing our homework right.
Oh, you did, eh?
And our teacher.
I said you did, eh?
Who did?
You and Willie Toops.
Did what?
Got 100.
Where?
In history.
Where?
Today.
Why?
For doing your homework right.
I know it. Oh, boy. What you doing with the guitar, mister? You gonna be a cowboy star this summer? Are you?
No. This isn't a guitar, Teeny. It's a mandolin. As a matter of fact, though, I was in a Western picture one time years ago.
Oh, really, mister? Did you ride a horse and play guitar,
No. This was just a small part. I rode a Shetland pony and played a ukulele. But as long as you asked about this mandolin, I'll play something for you.
Oh, boy. Music.
Yeah. I'll sing you a little song I wrote myself back in 1916, sis. It's going to be a big hit this summer. The King's Men are singing it on the air, and you'll hear it on jukeboxes, radios, merry-go-rounds, sheet music.
Oh, boy. Will my mama be able to get the music and play it on our piano, mister? Will she on our piano?
Why, sure she will.
Mama can't play the piano.
Well, then she can have somebody play it for her.
We haven't got a piano.
Okay, skip it. Here's how it goes. Oh, peanuts go with popcorn. Sunrise goes with dew. Donuts go with coffee. And I want to go with you. Oh, how you like it so far?
Oh, let me out of here.
Cute kid, but she never answered me. Or did she?
McGee, do you know what time it is? Quick, turn on the radio.
Oh.
It's time for the King's
Okay.
Men.
Bring you at this time that popular singing group, the King's Men, with a series of songs by amateur composers.
This is it, kiddo. I hope they don't butch it up.
The opening number has been drawn out of the hat, and it's Fibber's tune by a Mr. Fibber Magee.
That's it.
Long ago when the world was new, a law was passed that had to do with the teaming up of this and that.
For better or worse in a two-room flat.
For better or worse in a two-room flat. Each and every living thing from amoeba down to a jungle king went looking for its natural mate, 'cause 2 by 2 is a natural state. 2 is a natural state. Oh, peanuts go with popcorn, sunrise goes with you. Donuts go with coffee, and I want to go with you. Oh, bacon goes with hen fruit, carrots go with stew. Everything goes with something, so I want to go with you. When Noah built that great big boat, he doubted if she'd ever float. 'Cause one of each he could not bring.
He had to take 2 of everything.
He had to take 2 of everything. In this world so full of flaws, the very best of nature's laws is the one that took its maiden trip on Father Noah's partnership. Noah's partnership. Oh, corned beef goes with cabbage, white with blue. Mustard goes with hot dogs, and I want to go with you. Oh, even Wallace Wimple goes with you-know-who. Everything goes with something else. It's a thing that a thing must do. So I want to go with you. Oh, peanuts go with popcorn. Sunrise goes with you. Donuts go with coffee, and I want to go with you. Oh, even Wallace Wimple goes with you-know-who. Everything goes with something else. It's a thing that a thing must do. Now you're a thing and I'm a thing, but you to me are everything. So I wanna go with. I wanna go with nobody else but you.
What do you think of the song now,
Oh,
Phil?
that sounded wonderful, McGee. I'll have to admit I really liked it.
Certainly everybody will like it. You're going to hear Fibber's tune on every radio program in the country. Except maybe We the People and Caltonborn. I'll bet I can get Caltonborn to discuss it in terms of world peace.
Well, sounds wonderful, dearie, but just what radio program do you think you can get it on and how?
That's a cinch, baby. Who's got a musical show that'll be sponsored by Johnson's Wax this summer? Every Monday and Wednesday morning at consult your local newspaper for the exact time. Who?
You mean Fred Waring?
Natch. I'll call him up right now. Hand me the phone.
Here. Take a little more cord. It's a long-distance call.
Okay. Interruptions. Come in.
Oh, McGee, it's Dr. Gamble. Do come in, Doctor.
Thank you, my dear, and good day to you, Wet Wash.
Hi, Lancelot. Is it true you lost your satchel last week and 3 patients got well before you could find it?
Now, McGee, I wish you wouldn't talk that way to the good doctor. Man of his professional standing is entitled to a little respect.
But not as little as I get from him.
If he did a little more professional standing and a little less professional sitting, his experience would be wider and his pistol pockets narrower.
Not to change what seems to you to be such an enjoyable subject, Scuttlebutt, may I ask how you intend to take the swelling out of that banjo?
Well, that's not a banjo, Doctor. That's a mandolin. He's been playing an old song he wants to revive.
Well, his mandolin playing is a strange way to revive anything. What is this beggar's opera you're promoting, Bucklewart?
It's called Fibber's Tune, Tone Deaf. I wrote it myself in honor of myself.
He says it was very popular back in 1916, Doctor.
So was Russia.
Let me dash off a few bars for you, Docky. You'll love it. Oh, Peanut.
Look, my boy. Ours has been a long and stormy friendship. Let's not strain it.
Huh?
I know your voice, and I don't mind saying that I've heard better singing done by a pigeon on a stool under a hot light at the police station. Now, look, I'll get that. McGee's residence, Gamble speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Mrs. Clatterhatch.
Oh, her again.
How's that, Mrs. Clatterhatch? Your husband lost his nose in a large election argument? I'll be right over.
My gosh, Doc, lost his nose?
Yes, he was counting the votes when the fight started.
Yeah?
Saved most of the yeses, but lost all of his nose. Have a nice summer, kids. I'll miss you.
I'll put in a good word for him anytime if I could think of a good word that wouldn't get me pinched. Well, hey, let's go in here. Hand me the phone. Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Fred Waring in New York. Yeah, the New York.
If it won't make you too jealous, McGee, tell him I think he's wonderful.
Okay. Boy, when Fred and I get this song revived, they'll... Oh, okay, operator, put him on. Hello, Fred. This is Fibber McGee. No, McGee. Molly's husband. Yeah. Look, I want to help you out, Fred.
You want to help him out like Dewey wants to help Truman out.
Look, Fred, I've got a song I'm promoting. I wrote it myself in 1916, and confidentially, it's terrific. It's a revival and hotter than a pistol. Listen to this, Freddie. What do you mean you don't like it? I ain't even sung any of it yet. That was my mandolin.
Sing it Acapulco, dearie.
You ready, Freddie? Well, here she goes. Oh, peanuts go with popcorn. Sunrise goes with dew. Donuts go with coffee. And I want to go with you. Oh, hello, Fred. Hey, Fred, hello. Oh. Must have been cut off. I'll call him back later.
Well, you know, it's very difficult to interpret a fine musical selection over the phone, dearie. Why don't you mail him a copy?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him to feature it on his first show for the Waxworks next Monday morning, if he likes it. You don't think he hung up because he didn't like it, do you?
Oh, Oh, don't be ridiculous. How could anybody dislike it?
A frightening question. Anyhow, it sounded great when the King's Men sang it. Couldn't have got very bad in 10 minutes.
Look, you say you wrote this song?
Yep, I wrote it.
You say it was very big in 1916?
Biggest song I ever handled. 16 pages. Had to cut it down to get anybody to look at it.
I see. And it was very popular?
Very.
With whom?
With me. I liked it better than any song I ever wrote. Funny I could never sell it.
You mean it never was published?
Nope. But now that I've revived it, we'll make it...
Tell me one thing. How can you revive a song that was never published?
Aha, you put your finger on the big talking point, kiddo. That's it. This is the first song I ever wrote that was revived before anybody ever heard of it. What a novelty. What a... Hey, let me run over it again for you.
Please do, and I'll help you, dearie.
Oh, peanuts go with popcorn. Sunrise goes with you. Donuts go with coffee. And I want to go with you. Oh, bacon goes with hen fruit. Carrots go with stew. I'm going on vacation, and I'm gonna go with you.
There's nothing tough or tiresome about polishing your car if you use Johnson's Wax Fortified Car New. As a matter of fact, with Car New, it's really quite simple and easy to make your car bright and shiny. You merely apply Car New with a dry cloth. Rub just a bit to loosen road dirt and grime, then let dry to a white powder. Wipe off the white powder, and presto, your car's polished. You see, Johnson's Car New does two jobs at once. It cleans, and at the same time, it polishes to a bright, shining luster. The secret is that Car New dissolves that sticky traffic film built up by bugs, tree sap, oil, and exhaust fumes. Water alone won't remove that greasy road grime, but Car New will, quickly and easily. No aching elbows, no aching backs. Car beauty comes easily when you use Johnson's wax-fortified Car New. Try it and see for yourself. Yes, sir, you show me a man who's used Johnson's Car New, I'll show you a man who's found the easy way to bring out the beauty of his car.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of your car.
Well, it's about that time of the year again, dearie.
Yeah, Fred Waring takes over for the Johnson people next week. Every Monday and Wednesday morning all summer.
That's wonderful, and it's been another happy season for us, too, hasn't it?
Swell.
With all our good friends who keep listening to us. Honestly, I don't know what we'd do without them, McGee.
Well, I do, but I don't like to think about it. I wish there was some way we could say thanks to everybody who's been so nice to us all year.
You know what I think they'd like us to say by this time?
You mean?
Yes.
Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
Fibber, Magee, and Molly will be back October 5th. In the meantime, the makers of Johnson's Wax products bring you Fred Waring and his Pennsylvanians every Monday and Wednesday morning. Consult your local newspaper for the correct time and tune in next Monday morning, won't you? This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Tales of espionage are coming at you with CounterSpy next.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents CounterSpy.
Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy. Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy.
Harding, CounterSpy. Calling Washington.
United States CounterSpy. Especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the Mile High Murders. A thrilling counter-spy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by delicious Pepsi-Cola. And now, another report to the American people. In your family's interest, listen to these findings, recently released by the United States Testing Company, Incorporated.
After thorough and impartial tests, Pepsi-Cola proved of highest purity.
Pepsi-Cola has more quick food energy and value, ounce for ounce, than any other leading nationally known cola. Yes, tested, compared against all other leading nationally known cola drinks, Pepsi-Cola won out. You get the best and twice as much in delicious Pepsi-Cola. And now to CounterSpy.
M5 Havana calling Easy George Able Nan. M5 Havana calling Easy George Able Nan.
This is Easy George Able Nan. Come in, M5. Come in.
Important emergency instructions. Repeat, emergency. Am sending boat out to rendezvous point 17 William Richard, which you will pass over in a few minutes. At point 17 William Richard, you will bail out a plane.
M5. What about the merchandise?
Disregard merchandise.
Now, look, M5, I can't do a thing like that. After all, the cargo.
Cargo must be sacrificed to preserve safety of all concerned.
But maybe we can work it out another way. I don't want to have anything to do with...
This is in order. And final. Switch to automatic pilot for gradual dive and bail out. Did you hear me, Easy George?
Switching to automatic pilot for gradual dive.
That's better.
We'll bail out, M5. This is Easy George Able Nan signing off. Quiet down. Quiet down. I've got bad news for you. I can't smuggle you into the States. Now, you do just as I say, or I'll have to use this gun. All 8 of you, move back in the ship. Back toward the tail. That's it, right there. Now, stay right there till I pull this lever. Parachuting out the bomb bay.
Please, have mercy.
Sorry, honest, but I can't help you.
We do not have to be afraid to die, my friends. But if we were as wicked as decent men, we should be afraid to live.
I said I was sorry. That's all I can say.
He jumped out of the plane. We will be killed. We will all die.
We must pray, please pray. Ave Maria, gratia plena. Dominus tecum, benedictus tuum.
Gregor, can't you keep those birds of yours quiet? Especially that stinking vulture.
Since your return to Cuba from your aborted mission, you've not been yourself, Egan.
Those birds screeching that way make me think of those poor refugees in the plane, pleading for their lives. Rosa,
Si, Senor Egan.
give me another drink.
Si, Senor.
And hurry up, you fat sow. Egan is anxious to drown his conscience in my best wine.
It's easy for you to talk, Gregor, sitting here in your patio and listening to your crazy birds. You didn't have to dump 8 helpless people into the ocean. Sure, you can sleep at night.
Here is your drink, Senor Egan.
Thanks, Rosa.
Egan, in our business, sometimes drastic steps are necessary for self-preservation.
Talk is cheap. You didn't see their faces.
Perhaps, but I see the logic in disposing of them. If you had landed at the field in Florida with that shipment of aliens, you would have been picked up by the police. Would you have preferred that? Of course you would.
All right. But how did the police know about the trip?
Someone dropped a hint to them. Tell him, Rosa.
At El Montero Cafe, I was told the flight was spotted.
Was anything said about me, Rosa?
No, senor.
By the way, Egan.
Yes?
Rosa also heard something else at the Montero Cafe. Something about you. Rosa.
I heard, Senor Egan, that when you had delivered some of Senor Gregor's clients safely to the United States, you took money from them. Blackmail money.
That's a rotten lie.
Of course, it's only a rumor.
I don't care what it is. It's still a lie.
It had better be, Egan. For your sake.
You can't frighten me, Gregor, because I've got nothing to hide. I've always been on the up and up with you.
Very well, Egan. Now let's get back to business. We will continue our weekly passenger run from Cuba to Florida.
How can we? The cops are onto us.
We will no longer use a large plane. Temporarily, we will reduce our activities by using the small 5-passenger plane. And from now on, you will not land at our isolated field in Florida. Instead, we will avail ourselves of desolate stretches of beach along the coast.
Nothing's going to stand in the way of your making a fortune. Not even my neck, huh, Gregor?
Nothing, Egan. And least of all, your neck.
Operator, this is Captain Kincaid of the Miami Office Immigration Service. I want to put in a person-to-person call to Mr. David Harding, Chief of the CounterSpies in Washington.
Hello, Captain Kincaid. This is Harding.
Oh, Mr. Harding, on that matter we discussed last week when I was in Washington, an emergency has arisen. We'd appreciate having CounterSpy cooperation in this case now.
Anything at all, Captain.
Can you assign one of your Miami agents?
Better than that, Captain. I'm going to give this case my personal supervision. My assistant, Harry Peters, and I will leave immediately for Miami by jet plane. Go ahead, Captain Kincaid.
Well, Mr. Harding, this is the obsolete light army bomber I had flown over here to the Miami City airport to illustrate my theory.
Peters and I are very anxious to hear it. Please continue.
Now, this is the way I reconstruct the story. A surplus army bomber, identical with this one, left from an improvised runway outside Havana, Cuba, last Friday with 8 aliens aboard. That we're fairly sure of through a contact in Havana.
But the plane never landed here in the States.
No, Mr. Peters. We had it under spotter observation in the Caribbean and suddenly lost it. And it didn't return to its Cuban base either.
What about the aliens?
I was just getting to that, Mr. Harding. All right, Bob. Mr. Harding, my theory is the bomb bay doors were opened like that, and the aliens were forced to jump to their deaths in the Caribbean, thousands of feet below. Mass murder.
Chief, this is about the lowest crime we've ever come across. The absolute lowest. Well, Kincaid, I suppose the smugglers must have been tipped off that their plane was spotted and warned the pilot, maybe by radio, huh?
I figure it the same way, Mr. Harding.
It could be, Chief, that the pilot bailed out and was picked up while the aliens went down with the plane. That's possible, Peters. That would account for the disappearance of the plane. Anyway, let's get started. Havana, our next stop, Chief? Havana next, Peters. With the cooperation of the Cuban police, we're starting on this alien smuggling racket by smuggling ourselves into Havana by speedboat.
Yes?
Senor Gregor, I'm coming to your house. I have something very interesting for you.
What is it, Rosa?
A letter, senor, from people in the United States to people here in Havana. What I told you about Senor Egan is no longer a rumor.
There's the pier ahead, Mr. Harding. Let's see what these glasses are. Thank you, Peters. Yeah, that looks isolated enough for our purposes. It's a good idea, Dave, taking the speedboat instead of a plane. The smugglers probably have their eyes on every airfield in Cuba. Yes, there's no doubt about that, Peters. They have a terrific investment to protect. We know there are thousands of aliens in Cuba, poor devils waiting for the chance to get into the United States. Those who can't get in under the legal quota are willing to pay their last cent to be smuggled in. Nice game. Traffic in human misery. Dave, have you lined out a modus operandi for us? Yes. Now, once we're smuggled in, we'll try to get ourselves smuggled out again. Smuggled out? Dave, they'll know that we're not aliens. They'll never catch on to you, Peters. Uh-oh. Here I go again, huh? You're still my star actor, Peters. Okay, let's have it.
Well, by the time we get to Havana, you're going to look and talk like an alien. An alien willing to pay any price to get refuge in the United States.
Good afternoon, Senor Gregor.
The letter, Rosa.
See, the letter. You're anxious to see it, no?
Where is it?
Senor Gregor, you are a man of business. Rosa is a woman of business. She is not beautiful. She is not young and thin. So there is nothing left in life for poor Rosa. But money.
Rosa, you've always reminded me of my pet vulture here. The most disgusting of creatures.
You pay me a compliment, Senor Gregor. He is a cunning bird also, eh, Senor?
All right. How much for the letter?
$200.
The longer I know you, the more repulsive you become.
And the more valuable, eh, Senor? $200, please.
Here.
Right. Here's the...
The pilot made us give him our last dollars when we landed in the United States. We had to do it because if we didn't, he said he would report us to the American government.
You are being cheated, Senor Gregor.
You stupid sow. Do you think only the money worries me? Letters like this cause trouble. Talk gets around. Egan has put my entire business in grave danger.
My knife, Senor. For $100, I could use it well.
I don't need you for this. Do not worry, Rosa. When the time comes, I will put an end to Egan personally. You see this dish of raw meat? Come with me over to the pool and you will understand quite clearly.
The pool?
My fish pond.
But you do not feed fish beef like this.
Rosa, my fish, you do feed beef like this. Those creatures you see swimming in my pond are piranha fish, a very unusual species from Brazil. Watch what happens when I throw the beef into the water. Now watch.
Like wolves, they make attack.
They say, Rosa, that a small school of piranha fish can strip a human body of flesh in 4 minutes. An amusing thought, eh, Rosa?
Very amusing.
Observe. The fish seems to be still hungry. See them skimming the surface? Perhaps they should have bigger bait. Huh? What do you think, Rosa? Huh?
In a moment, back to CounterSpy, presented by delicious Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, it's a spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Twice as much and better, too.
Yes, twice as much and better, too. You know Pepsi gives you twice as much. You know Pepsi's better, tastes better. But now I want to make sure you know which cola drink is of proven highest quality. Listen.
Impartial tests were made comparing all the leading nationally known colas. And here's the news. Delicious Pepsi was rated tops for quick food energy and honest-to-goodness value, ounce for ounce.
Yes, more value and quick food energy in every tasty sip of Pepsi. That's why Pepsi is so refreshing. Why you feel so good. Why you're on the beat. Why people call Pepsi their favorite treat. When the qualities prove tops and the taste is so delightful, so refreshing that you bubble and the quantity is double. Say, is it any wonder Pepsi's America's big, big favorite? Insist on tasty Pepsi wherever you may be. At the fountain, say,
Pepsi, please.
At the stand, say,
Pepsi, please.
And at the store, get Pepsi in the money-saving carton of 6 big bottles. How about getting a carton tonight of delicious Pepsi-Cola?
Delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola.
Now back to CounterSpy.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
Please, a light for my pipe.
Light? Certainly. Here you are.
All clear, Mr. Harding?
All clear, Peters. No one in this section of the park. We can talk right here. How did you make out as Mr. Kovac?
Passed my first test with flying colors, Dave. I registered at the hotel patronized by refugees. I managed to make friends pretty quickly.
Any leads?
One of my new friends advised me that I might get what I wanted if I paid a visit to El Montero Cafe.
El Montero Cafe, huh?
A small native barroom on Del Caro Street. The place is run by a fat, middle-aged woman named Rosa. My friend also said that a visit to Rosa is the first step in making entry into the States.
Rosa must be the contact between the aliens and the smugglers.
Looks that way, Dave.
All right, Peters, or rather, Mr. Kovac, I guess it's time for you to visit this Rosa at El Montero Cafe. See how you make out in your second test.
And what do you want with me, Senor Kovac?
I have come to you for help, Rosa.
Help?
I wish passage to the United States.
To get to the United States, Senor Kovac, one has only to obtain passage on plane or boat. Why come to me?
I was told by friends that you could advise me of the steps necessary to get into the United States without detection by the authorities.
Senor, such a means of entry is dangerous, illegal, and they say expensive.
I have $25,000.
25,000. It would be a shame that a gentleman so anxious as you should not get what he wishes. Where are you staying in Cuba, Senor Kovac?
The Hotel Paloma.
Be in your hotel room at 10 tomorrow morning. An American named Egan will call on you and explain the arrangements.
Oh, thank you, Rosa. Thank you. You have no idea how much this means to me.
Then you passed your second test with flying colors, too, huh, Peters?
I guess I did, Dave. And your idea of mentioning $25,000 didn't do any harm. Did you manage to get a line on Egan after I called you earlier?
According to the Cuban police, Egan runs a small passenger plane service between Havana and Miami.
Mm-hmm. Probably a cover-up for smuggling activities. Anyway, Chief, we'll be able to put an end to Egan's business tomorrow morning.
Now, Peters, I'm not just interested in Egan and Rosa. It's obvious we can pick them up any time. No, there's somebody else, somebody who's masterminding this operation.
I guess you're right, Dave, but how to get to him?
Well, I'd say that's up to you, and how well you do on your third test, Mr. Kovac.
Yes?
Senor Gregor, this is Rosa.
What is it, Rosa?
I have been looking all over for Egan. He is nowhere to be found.
Egan is here with me. He's waiting for me out in the patio. I was just about to introduce him to my amusing piranha fish.
But you will need Egan to fly the plane.
I've made arrangements for another pilot. He will be here next week.
But I have for you a client who wishes a trip to the United States now.
The client will wait, Rosa.
But he is willing to pay $25,000.
Oh? Well, Rosa, that is a different matter. It is fortunate you did not call me a few minutes late.
I made arrangements with the client for Egan to be at his hotel tomorrow morning at 10.
Very well, Rosa. Egan will be there. I will apologize to my piranha fish for the postponement.
There will be no postponement, Mr. Egan.
Don't you worry about that, Kovac. You show up tonight in the back room at El Montero Cafe with the $25,000. And by this time tomorrow, you'll be safe and snug in the USA.
United States of America. I can hardly wait. Mr. Egan, I'm so grateful to you for... excuse me, please. Hello?
Senor Kovac, this is Rosa. Is Senor Egan there?
Oh, yes, he is. Senor Egan, it is Rosa. She wishes to speak with you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Rosa?
There is trouble. Do not betray yourself with words or looks.
Sure, Rosa. Go ahead.
A friend was just here in El Montero and told me about Senor Kovac. This morning at the hotel, there he saw the man who visited Kovac. The visitor was David Harding of the United States CounterSpies.
What? Thanks for telling me, Rosa. Thanks very much.
You seem troubled, Mr. Egan. Did Rosa have bad news?
Not exactly, Kovac. Coming like it did now, in a way, it was good news.
Then everything will go as we arranged it.
Well, there'll be just one change.
My arm!
The more you try to get out of this grip, the more it's going to hurt.
I do not understand. Why are you doing this to me?
I'll explain just as soon as I get this gun out of your shoulder holster. All right, now. Get back. Up against that wall.
What is the meaning of this?
You can drop the act. Rosa phoned to tell me about some information she got on your visitor here this morning. Harding of the CounterSpies. What do you got to say for yourself now?
Just one thing, Egan. If you're smart, you'll drop that gun and give yourself up.
You think I'm crazy, Kovac?
Just to set you straight, the name is Peters.
A CounterSpy, too.
That's right, Egan.
So you want me to give myself over to you, that it?
It might go easier on you. If you do get away now, Egan, I'll get you anyway. I'll hound you till I get you.
That's where you're wrong, Peters. Your hounding days are over. I'm getting out of here. But you're not.
You fool, Egan. Murdering a counter-spy, you stupid, idiotic fool.
What did you expect me to do, Gregor? Let him take me in?
This will ruin everything.
So I'll lay low where they won't find me.
Don't you realize now the counter-spies will find you wherever you go? They won't rest until you're captured.
I thought you were so smart, Gregor. I thought you had a way of handling everything.
Of course. There is a way of handling this. Now that you're here, I have nothing to worry about.
What's the idea of that gun?
The idea, Egan, is self-preservation. If you were ever captured, you would blurt out my part in the smuggling business.
No, Gregor. You can trust me.
I had intended to rid myself of you last night. You were saved by the fat, disgusting swine, Rosa. Now I'll take up where I left off.
Gregor, please. Wait. Don't shoot.
I'm not going to shoot, Egan.
Huh?
I'm just taking you to the edge of the pool over there. Then I'll leave it to my piranha fish to destroy all evidence of your being. Now, Egan, you will commence walking through the...
Buonasera, Senor Egan.
Rosa, you threw that knife into Gregor.
See.
But why? You were on his side.
Perhaps you do not understand how a woman feels to be talked to the way Senor Gregor always talked to me. I am not so young, nor am I so beautiful. I am not so fat, so disgusting as he said. I have been waiting for such an opportunity as this to answer Senor Gregor.
Hey, he's still alive.
See, I meant it so. I aimed my knife so that he should not die so easily, so painless.
I'll get a gun and finish him off.
Wait! Do not fire that gun.
But I have
I have planned for him the death he planned for you. We will feed him to his cannibal fish, Senor Egan.
In the pond? Now, look, Rosa, I can't...
I have saved your life. You will do as I wish, no?
Okay. Guess I owe it to you.
You can drag him across the patio by the feet.
Yeah.
Even a woman such as I has feelings. He should not have talked to me that way.
Stop where you are. What? Don't move. Keep him covered, Peters.
Got him, Mr. Harding.
Peters?
Senor Kovac, you're alive.
Sorry to disappoint you two.
It can't be. I fired 2 shots into you.
Those were blanks in Peter's gun, Egan. They were in there waiting for you to use them.
Senor Egan, it is a trick.
That's right, Rosa. It was a member of the Cuban secret police who informed you that I'd visited Kovac's room. We wanted you to tip off Egan so he would lead us to the head smuggler.
And here we are, thanks to those blanks.
Okay, but the slugs in this gun aren't blanks.
Drop that gun, Egan. You don't have a chance.
I got nothing to lose by making a try.
Stop, Egan.
All right, Peters, let him have it.
Peters, that ends it.
Yes, Chief. Nobody can live with those piranha fish.
You can call the Cuban police now. Tell them to come out for Rosa and Gregor. Then we'll fly back home.
Ah, delicious Pepsi-Cola. Bring it on now. Enjoy that bubbling, tangy, tasty treat. Sure hits the spot. At parties, it's a wonderful idea to serve delicious Pepsi. That extra quick food energy gives folks that bounce, that zing. And Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottles go twice as far. You get a carton of 6 bottles, and you serve 12 full-size drinks. So save that money. Get the best, and get twice as much in delicious Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Twice as much and better, too. Pepsi-Cola is the drink for you.
That's it. Delicious Pepsi-Cola. Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to CounterSpy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting Case of the Hoodlum's Hero on CounterSpy. Tonight's CounterSpy program originated in New York, was directed by Leonard L. Bass, dramatized by Edward Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. This is Jay Jackson speaking. CounterSpy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some delicious Pepsi tonight. Night.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
We're going to stop in at the Long Branch, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, might as well. There's not much doing around town tonight.
Sure do hope they got a rip snorting fire going.
Yeah, that wind's got a nip to it, all right.
It's going to blow up worse before morning.
It might.
Well, I thought old Doc might be around here, but I don't see him no place.
Oh, Matt.
Yeah, Kitty.
Yes, sir. Home, Kitty.
Come on over to the stove where it's warm.
Feels warm right here after that wind outside.
Goes right through you, doesn't it?
I think I'll ooch over by the stove, Mr. Dillon. Might be some kind-hearted stranger who'll buy me a beer.
Chester never gives up hope. Yeah, sit down, Kitty, if you're not busy.
Oh, thanks, Matt. Don't you believe in kind-hearted strangers?
No, not since I was 9 years old.
What took you so long?
Well, I was kind of slow growing up. Would you like a beer?
Yeah, if you'll let a kind-hearted stranger buy it.
I wouldn't exactly call you a stranger, Kitty.
You'll have to admit I'm kind-hearted, though. Couple of beers, Sam.
All right.
You think a real bad storm's coming up, Matt?
Yeah, it's that time of year.
I remember the blizzard last year around Christmas time.
Yeah, that was a rough one, all right.
Matt, things will be rough this time of year, even if the weather weren't bad.
What do you mean?
Oh, holiday season. Families getting together and all, just ordinary, decent, good times.
The people still live that way?
Not many out here. I sure don't.
Ah, not kidding.
I'm sorry, Matt. This time of year, I get to thinking too much, remembering too much.
That's not good, Kitty. It's a hard town. It's a hard country. Go soft and it'll kill you.
I remember nights you come in here after you had to kill a man. Nights you stayed till sunup, not talking, alone mostly, and dying a dozen deaths inside.
You're as sentimental as Chester.
Oh, there you are, Marshal. Shut the doggone door, Mr. Jones. You let in all the cold. Well, I've been robbed, Marshal.
What?
Held up. Right in the old store.
Well, how'd it happen, Mr. Jonas?
Well, a fellow come in right after closing time, banged down over his face and stuck a gun in my stomach and took everything in the cash drawer. $68.
Well, it sure took you a long time to get around telling me about it.
Well, he tied me up. Left me there in the back room. I just now got loose. You got to go after him, Marshal.
Kind of a tall order, isn't it? Trailing a 5-hour head start.
Well, that don't matter now, because I know who he is.
I thought you said he wore a mask.
He did. But I could tell by his voice and his walk and everything about him. It was Clint Doty.
Clint Doty?
Yeah, he's a homesteader up the river.
I know him. But I can't believe that Clint's the kind to do a thing like that.
With him, all right. I'm 100% certain.
Well, all right. We'll ride out in the morning and bring him in.
In the morning?
If it was him, he'll be there.
But, Marshal, you...
Wilbur, I'm not going to ride 12 miles up that river bottom at midnight with a blizzard coming up for $68. Now, we'll leave in the morning at sunup.
Probably heard us ride up, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, you'd think so.
You suppose he's going to hold up the house and try to shoot it out?
Doty's not that tight, Chester.
Yeah, nobody never thought he was the type to hold up Mr. Jones, neither.
Well, morning, Marshal. Chester.
Oh, Doty?
How are you, Doty?
Come on in and sit. I got some coffee on the stove.
Well, we might warm our hands a little bit. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I reckon Medora can rustle up some eggs inside and eat if you ain't ate.
Oh, thanks, Doty, but we had breakfast before we left Dodge.
Well, you can get warm at least. Hey, what you trying to do, Marshal? Blow up a storm?
That looks that way.
It's been snowing since daybreak out here in the river bottoms. And with that wind blowing, it's going to start drifting.
Yeah, probably will.
Well, I'll heat this coffee up a little. What brings you out this way, Marshal?
You, Doty?
Me? What do you mean?
We're here to arrest you. Take you back in.
What for?
Armed robbery.
Armed robbery? You mean that hold up at the general store?
That news seems to travel fast, doesn't it? How'd you know about it?
Well,
What's all this about armed robbery?
Oh, you know my wife again.
Yeah, sure. How are you, Medora?
Good morning, ma'am.
Did I hear you accusing Clint of robbery, Marshal?
That's more a matter of Wilbur Jonas accusing him, man.
When did this happen, Marshal?
Yesterday evening around 7 o'clock.
Clint hasn't been away from this place for 2 days.
Yeah, no, Medora.
Well, a wife's word might not stand for much under the circumstances, Medora.
Are you calling me a liar?
No, Medora, stop that. There's people seen me in town yesterday evening.
And Wilbur Jonas claims he's one of them.
Well, the way I heard it, the fellow that held him up was wearing a mask.
He says he recognized your voice.
Wilbur Jonas couldn't recognize sour apples if he had a mouth full of them.
Well, I guess that'd be something for the judge to decide, man.
And you're going to take me into jail?
Unless you can prove you were somewhere else at 7 o'clock last night.
Well, that might be kind of hard to do, Marshal.
And then we better get started. We've got a hard ride ahead of us.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I can't go off and leave Medora like this with a storm coming on.
Well, maybe one of the neighbors could come over and stay with her.
There's none closer than 5 miles, Marshal, and they all got plenty of troubles of their own this time of year.
I ain't even got enough firewood to split it up to last her more than a day and a half. I was aiming to get some laid in today.
I'm sure she's made out before.
Oh, well, maybe so, but not in her condition.
Clint.
Condition? What are you talking about?
Well, she's going to have a baby, Marshal.
Oh, for the love of...
It's mighty hard on a woman having her man took off to jail and not even wood in the house to keep warm.
Now, look, Dodie.
You know, it wouldn't take no time at all if the 3 of us was to pitch in together.
All right, Dodie, let's get at it.
Betsy.
What's the matter, Chester?
Well, this cussed axe needs sharpening again, Mr. Dillon.
It ain't too good a steel. The marshal's got the best of it.
Well, you couldn't prove it by me.
Oh, listen, sure don't hold its edge none.
Oh, here, Chester, let me touch it up with the stove.
Oh, my gracious, that edge is mighty easy. If you ask me, we've already chopped enough wood to last through this winter and half of that. Stop that, don't he?
That stove eats it up pretty fast.
Oh, Chester's right, Dodie. We've chopped enough.
Well, she's got to use some of it to cook with, too, you know.
It's enough here to last till she can make other arrangements. Now, let's pack it into the shed and head back for town before that snow gets any worse.
Well, whatever you say, Marshal.
Mister!
Well,
You, mister, feel like taking on some victuals? I got some nice hot stew ready.
Did you say victuals?
Now, we got to get started, Medora. It's getting late.
Oh, it won't do no harm to eat first. It'll make the trail shorter, Marshal.
Well...
My! Just look at all that firewood. But I'm right obliged to you, men.
You're welcome, Medora.
I reckon I'll need every stick of it, too, with this wind driving the snow in through the north wall of the cabin.
God, dang it, I clean forgot.
Forgot what?
The chinkin.
The chicken?
No, the chinkin. The chinkins all fell out of the north wall of the house. I was aiming to fix it today. I got a lot of bark slabs cut laying out back to the barn.
Now, look, Dodie.
Oh, it's mighty hard on a woman in Medora's condition with the snow and the sleet blowing in on it.
Dodie, would it be all right if we eat first?
That about does the job down at this end.
Yeah, I'm just about through here, too.
You know, that ain't a bad piece of work if I do say so myself.
Oh, sir, a carpenter couldn't have done one bit better.
Yeah, that ought to keep the wind out.
Oh, that looks fine, Marshal, just fine. I'm mighty obliged to you, man.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, I know you got your duty to do. You got to take me in, and I want you to know there's no hard feelings about it.
Oh, sure, Dodie.
And I appreciate the way you both been so decent. Help me get things in shape so the door will be all right here alone. Oh, these many lawmen would take the trouble.
Well, she's got enough problems without making it worse for her. Well, let's put the tools away and get started. It's going to be dark before we get to Dodge.
Sir, you sure are right about her having plenty of problems, Marshal. In her condition and all. And now, the cattle gone.
The cattle gone?
Oh, of course, we only had about 20 head, but with me going to prison, maybe it's been enough to see her through, her and the little one.
What do you mean, the cattle gone?
Oh, I had them there in the meadow back of the corral, letting them pick clean what pasture was left. Guess they drifted off last
Well, of course they drifted off. When that storm hit, they turned tail and moved along with the wind. Cattle always do that.
Well, I guess it don't matter much, though. Medora couldn't take care of them nohow, not in her condition.
Well, she could if you'd hold them in the corral there next to the barn. All she'd have to do is push the hay out of the loft door.
I reckon they drifted down south there about 3 miles and come up against the bluffs. Oh, they'll probably mill around and freeze to death there if the storm keeps up.
About 3 miles, huh?
Mm-hmm. I was aiming to go after them, but of course, one man alone wouldn't have had much chance.
All right, Dodie, come on. Let's go find your cattle.
The meanest, crankiest, orneriest bunch of cattle I ever seen on my born days.
Storm's really got them spooked.
You know, that turned out to be more of a chore than I thought, Marshal.
Yeah, it sure did, Dodie.
I just don't know how I'd have managed without you fellas helping. We're mighty grateful to you, me and Medora both.
Well, we couldn't let the cattle freeze.
Well, if you wait now till I put these lanterns in the barn, we can leave any time you say. Oh, unless, of course, you'd like some hot coffee first.
Dodie, it's dark now. You know as well as I do we're not going to ride back to Dodge tonight.
Well, say, in that case, maybe you wouldn't mind helping me kill and dress a couple of dozen hens.
Couple dozen hens?
Yeah, hang them up under the eaves to freeze.
Oh, my gracious.
Chicken broth's mighty good for a woman in Medora's condition.
Look, Dodie, we've already chopped your wood, fixed your house, and rounded up your cattle.
Oh, you've been mighty decent.
All right, we'll help you dress your chickens. We'll make soap for you, salt down the pork, preserve eggs, anything you say up until midnight. Then I'm going to get some sleep. And at sunup, we're going to ride into Dodge, and you're going to jail.
Do you know about the little white tablet in the little green pocket roll? Just waiting for the moment when you need 'em to bring your acid indigestion under control. Chums are the little white tablet in the little green pocket roll. Chums for the tummy, CUMS. Bring relief quicker than you'd ever guess. Best for any kind of acid distress. Keep 'em handy in the pocket roll. Keep your tummy under Tums control.
You're especially wise during the holiday season to keep Tums nearby for quick relief from upset caused by rich foods and the hustle and bustle of holiday activities. Tums, 10 cents. 3-roll pack a quarter. Or get the new Tums 6-roll pack with free metal carrier, only 49 cents.
Chester. Hey, Chester, come on, wake up.
What's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
You told me you're the one who's supposed to be on guard.
Huh? Why, it's after daylight. I must have dozed off for a second.
You need a couple of hours, don't you?
Clint Doty, did he get away?
No, he's in there. I just woke him up.
Oh, well, I kind of figured he wasn't going nowhere in that storm.
What storm?
Why, it's over.
That died out during the night. You better get yourself collected, Chester. We're heading for Dodge.
My, just look at that sun on the snow with you now. Turn out through them boots out. I'd have swore. Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh, Mr. Dillon, I'm so lame I don't even know if I can stand up straight.
Well, keep trying.
I swear I'm going to have to be spoon-fed for a month. I ain't never worked so hard in all my life. Hello? Is anybody home? Somebody outside.
Yeah. By golly, it's dark.
Dog?
Well, come on in, you old reprobate.
I'm coming, just tying up my horse and buggy. Wonder what he's doing out this way.
Seeing a patient, I guess. He must have left town awful early.
Hey, did somebody ride up?
Yeah, it's dark. You about ready to leave, Dodie?
Oh, if you're still a mind to take me.
Nothing's changed.
Well, Matt, Chester, this is where you've been hiding out.
How are you, Doc?
Yeah. Oh, good morning, Clint.
Morning, Doc.
Got any coffee?
Oh, have some in 2 shakes, Doc. Medora,
Yes, Clint?
will you come out and fix some coffee?
Just a minute.
What are you doing out here this time of morning, Doc?
Oh, the Murdoch baby was acting up, touched the croup, so I spent the night there. Thought I'd just drop over and say hello to the Doties, as long as I was this close.
You could have done that in town. I'm taking him in.
You're taking him in? Well, for what?
Robbing Jonas General Store night before last.
Robbing the... Now, where'd you get that idea?
Jonas claims he recognized him.
Wilbur Jonas hasn't got the sense the good Lord gave a gopher. Matt, they caught the fella who'd done that.
What?
That's right. It was some drifter riding through town. He threw a lot of money into a poker game, and the boys got kind of suspicious. And he finally admitted the whole thing. So they borrowed a jail key from Judge Bent and locked him up until you get back. Well, Clint, didn't you tell him?
Well,
Tell me
Clint, he couldn't have done it, Matt. He was playing poker at the time with me and Moss Grimmick in the back room of the livery stable.
Dodie.
No, Marshal, I didn't lie to you. You asked me if I could prove where I was, and I didn't know Doc's word was actual proof.
Clint, Dodie, he done that deliberate, Mr. Dillon, letting us think he was guilty just to get us to do all that work for him.
And I suppose the story about your wife having a baby.
Oh, that's the gospel truth, Marshal.
Well, it sure is, Matt. I'll vouch for that. Let me see now. It's about another 6 months. Let me see. Around the 1st of July. That's
1st of July?
Yes.
I didn't say when, Marshal, and you didn't ask me.
Ain't you gonna wish us well?
The 1st of July? So help me, Dodie, for 2 cents.
Oh, we might even name him after you, Marshal, if we can't think of nothing else.
So help. All right. All right, Dodie. Now, how about some of that coffee, huh?
Make this one of your merriest Christmases. Join us on CBS Radio as most of these same stations present our 4th annual Christmas Sing with Bing. Right at her husband's side, welcoming you to their holiday celebration, will be Mrs. Bing Crosby, Catherine Grant. With Bing as your host, CBS Radio will take you to Rome to hear the Vatican choir sing. There, too, you'll hear the sound of the bells of St. Peter's as they ring for the holiday Mass. Our Christmas Sing with Bing will take you to New York and Salt Lake City, to Canada, Australia, Holland, France, and even the Fiji Islands, where carolers will sing the traditional Christmas songs with you. Celebrate Christmas with the world. Join us on CBS Radio Christmas Eve, as most of these same stations present our 4th annual Christmas Sing with Bing. Remember, this year on CBS Radio, you can spend Christmas with Mr. and Mrs. Bing Crosby. Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Virginia Gregg, and Ralph Moody. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny. Friends, the black market in gasoline has undoubtedly made necessary some of the past cuts in coupon values, for there's no magic source of supply for black gas. There's just so much to go around for civilian use. And black gas comes out of honest people's gasoline tanks. If you buy gas without the proper coupons, you actually encourage robbery and counterfeiting. We have reached nearly the top productive capacity from our reserves. Yet our armed forces need more petroleum products than ever before. For we are facing the crucial hour of this war. Your part, and the part of every loyal American, is to do all you can to stamp out the black market and conserve precious gas. Don't apply for any more than you actually need. And never buy 1 gallon of gas without the proper coupon, an honest coupon issued by your ration board. It's one more blow for victory. One more way we can back up our fighting boys.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies, if I suddenly pointed at one of you and said, "You're neglecting your husband," I'll bet you'd be very indignant. But just think back a minute. Think back to breakfast time. Do you let that hard-working husband of yours dash down in the morning, snatch a gulp of coffee, and then sprint for the bus? Well, if he does, you are neglecting him. And he isn't going to thank you either when he gets that letdown feeling from lack of food round about 11. Now, lady, if your husband comes up with the old one that he hasn't time for breakfast, just have your answer already. Just feature at breakfast a big, tempting bowl of quick-to-fix Grape Nuts Flakes, brimming with good, rich milk. Boy, how he's going to enjoy those Grape Nuts Flakes. Crisp, toasty brown with their distinctive, malty-rich flavor. And what swell nourishment they'll bring him, because Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole-grain cereal, cram full of whole-grain nourishment. And remember, nutritionists say a cereal with whole grain food values is a must for that adequate breakfast we should eat every day. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. Enjoy delicious Grape Nuts Flakes every morning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this being our last program of the season, I feel a tribute is in order.
Oh, Don, please.
It's been said that Jack Benny has brought more laughs to more people than any man who ever lived. And now we bring you the man who said it, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I must say that was one of the most unusual introductions I've ever heard.
Well, Jack, I'm glad you liked it.
I didn't say I like it. I said it was unusual. You started out, Don, you started out very cleverly, but
what?
Well, it's the first time I ever heard a man talk himself into a raise and out of a job at the same time. Don, since you brought up the subject yourself, tell me, who is there in radio that gets more laughs than I do?
Well, there's Bob Hope, Fibber, Magee and Molly, Red Skelton, Burns and Allen, Jimmy Durante, Abbott and Costello, Groucho Marx, and Eddie Cantor.
I mean besides them. Anyway, what makes you think that they get bigger laughs than I do?
Jack, they're all great comedians.
Well, what do you think I am, John's other wife? Huh?
You certainly got the shape for it, Jackson.
Phil, don't let these tight slacks fool you, you know? Anyway, what are you butting in for? Don and I were talking about comedians who who try to get bigger laughs than I do.
And I didn't even mention Fred Allen.
Don, Fred Allen doesn't get as many laughs as the bull of a watch time announcement. And he's supposed to be an ad-lib comedian.
Well, Fred is an ad-lib comedian.
Ad-lib comedian. If he ever went down to Allen's Alley, knocked on the doors, and nobody was home, he'd shoot himself. Some wit.
Well, I don't know. I'll never forget the laugh he got when he called you Flat Top's brother, False Top.
Now, that's the corniest thing I've ever heard. Anyway, Allen should talk. With those wrinkles on his face, he looks like a convertible with the top halfway down. And with those... I like that one myself, you know? And with those bags under his eyes, he looks like a short butcher peeping over 2 pounds of liver. I don't pull another one unless I top it, brother. No. Now, look, this is our last program, so let's not clutter it up with a lot of junk. Come in. Yes?
Remember me? I'm Herman Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, yes. Come on in, Herman, and say, what's that tape measure over your arm?
Oh, it's just a company regulation. When I sell a policy, I have to measure the customer.
Measure the customer?
Yep. With a shortage of help, why, we don't like to dig the hole any bigger than we have to.
I see. Now, look, Herman. Herman, this is my last program of the season, so...
That's why I came over. I wanted to say goodbye.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you, Herman.
You know, every time I listen to your program, you make me laugh.
Well, I'm glad I make you laugh, kid.
Yeah, you really give out, don't you, Herman?
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I get hysterical. Excuse me for being boisterous.
You're excused.
Well, maybe I ought to go now. I have to take my dump truck back to the insurance office.
Your dump truck?
Yeah, I drive that around to service our 48-cent policy.
Well, that's the cheapest policy I ever heard of, but what's the dump truck got to do with it?
Well, at that price, if you die, we don't give you any money, but we guarantee to cover you up.
Well, that policy sounds reasonable. Yeah?
Reasonable? It's dirt cheap.
Well, Herman. Herman, now don't exert yourself there. We got a show to do, so would you please go over there and sit down?
Oh, certainly. Oh, by the way, where's Mary Livingston?
Mary? Oh, she couldn't come down today. She's got laryngitis.
Oh, I didn't know that, Jack. It's too bad she couldn't be here for the last program.
Yeah, but she's all right. She's home listening to it.
Well, that's one listener we're sure of.
I don't know. Mary's pretty particular, you know. I'll tell you what, Phil. Play a band number, and then we'll be able... Come in?
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I understand this is your last program until next fall.
That's right.
Well, I hope people miss you as much as they miss me.
Why? Who are you?
Just an old cuspidor.
Amazing how many people try to ruin a good show. Play, Phil, and do your bit, will you? Well, it's Blue Skies, played by Phil Harris and his Jam Session Orchestra. Jam meaning jelly, jelly meaning preserves, preserves meaning pickled, and you can take it from there. And now, folks.
Look, Jackson, it's bad enough that you keep panning my orchestra all year, but you don't have to do it on the last program, do you?
Well...
Phil's right, Jack. If Phil likes his orchestra, that's all that matters. He knows whether their music's good or not.
Or he does, eh? Listen, Don. Phil once followed a guy with squeaky shoes for 3 blocks trying to find out who made his arrangements. A lot he knows about music. He found these boys in a pool room.
In a pool room?
Yeah, you notice when they came in for rehearsal, he doesn't sit them in position. He just racks them up. Hey, I'm pretty good myself today, And now, folks...
Hey, wait a minute. Now, my boys don't play any pool any more than anybody else.
Any. Phil, all I know is you had to get rid of that violinist with the bald head because the clarinet player kept shooting him into the tuba. So don't try to...
Hey, my wife played the tuba.
What? What was that, Herman?
My wife played the tuba for 25 years.
Your wife? Well, that's an unusual instrument for a woman.
Uh-huh. Mr. Benny, did you ever kiss a tuba player?
No, No, I can't say that I have.
Well, if you ever do, you'll know what they mean by a slip of the lip can sink a ship.
All right, Herman, now go back to your chair and sit down.
Thank you.
Now, let's see, Let's see, where were we?
You were panning my orchestra, and you want to know something, Jackson?
What?
When you find out what I'm going to do this summer, you'll be glad that you're one of my colleges.
That's colleagues. Colleagues. Why, what are you going to do this summer, Phil?
Well, I'm taking over the Kay Kaiser program.
The Kay Kaiser program?
Sure, get a load of this. Evening, folks. How y'all? Come on, children, change your stance. The professor's here. Yes, dance. Yes, dance.
So you're going to ask the musical questions. Phil, that is something. Really, even I know more about music than you do.
Oh, yeah? Look, Jackson, I want to ask you a question.
Oh, Phil, don't bother.
No, come on. I want to prove a point. Now, tell me, who wrote Beethoven's Fifth Symphony?
Oh, Phil.
Come on, tell me now. Who wrote Beethoven's Fifth Symphony?
All right, Sherlock Holmes.
All right, so I gave you an easy one.
Phil, let me ask you something. When you take over the Kay Kaiser show and ask those musical questions, you're going to be so embarrassed.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I don't think you're being quite fair to Phil.
What do you mean, Don?
Well, you've been discussing classical music, and the only thing Phil has to know on Kay Kaiser's program is modern stuff. You know, the popular tunes.
But he doesn't even know that.
Oh, I'm sure he does. Now, look, Phil, I'm going to have the band play something, and you tell me the name of it.
Okay, Don.
Go ahead, boys.
Everybody?
Yes, Jack. Everybody knows that if you eat a good breakfast, yes. And everybody knows that grape nuts or grape nuts flakes covered with sugar and milk make a good breakfast.
Everybody knows that, huh?
Yes, everybody.
Don, I have a little shock for you. In 1936 in Chicago, I was walking along LaSalle Street at 8:30 in the morning. A panhandler came over to me and said, "Hey, buddy, I haven't had any breakfast. Could you spare a dime for a cup of coffee?" You hear that, Don? He didn't have his breakfast. He didn't ask for grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. He asked for a dime for a cup of coffee. You get that, Don? A cup of coffee.
Did you give him the dime?
That's beside the point. He just wanted a cup of coffee.
Well, Jack, all I can say is whether the man wanted a cup of coffee or a bowl of grape nuts is not the important thing. Now, there was a derelict. A man broken in body and spirit. A man who needed a helping hand. He asked for a dime, and you should have given it to him.
Don Wilson, I did more than that. I not only gave him a dime, I gave him a job. And this derelict, this outcast, was so grateful that he took that dime I gave him and saved it to this day as his good luck charm. Phil, show him the dime. Go ahead, Phil. Show it to him.
Here you are, Don.
Thanks, Phil, for proving my story. Now, let's have another band number. Benny the Philanthropist. That's me.
This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. It starts with the bugler blowing reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's the G.I. Jive. A roodly-toot, jump in the suit, make a salute. Boo. Then you wash and dress, more or less. You go get your breakfast in that beautiful little cafe they call the Mess. Jack, when you convalesce, up out of your seat, on back to the street, make with the feet. Hurry. Now, if you're a PVT, then it's your duty. You must salute a L-I-E-U-T. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-T, the MP makes you KP, but on the cutie. This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a tank that features that little device called a fluid drive. Ooh, Jackson, if you still survive, then get all your junk right back in your trunk. Fall on your bunk. Clong. Soon you're counting Jeeps, but before you count to 5, you'll be on back digging old G.I. Jive.
G.I. Jive, played by the orchestra with a vocal refrain by Phil Harris, the panhandler. Phil, I'm glad you sang that. It was a nice touch for our last broadcast, and I'm sure you'll do a great job on the Kay Kaiser program this summer.
Well, thanks, Jackson, but don't look so happy. I'm going to be back with you in the fall.
I know. It's amazing what trouble a dime for a cup of coffee can get you into.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, what are you going to do this summer? Make that picture at Warner Brothers?
Which one?
Oh, you know, the story of your life.
Oh, no, Don. I canceled that. I had too much trouble.
Hey, Jackson, why is it that every time you make a picture, you always have trouble?
Because I insist on being in it. Anyway, I read the script, and it wasn't anything like my life. They had me leaving Waukegan, traveling all over the country, playing my violin on street corners. Then at the end of the picture, they had me on a freight train going back to Waukegan. Some idea.
What were they going to call the picture, Jack?
Well...
Lousy Comes Home. Oh, Lousy Comes Home. Oh, Harris, it's remarkable how you can keep up this pace week after week. You darling boy, you.
That's right. Keep ad-libbing. Just keep going. Keep riding going up into the Fitch bandwagon. Goes right in, for the next hour and a half, Phil, that wasn't the title at all. They were going to call it The Life of Jack Benny. And another thing, they wanted to get somebody else to play the part of me. I never heard of anything so ridiculous. I should play Jack Benny myself.
But, Jack, even if you did play the part yourself, they'd have to get somebody to play you when you were younger.
Well, yes.
How about C. Aubrey Smith?
What are you talking about, C. Aubrey Smith? They wanted Danny Kaye to play my whole life, and I wouldn't stand for anything. Come in?
Special delivery for Jack Benny.
I'll take it, Bud. Here's a tip for you.
Oh, boy, a nickel. Now my wife can have another baby.
Fresh guy.
Who's the letter from, Jack?
It's, Hey, fellas, it's from Dennis. Dennis Day.
No kidding.
Well, what do you know about that? It's from the naval station at Tucson, Arizona, where Dennis is in training.
Hey, what does the kid say, Jackson?
Yeah, read it to us, Jack.
Okay. It says, Mr. Jack Benny, care of the Grape Nuts program, Hollywood, California. Dear civilian. I have been stationed at Tucson, Arizona ever since I left your program, and the air here is much better. I like being in the Navy. Last night I had fish for dinner, and it was nice to meet someone who had been to sea. Down here, we all sleep in hammocks, and for the first 3 weeks, it was very uncomfortable. Then somebody told me that you're not supposed to lay the hammock on the floor. So I hung it up like they told me to, and I like it much better, except it seems funny to swing and sway without Sammy Kaye. Ha ha, isn't that a funny joke? I told it to my admiral, and he must have liked it because he told me to tell it to the Marines. I also told my admiral I used to work for you, and ooh, what he said. No other news. Give my best wishes to everybody, and give Mary a big kiss for me. You always seem to get more out of it than I do. Love to all. Yours truly, Dennis Day. P.S. Please excuse the ink, as I am all out of pencil. Good old Dennis. It's sure good to hear from him, wasn't it, fellas?
Yeah, I got a kick out of that.
Say, Jack, can you imagine me ever sleeping in a hammock?
Don, any bed you sleep in looks like a hammock. It won't make any sense. Anyway, I'm going to write to Dennis tomorrow and tell him all the news that's happened since he's been away, and I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want, Rochester?
I got some big news for you, boss. I'm going to get married.
Married?
Yeah, you know how long Cupid's been shooting those arrows at me?
Yes?
Well, last night he hit me with a secret weapon.
So you're going to get married, eh, Rochester? Well, tell me all about it. How did it happen?
Well, last night I went to a party, and there she was. I met her at 10:40, and at 10:45 the wedding was planned.
That's pretty fast, isn't it, Rochester? You only knew her 5 minutes.
Well, it's amazing what you can do when you meet someone if you don't waste time shaking hands.
Oh, I see. Well, Rochester, this must have been love at first sight. I never heard you talk this way before.
Oh, yes, boy. She's beautiful.
Really?
Yeah, did you ever see the statue of Venus de Milo?
Oh, sure.
In bronze?
Not exactly. You know, Rochester, I feel a little sad about this. You've been with me all these years, and now you're going to get a wife and set up housekeeping for yourself.
Oh, no, Mr. Benny, don't look at it that way.
What do you mean?
You ain't losing a butler, you're gaining a cook.
Well, right now, I sure could use one. Anyway, good luck, Rochester, and I hope you'll be very happy.
Thanks, boss. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, Rochester.
Yes?
Since this is our last program, I'm having a few friends drop in for a little celebration, and I want you to stay home and have some drinks ready.
Okay, boss. I want to try a new recipe I learned last night.
What's it like?
Well, first you take a 12-ounce glass and put it in a dash of bitters.
Uh-huh.
Then you add a jigger of gin. Then you add another jigger of gin.
Uh-huh.
And then you fill the glass up with gin.
Rochester, what kind of a drink is that?
Boss, did you ever hear of jet propulsion?
Yes?
Well, this opens the jet.
Oh, well, you better forget about that and serve something mild. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
If Rochester doesn't discover Mars, nobody will.
Say, Mr. Wilson, I want to ask you something.
Oh, so it's you again,
Yeah,
huh?
Mr. Wilson, if you were a sweet June girl graduate, what would you like for a graduation present? Some jewelry, maybe?
Look, I'm not a sweet June girl graduate.
Well, my daughter is, so put yourself in her place. Would you like some dainty lingerie?
No, really now. I want to talk about grape nuts.
Why, of course. That's the answer. Grape nuts.
Well, grape nuts are delicious and nourishing, but I hadn't thought of them as a graduation present.
Oh, I mean, I'll give my daughter some helpful advice.
You'll give her advice for a present?
Well, I might throw in an umbrella at the same time.
Oh, fine. Now, what's the advice?
Eat a good breakfast, do a better job, and feature Molly-Rich grape nuts. Good advice for a girl graduate.
And good advice for anybody, for we all need a good breakfast in the morning. And crisp, delicious grape nuts make a swell basic breakfast dish. Grape nuts bring you whole grain nourishment, the kind nutrition experts recommend as a daily must. And grape nuts taste so tempting. Malty, rich, and sweet as a nut. You'll enjoy every spoonful. So, friends, eat a good breakfast, do a better job, and make delicious, nourishing grape nuts your feature breakfast treat.
Well, folks, this winds up our last program of the season, but we'll all be with you again next fall. Meanwhile, Mary and I and our whole gang want to thank all you listeners for sharing this half hour with us throughout the season. I also want to thank our sponsor, General Foods, for a very pleasant association over these many years. And I know Dennis Day joins us in all those sentiments. Also, excuse me. Hello?
Hello, boss. I got some more news for you.
What is it now, Rochester?
The wedding is off. I ain't gonna get married.
Why? What happened?
My girl's father said with what you're paying me, at least one of us would have to live with him.
What?
He intimated that financially I was hooked up with the wrong man.
Rochester, you mean he inferred that I don't pay you enough?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said that.
Well, don't worry about it. You'll find another girl. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Good night, everybody.
A word to the wise is sufficient, I feel, so all I need say is hot grape nuts wheat meal. Delicious, nutritious, it's rich, brown, and hot, so get grape nuts wheat meal. It hits the right spot. And what a bargain in quantity and quality. When you buy hot brown grape nuts wheat meal in the big new 30-ounce economy size package, that's 30 full ounces of swell roasted wheat flavor, full-bodied texture, real whole wheat nourishment. Get hot grape nuts wheat meal tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony, Incorporated.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Bob Hope and Lucille Ball in Fancy Pants. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of man's greatest gifts is that of laughter, particularly the talent for making other people laugh. Tonight, as our stars, we are fortunate enough to have two clowns. First, the unpredictable Mr. Robert Hope, and second, and by far the prettier of the two, Miss Lucille Ball. We will present this extraordinary team in their Paramount picture riot, Fancy Pants. Now, Fancy Pants was adapted from the novel Ruggles of Red Gap by Harry Leon Wilson, and is a perfect vehicle for the talents of our versatile comedian, Bob Hope, and glamorous comedienne, Lucille Ball. You know, I think the glamorous comedienne is here to stay. No longer do our feminine comics wear frumpy clothes and funny makeups. They're chic, well-groomed, and just like our Lux girls, they guard their beauty with Lux toilet soap, which they know assures them the very best in complexion care. Now, Fancy Pants, starring Bob Hope as Humphrey and Lucille Ball as Aggie. It's England, 1905. And out in the countryside, a third-rate group of actors has just concluded another dismal performance. We're backstage now, and the cast is on its usual topic of discussion. That brilliant actor, Humphrey, the butler.
I don't know where he came from.
I can't stand anymore. Either that blundering monster Humphrey leaves the show, or I leave it.
My dear woman, now don't blame me. I'm only the stage manager.
Oh, what's the use? We're not even making expenses. I suggest we all leave the cast and go home.
Oh, Humphrey'll never go home. I know he won't. It's an American plot, I tell you, to ruin the entire British theater.
Perfectly right.
A little applause, please. I'm about to make my entrance.
Halfway, idiot.
Thank you. That'll do, please. That's enough remarks. There's no more room between my shoulder blades. You know, with a little concentration, I may become another Gromiko.
Blundering American idiot. Fiend.
Dracula! I'm making a cat battle of the water to make the naked land.
Now, if you'll all keep quiet for just a moment, I've got some news for you.
Yes, what is it?
It so happens that the young Earl of Brinstead was in the audience tonight.
Royalties?
Yes, and not only that, but the Earl of Brinstead has a proposition to offer you. Yes, now he's waiting in the office. Come along, all of you.
The entire splendid cast, I presume.
Now, let me warn you, Earl, we're the finest actors in the British Empire, and we're going to be real tough to deal with. Now, what's your proposition?
Well,
we'll take it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I recently have become acquainted with a rather intriguing young lady from America. Now, her mother is a nouveau riche, determined at all costs to inflict culture upon her daughter, Agatha. So, I have invited Miss Floud and her mother to my country estate for the weekend to meet my family. Rather rash, eh, what? Since I have neither estate nor family. However, my friend Lord Twombly has lent me his home, and you, dear people of the theatre, shall enact the role of my family.
On one condition, my lord. Humphrey stays here.
Quiet, Ava. My lord, there are members of this cast who are jealous of my sterling portrayals. I have played valets and gentlemen's gentlemen from Chicago to Liverpool, and the critics all say the same thing about my performance.
Yeah,
but how can they print that in the newspapers?
Good feels, you spoil that broth. Nothing.
What does he say?
Oh, he said there'd be plenty to eat and drink, a good fee, and she's spoiling it all. He talks like that ever since he got hold of a loaded crumpet.
Well, those are my terms.
Oh, give Humphrey another chance. After all, he is human. Well, practically.
Oh, very well then. But keep him away from me.
Don't wear your hair up, honey. It's the grouse shooting season.
Well, it's all settled then.
Yes, and we're off to the country. And I hope you have an elevator so the upstairs maid can have a fair share of me.
I'll send carriages for you the first thing in the morning. It'll be a lark for all of you. And for me, who knows? A rich wife, Miss Agatha Floud.
Coming. Howdy.
Oh, good afternoon, Mum.
Maggie? Well? You got a courtesy. How many times did I tell you?
Oh, Mom. Good afternoon.
Your wrap, Mum?
I'll say. Bought it in St. Louis. Solid ermine.
Oh, I'm the butler.
Oh.
Thank you. I think so myself. His lordship awaits in the garden. If the two mums will just follow me.
Maggie, what class? Wish we had something like that back home.
Oh, Ma, somebody'd shoot him before we got him near the house.
My lord, direct from America, presenting Mrs. Floud and Miss Floud.
Oh, so good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Now here are your guests.
Hi, Earl.
Oh, Miss Agatha, Mrs. Floud, my family. This is my mother, Lady Brinstead.
Flattered to meet you, Lady Brinstead.
Charmed.
Do it, Aggie.
Charmed.
My cousin Rosalind, Duchess of Dover.
Charmed.
How do you do?
Aggie.
Okay, Ma, okay. Howdy, Duchess.
Howdy,
His Lordship the 13th Duke of Grinstead, my father.
Oh, imagine I looked at my boss saying, "Don't let me
Hey, what's he trying to do to me?
Just kissing your hand, Miss Agatha.
You'd think there was gravy on it.
You must forgive father's enthusiasm. Told him all about you, sir.
You hear that, Aggie? The Earl told his pa all about you.
And somebody ought to tell his mother all about his father.
Well, I hope our guests find it relaxing here at Grinstead Manor. Eh, Mamma?
Yes, indeed I do.
Oh, beg pardon, my lord.
Yes, Humphrey?
Your monocle is smudged. You've been breathing through your eyeballs again. There you are. Anything else, my lord? Mustache wax, a touch of hair oil, perhaps, a whiff of stopette?
Stout fellow, Humphrey. But that'll be all for now.
Thank you.
Holy smoke! Why, that's more service than the hired man gives us in a month back in Big Squaw.
Yeah, come on, let's get out of here.
Shut up. You know, Earl, this is the first time I ever saw a real English butler.
I saw one once in a play.
You did?
Yeah, I was in Cheyenne.
Cheyenne, that was September 1902.
And we threw tomatoes at him. Pelted him with ripe tomatoes.
When I walked off the stage, the manager thought I was Red Skelton.
Jolly good sport, I wager. Eh, Humphrey?
Ham. And now, shall I brew tea, my lady? Which kind should it be?
What's the difference?
Well, I can give you orange pekoe with a dash of lemon or lemon pekoe with a dash of orange. Then there's weak tea, or if you prefer extremely strong tea, keeps trying to batter its way out of the bag.
I rather fancy Indian tea, rich flowing concoction during inclement weather. The Chinese importation is
What'd he say?
Oh, he just said the rather fancy Indian tea, rich flowing concoction during inclement weather, while Chinese importation has little to just low. Mum.
That's telling her, Humphrey.
Thank you. Your tea, Mum. May I slosh it about for you, Mum?
Please do.
Tea time, jolly cup of tea time. A tea for you, Mum, of course.
Careful, Humphrey. Watch that tray, my good man.
Oh, but my lady, you know I'm all... Whoops.
Soaked to the skin, all over me.
Yes, quite a natural combination, Mum. Tea and lemon.
Oh, you stupid blundering oaf. I told you his performance was...
Meter, please.
Well, just look at me. And what's this?
Oh, it's just a slice of pumpernickel, Mum. Dry out like new. It just needs pumping out, that's all.
You monster, you bore. How did you ever get to be such an idiot?
Oh, just early to bed, early to rise. That's the answer, Mum.
Well, don't stand there. I'm drenched. Do something.
Yes, Mum. I'll fetch you some fresh tea, Mum.
Humphrey. Over here, Humphrey. I want to chew the fat.
So soon after tea, Mum?
What do they pay you around here, Humphrey?
6 quid, 3 bob, tuppence halfpenny a fortnight, Mum.
How much is that?
I don't know. I'm still trying to find out what a fortnight is.
Well, how about a nice fat raise, Humphrey?
Are you trying to lure me from the service of his lordship, Mum?
Exactly.
Impossible. My family's always buttled the Brinsteads. My father, my father's father, my father's 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 father. I could even go farther.
Oh, now listen, son. Hanging around here ain't getting you nothing. Here's my card. Drop in at my hotel and we'll work out a deal. Double your salary.
Don't tempt me, Mum. Money brings out the cad in me, and my cad is ready to get out.
Well, meanwhile, just see that you keep out of the billiard room.
The billiard room? Oh, I've been barred from the billiard room for life, Mum, for cheating. I won £50 shooting pool with the Earl before he found out the terrible thing I'd done.
The terrible thing you'd done? What was it?
Oh, I can't tell you, Mum.
What was it?
Well, I soaked his pool cue in Jergens lotion. He'd never have found out, but someone started to play Song of India and it crawled into a basket.
Well, Aggie's in there with his lordship, and he's alone. Who knows, Humphrey? Maybe he's going to propose.
Gad, Mum. I trust the luscious Miss Floud knows what she's doing, Mum.
Maybe she don't, but I do. Just imagine, an Earl for a son-in-law. Hey, what are you doing? Humphrey, no! Leave him be. I tell you, he's going to propose.
Now then, Agatha, my dear, if you'll just give me your hand.
Okay, here.
Thank you. You place the hand on the billiard cue thusly. Do you follow me? May I tell you something, dear Agatha? May I tell you that I brought you in here just to be alone with you?
Why?
Because you're the most exciting girl I've ever met. If only I knew the right words. If only I knew what to do.
May I be of service, my lord? Sherry, my lady?
Well, don't mind if I do.
Sherry, my lord?
No, nothing for me. Thank you, Humphrey.
Scotch and soda, my lord?
Nothing at all, thank you. You may run along now.
Scotch and water, my lord?
No, nothing, thank you.
Soda and water, my lord?
Nothing.
Water over water? Scotch over ice, my lord?
No, nothing, Humphrey.
Scotch over scotch, scotch over bourbon?
That will be all, Humphrey. Thank you.
Care to play musical glasses? It's jolly well crazy, my lord.
No, nothing.
Shall I draw the blinds, my lord? Draw your bath? Draw your picture.
Look, Humphrey, draw whatever you like, but somewhere else. Somewhere else.
Yes, my lord. Or shall I chalk the mum's cue, my lord?
Why don't we just give up until he winds down? You heard his earlship. Hit the breeze and stop talking.
Well, if Mum feels that way about it, Mum's the word, Mum.
I'm terribly sorry, Agatha. Now, as I was saying, oh, my darling, if you only...
Announcing Sir Wimbley, Mrs. Floud, Lady Margaret, Lady Rosalind, and Cyril, my lord.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Lady Margaret, Mum, may I serve the punch bowl?
You may. Serve the punch bowl, Humphrey.
Fine, Mum, as soon as I return from the laundromat in the corner. I can't think of any place else to put the goldfish. By the time you finish the punch, there'll be suds washed and rinsed 3 times.
Well, Aggie, any news?
Oh, lay off of me, will you, Ma?
Well, you may not want his earlship, but I sure got a hankering for Humphrey.
Ma!
I tell you, Aggie, that Humphrey'd make a real gentleman out of your paw.
Take that home with us to Big Squaw?
Well, why not?
You got bats in your belfry.
I don't care. I'm going to get that Humphrey for your paw somehow. If Lady Margaret would only fire him.
Oh, Pa, just feed him to the pigs.
Get over there and shoot your pool. I gotta think. How am I gonna do it? How?
A little refreshment, Mum? Bavarian punch?
Bavarian punch?
A whiskey stirred with a Bavarian.
No, I don't want any.
Well, spiked, Mum. A little punch, Mum?
Why, thank you, Humphrey.
Make you fit as a tiddly and ready to wink.
I'm warning you, Humphrey. Humphrey?
I'm here.
If you spill so much as a single drop on me, I'll...
Oh, but, Mum, I was bumped just as I was bending over to serve you, Mum. Someone cued me.
Oh, get out! Get out! Oh, look at me. You're fired, do you hear? And don't ever come back. Not tonight, tomorrow, or ever. Just get out.
Stop beating around the bush.
Get out!
I know. Get out. I know.
Humphrey, double the salary, remember?
For shame, Mum, stabbing me in the back. You know how ticklish I am through there.
Who stabbed you? I just gave you a little push with the billiard cue. Well, you working for us now?
Oh, big squall.
You said it. We leave next week.
Big squall. I'll pack me bags, Mum.
Well, don't say it that way. What's the matter with Big Squaw?
Oh, nothing, Mum. It's just that I hate the idea of living in a town that's named after Crosby.
I got him, Aggie. I got him. Humphrey's coming home with us.
Ah, Ma.
In a few moments, we'll present Act Two of Fancy Pants. Now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter, with the Lux movie news of the week.
We're off to Mexico this week, John, to a gay, romantic Mexico setting for the Howard Hughes presentation, His Kind of Woman.
That's the RKO picture starring Robert Mitchum as a gambler who goes straight and is forced to shoot it out with a tough gangster.
And Jane Russell turns in some high comedy as an ex-band vocalist masquerading in high society. But she turns straight, too, and ends up in Mitchum's arms as his kind of woman.
I hear Jane Russell wears absolutely dazzling costumes. But then Jane's a dazzler herself.
She's a Lux girl, John.
With a truly Lux-lovely complexion.
Yes, indeed. Jane Russell always depends on Lux soap care for her complexion. And she tells me she adores the big new bath-size Lux. It makes her daily beauty bath so luxurious.
So many screen stars say that, Libby. In fact, bath-size Lux is a favorite all over Hollywood and everywhere. The creamy lather is so abundant, even in hardest water.
And I love the way it leaves my skin so fresh. Lux Lovely all over.
Yes, Lux Soap's active lather makes you sure of daintiness, sure of charm. It has a delicate flower-like fragrance that really clings, really lasts. Tomorrow, get this satin-smooth bath cake that leaves skin Lux Lovely all over. 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. Now our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Fancy Pants, starring Bob Hope as Humphrey and Lucille Ball as Aggie. Well, it's 3 weeks later, and our hero, Humphrey, his acting career blighted, has arrived at the Floud Mansion in Big Squaw, territory of New Mexico. Mrs. Floud is showing Humphrey around the house, while Aggie and her father...
Oh, I sure missed you, daughter. I sure did. Say, how come you're all Sundayed up on Tuesday?
Oh, it's Ma, Pa. She's taking to finery like a hog takes to slop.
Yeah, sometimes I wish I never found all them gold mines, Aggie, and got so doggone rich.
And now that we got a butler...
Oh, Aggie, I'm in a peck of trouble. And it's all his'n fault, Humphrey's.
Well, he is kind of lame-brained.
First, your ma wrote me that some Earl was making goo-goo eyes at you. Then she sends me a telegram that she's bringing home a gentleman's gentleman. So, naturally, I figured it's the same fella.
Huh? Say that again, Pa.
Aggie, I've told everybody in Big Squaw that you and Ma was bringing home a Earl.
You told everybody... Oh! Hey, what am I laughing at?
And now the whole town's fixing to welcome him proper. Gosh, when Ma finds out, what'll I do?
You won't have to do, Pa. You're gonna be did. Hey, no wonder Cart Belknap was so mad.
Cart Belknap?
Yeah, I saw him down at the depot. Couldn't figure out what was eating him. Piece by piece.
Toughest hombre in Big Squaw, and Cart's mighty sweet on you, Aggie.
There goes your problem, Pa. Cart thinks there's something between me and Humphrey, huh? Well, suppose I let him keep on thinking it.
Cart'd cut out his liver and boil his gizzard in his own sauce, and after that he'd...
Jiggers, Pa, here they come. Ma on him.
Well, there he is, Humphrey. That there's Mr. Floud.
Howdy.
Howdy, sir.
Now, let's get one thing straight, Humphrey. I take care of myself, see?
Oh, that's quite obvious, sir.
In the house, I always go around in my shirt sleeves. Anything wrong with that?
Oh, no, sir, nothing at all, sir. But wouldn't it be better if you wore a shirt with them? Just a suggestion, of course. Don't let me rush you into anything.
Humphrey, I want you to meet our hired help. Get in here, boys. This here's Wampum, our Indian foreman, and this is Wong, our Chinese cook. Boys, meet Humphrey.
How do?
Oh, they do.
All right, Humphrey. You can start right now lecturing Mr. Floud. Humphrey, your first doorbell. Go on, see who it is.
Thank you.
All
right, folks, all together now. Welcome to Big Squaw, Your Grace.
Your Grace? What? Who, me?
Howdy, Mayor. So good to see you all, my dears. Come on in.
Oh, Effie, you're so lucky. Congratulations, Mrs. Floud.
Humphrey, ain't he elegant?
She calls him Humphrey, his first name, right to his face. Oh, a real, genuine Earl.
Oh, this certainly makes you the queen of Big Squaw's society, Effie.
Me, queen?
Silly, isn't it?
Oh, your lordship, your tie. Let me fix it. I'll double your salary, double everything. Only don't let 'em know you're just the butler.
Oh, well, in that case, is Humphrey, Earl of Brinstead, and on behalf of my hostess, allow me to welcome you all to Floud Manor.
Oh, your lordship, it's 2 minutes past your tea time. How can you endure it?
Sheer grit. Shall we tee off, then? Oh, ladies, please, if you line up in alphabetical order, you may breathe down my neck, one at a time.
He's so whippy, Effie.
Oh, this is a fun group, isn't it?
This way, your lordship. Hey, Wampum, bring out the tea.
Oh, and don't forget the crumpets.
What is trumpet?
That's a bagel with a thyroid condition.
Now tell me, Earl, how do the American women compare with your English women?
Oh, I think you American women are much prettier.
How about your horses?
Oh, I think you American women are even prettier than our horses.
Maggie, where are you?
Sorry, Ma.
Haven't I asked you never to enter a room without dropping a curtsy to Humphrey the Earl?
Yeah, Ma, I know. Dear, dear Earl, what would Lady Maud say? No carnation in your buttonhole.
Oh, I can't wear them, you know. It turns my medals green. Carnation, ladies. Here, you may shed it.
Oh, Earl, please tell us about your medals.
Yeah, some experience I could write up in the paper.
Nothing doing, folks. His earlship's kind of pooped.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. Now, let me see. Which medal shall I explain first? Oh, yeah, I think it was my first year of service in Africa. I was a mere lieutenant at the time. Well, those native chaps were becoming very nasty, meant to wipe us out, you know. They were only waiting for the end of the monsoon.
Monsoon, that's French for mister.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, Colonel Jothergill drew me aside. It's 3 against 1,000, he muttered. We had to have reinforcements. No man could get through.
The Earl was just a boy at the time.
No, I was 13, as I remember.
Oh.
Well, Colonel Jothergill, old Spit and Polish, we called him lovingly because he was always spitting and he was Polish. Well, sir, there we were, 3 against 1,000.
Oh, how horrible.
Stimulating, though. Then Colonel Jothergill told us the worst of it. Stiff upper lip, he muttered, starching his mustache. You'll have to face it, chaps. There was no more tea. They'd cut off our Liptons. Oh, they'd pay dearly for this. We'd sell our lives at a fearful price, but how to stop them? How to get out of it? How? How? But there was no more time. They were storming the fort now. 3 against 1,000, mind you.
Oh, you're wonderful.
Yes, there I was with a spear through my supple young body.
Didn't it hurt?
Only when I laughed. Well, I drew my cutlass, I drew it. I started to hew my way through them. Oh, well, if you dear peasants will excuse me, if you would excuse me, well, I always take a nap before tiffin.
But, your lordship, what happened? How did it end?
Oh, the encounter. Well, we finally put them to rout. But we all agreed that they were 3 of the toughest rascals we'd ever fought. Cheerio! Gad, what a performance.
Humphrey!
Enter then. Enter.
Humphrey, you get out of that bed and make tracks for the Yellow Dog Saloon. Them 2 varmints, Aggie and Pa's over there. In a saloon. It's a revolt.
Oh, but Effie, one does not disturb an earl this early, and the earl is feeling very earlish this morning.
Humphrey, in the weekly newspaper you may be an earl, and in front of my friends you may be an earl. But every payday you're Humphrey the butler, and your job is Pa and Aggie.
Oh, but Mrs. Floud, I simply...
Humphrey!
Yes, Mum, I'm on my way, Mum. Yellow Dog Saloon, Mum. Say, can anybody get in, Mum, or just Yellow Dogs?
Oh, cut that out, Humphrey. Now just get down there and bring them back.
The rest of your big idea.
Yeah, go ahead and tell him, Aggie.
Well, boys, Pa and me come down here because we knew as soon as Ma found out we was gone, she'd send Fancy Pants, that is the Earl, down here to get us.
Only meantime.
Yeah, only meantime, I sent word for Cart Belknap to come over. So hang around, boys. Figure we might see something real interesting.
Aggie, look who's walking in.
Fancy Pants. Come on in, Humphrey. Boys, I want you to meet our new boarder, the Earl of Brinstead. Earl, the boys of the Yellow Dog Saloon.
No, don't get up. You'll muss up the sawdust. Begging your pardon, young Mum, but the maid has requested that you both return at once to the manor.
What's wrong with our manners here?
Oh, come on, Humphrey, sit down. Hey, Aggie, how about singing that song again for his earlship?
Sure, Pa, why not? Hey, Sam, get over to the piano.
Okay, Aggie.
It's for you, Humphrey.
Jolly decent of you, Mum.
Give it to him, daughter.
Hey, Fancy Pants, you're a pussyfootin' critter. When you see a gal, you skitter. Hey, you! Fancy Pants, oh, you dropped your purty hanky. Mama it. Hey! Fancy pants! You're a highfalutin geezer, afraid to take a gallon squeezer. Hey, you! Fancy pants! Run to mama for protection. How's your stamp collection? Hey! Tenderfoot! Looking at us and stomping and cussing. What you scared about? Take a chance. If you're rootin' and tootin', folks will quit a hootin'. There goes Fancy Pants.
Fancy pants.
Oh, I was just kidding, Humphrey. Now, why don't you tell the boys about the time you were in India?
Oh, yes. By Jove, what a moment that was. In all India, I'd never come across a more ferocious beast. There it stood in the pitch-black night, its immense size completely dwarfing the elephant I was riding.
Oh, yeah? How could you tell how big it was in the dark?
Cart. Oh, Humphrey, I want you to meet my boyfriend, Cart Belknap. Shake hands with his earlship.
Put her there, stranger.
Oh, well, any friend of Miss Agatha's is a friend of...
What's the matter, stranger? Get up off the floor.
Oh, that's fine. Western hospitality. You do that again and I'll report you to Spade Cooley. Well, jolly meeting you, sir, but I fear it's crumpet time. I must be jogging along.
Stay where you are.
Yeah, you were looking at the great big animal in the dark.
I was? Oh, I was. Yes. Well, its white coat stood out, the largest polar bear I've ever seen. Must have been at least...
Polar bears don't belong in India.
Yeah, that's what I kept telling him. Well, he kept coming toward me. I kept retreating step by step.
What happened to the big elephants you were riding?
Well, he'd gone to Washington to get ready for 52. Well, there I was. I never dreamed of that. Well, there I was, alone, unarmed, except for a spear that a friendly native had left lodged in my chest.
Yeah, but it only hurt when you laughed.
Yeah. I went through the spear, staggered back, weak from the loss of blood, and well, it's crumpet time. I better be jogging.
You know what I would have done to that big old bear? I'd have twisted his neck. Like this!
Oh.
And I'd have got him by the ears, and I'd have yanked him off. Like this!
I wish you'd have been there. It would have been very...
Then I'd have got me a couple of handfuls of fur, like this. And I'd have pulled him off.
Pa, maybe we better stop Cart.
Oh, he's just getting warmed up, daughter.
And you know what I would have done next?
Don't tell me. Let me guess.
All right, go ahead and guess.
Well, I guess you'd have taken your trusty revolver...
Well?
...and hit him over the head like this. Ooh! Cheerio, chaps. I must whiz.
Aggie, did you see what he did?
Yeah, to Cart Belknap. Hey, Fancy Pants, wait for me!
Now, just a minute, Mr. Mayor. Catch your wind and say that over again.
It's true, Effie, it's true. President Teddy Roosevelt. He's making a tour through the Western Territory, so I sent him a telegram about the Earl, and he wired right back that he'd be delighted to come here.
Land of Goshen, President Roosevelt.
Of course, he can stay right here in the house with you, can't he, Effie?
Here in my house? Oh, Mayor.
Well, I gotta start organizing my committee. Goodbye, Effie.
Mike, Aggie, where are you?
Oh, what is it?
President Teddy Roosevelt's coming here to see Humphrey.
Huh?
I'd have swore she said the president was coming here to see Humphrey.
That's what I did say.
Effie, girl, you been hitting the Applejack?
Well, what's he want to see Humphrey for?
Because he thinks Humphrey's a earl. Where is he? Where's Humphrey?
Who, Humphrey?
I said, where is he?
You better tell her, Aggie.
Well, the last time I saw him, Ma, he was sort of heading out of town.
Out of town? But he'll get lost in the desert.
Well, all of a sudden, he got kind of lonesome for London.
Oh, you two. I might have known you'd do something like that.
Now, Ma, we can't
You
help
get
it
up
if
and
he...
go on after him, and don't you come back here without him. Now get! Get!
I'm lost. Lost in this endless desert. Water. Anything that'll save my life. Water. A package of Chesterfields. I'm going mad, I tell you, mad. The sand, the heat. I'm too young to die. Too young. Too handsome. Water! Water! It's a mirage, I tell you, a mirage.
We do our washing in that mirage every Monday morning.
Oh, yeah? And who asked you to come chasing after me? I want to get out of this country.
Well, I don't exactly blame you, Humphrey. Me and Pa were awful ugly, and Cart Belknap.
Cart Belknap. Only a coward would hit a coward.
Oh, he just snapped his twig, that's all. You see, Cart wants to marry me, and I guess he got the silly idea that you and me were sweet on each other. Can you imagine?
Preposterous. You're not even my type, Mum.
You know, it took a lot of nerve belting Cart Belknap over the head. That's why I figured you might have nerve enough to meet President Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, well, I've got just as much nerve as... Who?
Well, everybody thinks you're a real earl, so Teddy Roosevelt's coming to Big Squaw just to meet you.
Ha-ha! Well, you're going to look pretty silly. And your ma and pa are going to be looking silly. And this whole silly little town's going to look silly. You'll have to change the name to Big Silly.
Well, at that, it might be worse if you stayed. Imagine you trying to fool a president.
Say, presidents can be fooled. They vote for themselves, don't they? Besides, I made you think I was a butler.
Well, that's easy. You are.
Look, I've been waiting a long time to take some bows for my performance. I'm no Earl, I'm no butler, I'm not even Humphrey.
Huh?
My name is Arthur Tyler, and I'm an actor. Afra, Agva, and Sag. And paid up.
Actor? Gosh. Well, why did you pretend to be a butler?
Because I was stranded in England. Flat broke.
Gee, a real actor. Playing an English earl for President Roosevelt. With me and Ma and Pa to applaud.
Yeah, and I'd be the star. That's a step up. And an audience of 3. That's a step up.
Sure. Besides, there's a lot of innocent people down in town depending on you, Humphrey. I mean, Arthur.
Innocent? How about Cart Belknap? Would you tell him we don't mean anything to each other so he'd stop trying to put my head in his trophy room?
Well, sure. I'll tell him that we don't mean a thing to each other. Well, there's my horse, Humphrey. Let's get back to town.
Ah, yes, the horse.
I hope you don't mind riding double.
Double, Mum? Wouldn't think of it. There we go. There. You all set, Mum? Perfectly comfortable, Mum?
Oh, sure. Let's go.
And later on, if your feet start hurting, maybe you can ride the horse.
Thanks a lot, Humphrey.
Not at all, not at all. Gee, President Roosevelt. A command performance. We accept the role, Mum, but for a one-night stand only. Then I must go on tour.
What a ham bone.
Wait till my agent hears about this. Yes, Mr. President. As Humphrey, Earl of Grinstead, I can assure you, sir. Oh, but of course, Mr. President, of course.
In just a few moments, we'll return with Act 3 of Fancy Pants. And now for my guest tonight, I have a young lady who's a charter member of Paramount's Golden Circle, Miss Joan Taylor. The circle means, Joan, that Paramount has high hopes you'll become a star.
Well, I'm hoping, Mr. Keeley, and working like mad.
But you already get your name in lights. You know, every time a picture you're in plays in Lake Forest, Illinois.
Confidentially, that's because my father owns the theater.
And your mother danced in vaudeville.
Yes, she was a headliner and started me on dancing lessons early.
Well, Joan, dancing started many a screen beauty on her career. Look at Jane Wyman and Alexis Smith, who are playing opposite Bing Crosby and Francho Tone in Paramount Pictures' wonderful new comedy, Here Comes the Groom.
I watched it being made, Mr. Keeley. What fun. What tangled romances. Being in love with Jane, Jane engaged to Francho.
And Alexis, the glamour girl whose competition brings Jane back to Bing.
Yes, if you'd like to laugh, don't miss Here Comes the Groom. And when you see lovely Jane Wyman and Alexis Smith, notice the smooth beauty of their complexions.
Both Jane and Alexis know how easy it is to be Lux Lovely, Mr. Kennedy, and I agree with them. Lux soap facials really work wonders for my skin.
You have a lovely complexion, Joan. And as you know, here's all there is to a Lux Active Lather Facial. Cream the rich lather well into your skin, rinse thoroughly with warm water, then cold, and gently pat dry with a towel. It's the active lather that does the trick. Leaves skin softer and smoother. So discover how easy it is to be Lux Lovely. Get a supply of Hollywood's own beauty soap tomorrow. 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Fancy Pants, starring Bob Hope as Humphrey and Lucille Ball as Aggie. The biggest day in the history of Big Squaw is at hand. In a couple of hours, President Teddy Roosevelt is arriving to pay his respects to the Earl of Grinstead. And now, at the Floud Kitchen, excited preparations are underway. Yes, it's home cooking for the president.
Oh, woe is me, what goes with me? I hate this living I've chose for me. Tired of meeting misery. Should have never roamed and left that home cooking. Home cooking. Life is cruel, I was a fool to roam.
I went abroad and how I hawed them English critters they never thought. When the Duke says, yes, my lord, partner, you can hear me elbow.
Home cooking. Home cooking.
No fancy pants will stand a chance with me.
With a porch light, screen door, banner from Niagara Falls.
Green grass, lawn mower, home sweet home up on the wall. That's
home cooking, home cooking. A quiet life is quite a life for me. Yes, give me that home cooking, home cooking. That's the life for me. Thank you, Margaret.
This here dinner party for President Roosevelt's coming off right. Or them that is responsible. Listen, I'm talking to you. Them that is responsible is going to suffer. You hear me, Aggie?
I hear you, Ma.
And even you forget to curtsy, I'll bust your curtsy.
Oh, all right, Ma.
A doorbell, Mum. I'll get it.
You stay where you are. You quit calling me Mum, gol darn it. Today you're the Earl of Grinstead in capital letters.
Oh, yes, just the way it's embroidered on my shorts. I've been practicing a royal sneer all morning. I'll soon be getting fan mail from Basil Rathbone. Oh, what a season this is.
Oh, it's probably just Carrie with her potato salad. Lay off the doorbell, honey. I'm coming. Come in, Carrie. We'll... Oh.
Mrs. Cloud, how do you do?
Oh.
Fainted. Pick her up, Bennett, and bring her in.
Yes, sir. That's the trouble with these surprise visits, Mr. President.
Oh, here now. What's the miss, you chaps?
She fainted.
Oh, well, you see, President Roosevelt's coming, and everyone is simply...
Well?
Aggie! Oh, Aggie, it's the president!
Huh? Well, so it is. I'm Mike Floud, Mr. President. This here's my daughter, Aggie.
How do you do? And this here's the Earl of Grinstead.
Oh, pleased to meet you. Any president of Paws is a president of mine. How'd you do?
Delighted. And this gentleman is Mr. Bennett, Secret Service, you know.
Oh, yes, of course. And down here is our hostess, Mrs. Effie Floud.
Ma, wake up, Ma.
I'm sorry I dropped in so unexpectedly, Mrs. Floud, but I've listened to so many speeches of welcome I was hoping to avoid the one at your depot.
Aggie, you take the president in the parlor till we get things fixed up in the kitchen.
Personally, I'd like to go in the kitchen with you.
You mean it?
I make a steak sauce that is very popular in Washington.
You do?
Extraordinary.
Back to the kitchen, everybody.
Delighted. Bully for you.
And to think I almost voted for Brian.
I say this is a ginger group, isn't it?
Now, there you are, Mrs. Cloud, my steak sauce. Now, who wants a taste?
Gee, sure looks good, don't it?
I still think it needs a little more cooking, Sherry.
Paul.
Well, perhaps another dash of sherry wouldn't
Oh,
hurt.
nonsense, Your Honor. And you keep your nose out of the president's recipe.
Doggone it, Effie, there was plenty of sherry in your cooking before we got married.
Why, Mike Flout, are you insinuating that...
Gee, Ma, if you'd used stronger sherry, I bet I'd be 2 years older.
Mrs. Flout, after all, the president's on his vacation. Do you want him to think he's back with Congress?
Bully for you, Grinstead. Now tell me, what is the attitude of England regarding the Mediterranean situation?
Oh, yes. Well, frankly, there are two schools of thought, pro and con.
Well, of course. But just how do you feel about it, pro and con?
Well, the pro people seem to be for it, and the con group are definitely against it. Definitely, sir.
But you, Grinstead, just what stand do you take?
Oh, me? Well, I'm pro.
Pro? How can you endorse a situation like that?
Oh, what I mean is I'm pro-con. I'm for those who are against it, you see.
No, I don't, but...
Effie, where are you?
It's the mayor.
The train came in, but he wasn't even on it. He didn't even... Jumping Jehoshaphat. President Roosevelt. He's here, folks. He's here. Mr. President, as mayor of Big Squaw, permit me to welcome you to our fair city. And in honor of this occasion...
Oh, bravo. Excellent speech, Mr. Mayor. Brief but meaty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all.
But I've got a whole lot more to say.
That's all right. You can mail it in later, Mayor. Thank you. It's free, you know. Everything's free.
I want you to try some of the venison, Mr. President. Aggie here shot it herself.
Bully for you, ma'am. If only I had time, I'd do some hunting.
Oh, what we ought to have is a fox hunt.
Oh, yes, they're fun, especially if the fox is riding a fast horse. Over hill and dale, yoicks and away, all that sort of tittle. Blasted shame you have to be pushing off, Mr. President.
After all, I do have a schedule.
Bad show. Disappointing to the hounds, you know.
Why, Dad, we won't disappoint the Grinstead. Oh, Bennett.
Yes, sir.
We're staying over. See about the train.
Yes, Mr. President.
And you, Grinstead, you shall lead the hunt.
Me?
Tomorrow morning.
Oh, but I...
We'll spend the whole day on horseback.
The whole day on horseback? I may find a new place to put my Dr. Scholl's foot pads.
I don't care what time of night it is, Humphrey. You and me are staying here in the corral until you learn to ride a horse. Now, this is tougher on me than it is on you.
Yeah, but not in the same place. Let's face it, Aggie, I can't even ride a jackass, even after all those road pictures we made together. That goes with Here Comes the Groom, doesn't it? I can stay on a horse. I can stay on a horse when he walks, I think, but I can't go out there riding in any fox hunt. Playing an Earl was easy, but all I ever hunted was a job.
Well, I ain't asking you to ride just for Big Squaw or for Pa or Ma. It's for me, Humphrey.
Me? I mean you?
The first time I saw you, I said to myself, here's a dirty, low-down, lily-livered coyote. Then, as I got to know you better, I figured you for a filthy, sneaking rat.
Yeah, I grow on people like that.
But then again, you remind me of a little old chipmunk I had when I was a kid. Only thing I ever loved. Same look in the eye as you got. I'll never forget how he looked at me just before he went west.
California?
Dead.
Smog poisoning, huh?
Cart Belknap shot him.
Hey, did you ever tell Cart Belknap that we didn't mean a thing to each other?
Well, not yet, Humphrey, but I was fixin' to.
Well, don't.
Huh?
Well, I don't like my women to be lying.
You mean you aren't running out on us?
Nothing's going to stop me now, maybe not even a horse.
Oh, Humphrey, would you kiss me? Nobody'll see. It's dark out here. Gee, that was swell.
Yeah. He's a very affectionate horse. Now it's my turn.
Bully, I
idea, this fox hunt. Bully!
Well, may not be exactly like England, Mr. President, but the fox will never know the difference.
Ah, here comes Brinstead.
Tally-ho, pip-pip, everyone. Top of the morning, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Brinstead. Splendid day for the... Brinstead, why, you're limping.
Yeah, what you doing with that cane?
Oh, this? Well, I couldn't find a crutch. I looked all over.
Crutch? Good heavens, man.
Oh, it just happened, you know, about to leap on my horse when my old leg injury hit me again, just like that.
Old leg injury?
Yes, I got it playing rugby at Oxford. I kicked a rug too hard. It kept me off the crew, you know. I was a 4-letter man.
Yeah, and I can spell it. Well, we can't have the hunt without you. Guess we'll have to call it off.
Oh, nothing of the sort. Tradition. Oh, no, I'll be all right. Old fellow, whomp him, old boy. Just bring my beast over here and have her lie down. I shall get aboard somehow.
Brinstead, you can't possibly ride.
Oh, I'll suffer through, Prez. Nothing stops the Brinstead. Excelsior!
Your family motto?
No, somebody fetch some. I'll put it in my pants.
You can't ride. President's orders.
Oh, well, I guess I'm outvoted then. Rum luck, eh? Better take my horse along, though. This could give her an inferiority complex. She wouldn't be able to hold up her tail among the other horses. Well, buzz off without me, you lucky people. Mount up, you all. Have fun. I'll just sit here till you and the pain go away.
Well, folks, I guess we're all ready then.
Yeah, you might as well start us off, your earlship.
Get on your mark. Trump the trumpets. Unbox the fox.
Hey, look at him go.
Must have a date with another fox. Unbound the hounds. Lights away. Wampum.
Oh.
I shall be in my room. Be a good fellow and buzz me when you hear them returning.
Oh, hey, all of a sudden you walk pretty good.
Here's a buck. How do I walk now?
Keep bad.
Remind me to autograph a feather for
you. Come on in, your lordship.
Belknap.
I've been waiting for you.
Clark Belknap.
Sorry about your bum leg, your lordship. You do ride, don't you?
Ride, my dear fellow? I was born in the saddle. Mama got a bad break with the traffic lights.
That's very funny. Now, let's see you laugh your way out of this one, Mr. Tyler.
Tyler? Who's Tyler?
You are. I've been looking around your room, and I found this.
Put down that scrapbook. You're wrinkling the lace. Put it down. You heard me. Put down that scrapbook. Put it down, I say.
Why should I put it down?
So you can help me pick up my teeth.
Shut up. Full of newspaper clippings, ain't it? Like this, for instance. Arthur Tyler, an American and an actor, but not a very good one.
Well, I was a British critic, and they didn't like American actors then. That was before the loan. But look at here. It says Arthur Tyler gives a standout performance.
Only that ain't all it says. He stands out as probably the worst performer who ever... Oh, you admit you're Tyler, huh?
Oh, of course not. I'm Humphrey, Earl of Brinstead, pip-pip, tally-o, and all that sort of there.
Then what's his scrapbook doing under your pillow?
Well, I like to sleep with my head high.
You know, the president and the whole town's going to be real upset when they find out how you and them Flouds try to make fools out of him.
Oh, but Mr. Belknap, surely you're not going to tell him about it. I mean, not so much for me, but for the Flouds. They're such nice people.
Especially Aggie?
Yeah, that's right.
I wouldn't miss this for $1 million. Well, cheerio, Mr. Tyler. I'll put a real good finish in your scrapbook for you. Your funeral notice.
You can't do it. You're not going out of this room with that scrapbook.
Oh, no?
No.
So long, Humphrey. I'll unlock the door as soon as they get back from their fox hunt.
Oh, Humphrey, this is terrible. Cart Belknap knows you're just an actor?
Yeah, he found my scrapbook. Where is he? Where'd he go?
Well, Cart just left. You know the president's got to catch that train. They're all down at the depot now, waiting for you.
Yeah, then what are we doing here? No, I can't go down there. Belknap's got my scrapbook. He's going to tell everybody that I'm...
Not if we get there first, he won't, and I know a shortcut.
He'll beat me up again. He'll tear me to pieces.
Who cares, as long as the president is gone by then?
Yeah, who cares? What are you, a salesman for the Blue Cross plan? Oh, my leg. Oh, my old injury. My war wounds.
Humphrey, this is Aggie.
Yeah, that's right. Gee, you're pretty.
Come on, Humphrey. We're going down to the depot.
Brinstead, how good of you to see me off. But what happened to you?
Well, I was determined to reach the train before you left, sir, but I fell down twice for every time I got up. Bad leg, you know, sir. Starts at my hip and goes all the way to the floor.
You shouldn't have attempted it, the condition you're in.
Well, you should see the condition I'll be in. Oh, but don't worry about me. Splendid hunt, I hear. I wish I'd been there. Perhaps we'll hunt together sometime when you come across the big pond.
Delighted, Vincent. Bully of you. Bully!
I have put on a little weight.
All right, Mr. Bennett. You can start the train.
Yes, sir.
Stop the train!
No, wait, Mr. President. You and this whole town ought to know what the clouds and that fake Earl's trying to put over on you.
What are you talking about, Belknap?
Why, he's just a cheap little actor.
What's this?
The most humiliating thing Why, I shall return immediately to
He's
England.
a fake. In this book, I gotta prove it.
Give me that book.
Come back here. Stop him, somebody. Stop him.
So long, Aggie. So long, Paul. So long, Effie. I'm lost. Lost in this endless desert. Water. I'm going mad, I tell you. Mad.
Hey, Fancy Pants, wait!
Aggie, no. No, they'll follow your tracks. You lead them to me. I want to die alone and healthy in this frightful desert.
Oh, relax, will you, Humphrey? The president's gone, and as for Cart Belknap, well, I told everybody the truth. When they like somebody in these parts, they don't care if he's a butler or a horse thief, or even if he's an actor. They want you to come back, Humphrey. So do I.
Gee, Aggie, if you'll be Lady Brinstead, if you'll be Mrs. Humphrey Higgins, no, if Mrs. Arthur Tyler, you'll make me the 3 happiest men in the world.
Oh, Humphrey, darling, of course I'll marry you.
Oh, it'll be wonderful, Aggie. We'll settle down, and after the first year, we'll hear the patter of little feet.
Yes, and after the second year, we'll hear the patter of more little feet.
Yeah, and Aggie, about the 3rd year.
Yes?
The 3rd year, let's have a baby. I'm tired of feet.
In just a few moments, we want you to meet our stars in person, and Mr. Keeley will tell you all about next week's show. But now, here's Libby Collins with a big piece of news for you.
You mean, John, with a big question for everyone?
A question?
Yes. Who is the lovely Lux girl? Or perhaps I should put it this way. Can you identify the portrait of the Lux lovely Hollywood star whose eyes are masked out? Her picture's appearing in newspapers all over the country. On posters, in grocery stores, everywhere.
Oh, she's the mystery star in the big Lux Girl contest.
And it is a big contest. $60,000 worth of prizes. Why, the first prize is $5,000 cash plus a Ford Victoria sedan.
And there are hundreds of other prizes. 10 Ford Custom V8 two-door sedans.
200 14-karat gold diamond Bulliver watches.
$10,000 in additional cash prizes.
Over 1,200 opportunities to win. And it's such fun to enter, because first you look at the picture of the lovely Lux girl you'll see at your grocery store, and right on the poster is a clue to help you. She's the star of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Too Young to Kiss.
That makes it easy for everyone to identify her.
Now comes more fun in your entry. You complete the last line of a jingle, and here's the jingle. June is her name, the last is da-da-da. That's where you fill in the star's name. I'll repeat it. June is her name, the last is da-da-da. Her lovely skin's beyond comparison. Her beauty soap's the one for me. You write a last line to rhyme with me. There are lots of things you know to write about Lux soap to help you write that last line of the jingle. For instance, Lux is Hollywood's own beauty soap. It has active lather that leaves skin softer, smoother. And Lux soap's delicate perfume clings, leaves skin sweet and fresh. 9 out of 10 screen stars are Lux girls. So go ahead, enter this big Who is this lovely Lux girl contest right away. Get the entry blank at your grocer's tomorrow. It gives you all the rules, the jingle, and the address. Send in as many entries as you wish, but with each entry attach 2 Lux toilet soap wrappers, either regular or bath size. Remember, there's $60,000 in prizes waiting for winning last lines. Yours may be worth $5,000 cash and a Ford Victoria sedan.
Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
And here they are for a curtain call. Bob Hope and Lucille Ball. Lucille, Bob, we want to thank you doubly for making us forget our troubles for an hour.
Always nothing at all, Bill. Always glad to do a benefit.
Bob, this wasn't a benefit. This is the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, it was a benefit for me. After all, how much Lux soap can I eat?
But, Bob, they pay me money, and then I buy my own Lux soap. It's cheaper that way.
How do you like it? Crosby told me he saved the wrappers and sent Gary to college.
Why, Bob, you don't need any more money with all those successful pictures you make for Paramount.
Yeah, what's the title of your new picture, Bob? The one you made with Hedy Lamarr.
My favorite spy.
Oh, that's the picture Bob's fans are writing him about.
His fans? You mean his relatives?
Hold it, Lucy. Yes, they write in, but it's different from your Lux Girl contest, Bill. Anyone anywhere in the world has a chance to have the world premiere of The Favorite Spy right in their own living room. And guess who'll be their guest for dinner?
I knew you'd try for a free meal somewhere along the line.
Seriously, Bob, that sounds like a wonderful idea. I'd like to enter myself.
I'd rather enter the Lux Girl contest because I am a Lux Girl. It's my favorite complexion care.
Well, if you want to enter this contest, you write me to Bob Hope Contest, Hollywood 38, and tell me why you think the world premiere should be held in your home. The person who gives the best reasons will find me and the picture parked in their living room with all the trimmings of a big Hollywood premiere and a few publicity men. That'll make 3 of me, all told, because naturally with my personality, I play a dual role in the picture.
Can you imagine seeing a movie with 2 Bob Hopes in it? How about Lux Radio Theater next week, Bill?
Well, it'll be another Paramount picture with a very famous title. One of the top dramatic successes of last season, Sunset Boulevard. And from the original cast, we have the 2 stars, glamorous Gloria Swanson and that talented actor, William Holden. Co-starring with him will be one of Paramount's Golden Circle players, Nancy Gates.
A terrific combination and a terrific picture, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. You are both great.
Have you ever been embarrassed by a stocking run just when you wanted to look your best? Then take a tip from Hollywood screen stars. Wash your nylons the Lux way. You'll cut needless runs in half. The Lux way makes nylons last twice as long. Fit better, too. Strain tests prove it. No other soap, no suds of any kind, can make stockings last longer. Over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend Lux. New Lux with color freshener keeps stocking colors clearer, too. Get a big box tomorrow. Keep Lux in the bathroom for everything you wash by hand. Give all your washables that nice as new Lux look.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gloria Swanson, William Holden, and Nancy Gates in Sunset Boulevard. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. November night holds for another instant, then slips out of Broadway's embrace, picks up its whisperings, its promises, its shadows, drifts the street to the place of its dying. And this November night will never be again, never will be touched again. But the feel of it, remembered. Somewhere in it, the sudden laugh of a woman, and the quick spasm dancing at a dime a throw. And for the diary, for the memory book, what's left of it? The tracery of frost on pavement, the lurch into subway, the sodden room. Sleep it off. Forget it. It never happened. And in another place, downtown, west toward river, toward end of night, another quality. Room where a party had been, litter of bottles, a cigarette crushed, branded into bare floor. Room where a man lay dead on velvet-draped bed. Room of knife wounds and a host.
They just walked out on me. Party could have gone on and on and on. I begged them. I got on my knees. Not a kiss. Just split it away.
You're drunk.
And lonesome and sad. I'm just about everything there is.
Tell me about it. Tell me how a man was murdered at your party, Mr. Rimbaugh.
Real beautiful party. I just sent out the word.
Maybe the music gets in your way, huh, Mr. Rimbaugh? Now maybe you can tell me, huh?
I told you. They walked out on me. Leave me with nothing but to sleep. So I go to my Downey, and who's in it? This boy, this fellow. I try to push him over the other side of the bed and make room. I don't have the strength. He's heavy. He's dead. Come to me like a flash. That's why I called you. I gotta have some sleep, Mr. Man.
You know him?
When he isn't dead, he blows a horn. Musician, Kenny Perdue. Poor old Kenny Perdue. Kenny boy. You shouldn't have died in my bed. You shouldn't do things.
Get away from him.
Well, I didn't mean to scold. I don't know. What was I doing?
You know where he lived?
Lived? Room on West 18th. Hanley Apartments. It's where I called him to make up a party.
Who was at your party, Mr. Rimbaugh?
Him. Kenny.
Who else?
Loads. Girls, boys, girls. Kenny gave the word and they blew in from off the avenue. I don't know who else.
Did this man come in with anyone? Did he come alone?
I don't know, honest. I gotta get some sleep. Hey, look. Party isn't over. They're coming back. Hey, looky. Hey, party time.
Forget it, Mr. Rimbaugh. Come on in, boys. Then the men whose trade it was to watch for strange doorways made their entrance. The men from Technical. Standard operating procedure, varied as to the size of the room and the location of the body. Death measured on a steel tape, noted as a symbol, photographed with the best of equipment. Result, Kenny Perdue's dying recorded precisely in space. So leave there, up the flight of stairs again, and home again, and bed again. 3 hours of it. Then up again and coffee against the rest of the sleep that didn't happen. Call headquarters, give my routine for the morning, and go now to the address of the dead man.
Morning. You the cop?
That's right.
So enter, please do. I got a call from your shop a few hours ago telling me Kenny quit. Phone told me to stick around for a caller. That's you, huh?
Name's Danny Clover.
Ray Brady.
You lived here with Mr. Perdue?
Used to. 5 months running. No more. Got to get me another.
Tell me something about your roommate.
Well, blew a horn. Not great, not bad. Reefed up, he was at his best, which was just about pretty good.
Marijuana, huh?
Said reefed up, didn't I?
What about you?
I play the vibes. Oh, you mean about... Listen, my daddy caught me with corn silk wrapped up in the Chicago Tribune when I was 10. A week later, when I could move, I took an oath. I smoke nothing, with or without printing on it.
Who killed your roommate?
I don't know.
He was at a party last night at the apartment of a man named Harry Rimpaw. Were you there?
Last night I played an engagement, a wedding job. Lasted till 4 a.m. The chances hold. You can check. Me, I was up to my neck in catered Kiska till 4. Got home just when the phone rang telling me to stay put because Kenny'd quit.
Did you know any of his friends?
I can give you a name. Might be some help.
All right.
A Mildred. You know how Mildreds are. This was a Mildred named Daniels. Lived up West 60th. You can check the directory.
What about her?
He phoned me once from there, asked me to deliver to him there his horn.
And that's all, huh?
I caught a look at this type, Mildred. What Kenny wanted a horn for, I'll never figure. Now you got it all. 'Cause for me, that's all.
Kenny? With a knife in him? Let me tell you something, mister.
What?
The way I wanted Kenny lots of times. Thought about it, dreamed about it even. Now,
Go on, Miss Daniels.
I don't know. Make a wish, it comes true, all of a sudden you don't know.
It's all mixed up how you felt about Kenny Perdue, is that it?
Kenny. Heel. Blouse. Trumpet blower. Be careful the lip, they used to say to me.
Look,
It's a fact. Imagine.
You through?
No. For days and days I could go on about that boy. You don't want to listen, I'll find someone else. I'll hit me a bar and I'll pick me an innocent bystander and I'll tell him what it was with Kenny. Bend his ear about Kenny.
Did you go with him to the party last night?
Party?
The one last night. The one where he was killed.
Must have been a blast, that party.
Were you with him?
No. Other parties, though.
When?
You know how I met him? You know when I first saw the boy? It was a jazz joint on 52nd. I went there with a fella. I don't even remember the fella. I danced with him. Danced right by Kenny and his horn. Thought to myself, what the boy on the bandstand noted, that's what you need for the dance.
How long ago was that?
7, 8 months. Kenny received my message. Mental telepathy, he called it. After that, a blast. 4-month blast.
4 months.
To the day. Then I did a good deed. I helped a girl cross the street. Took her into the club where Kenny was playing. Party over. Never was with Kenny again. Let me tell you, mister, it's been a long, long morning after.
Who's the girl?
Down the street, around the corner, 2 houses. Karen Marlin.
And you introduced her to Kenny, and then she and Kenny...
Yeah. And you know what?
What?
I'm happy about it. I'm glad for the girl a men like Kenny happen in her life. Every girl deserves a Kenny Perdue somewhere in her life. It's a thing to fall back on when she's by herself. Well?
Well, what?
Me. That's all. Just, me.
And outside now, into the afternoon streets. It's coming home from school time in the city. Red cheeks and scraped knee time. And duck the forward passes of the boy who takes his football to school. And dodge the boy who doesn't see you because he's carrying her books home today. And the girl who skips the length of the block without touching a line in the pavement. Around the corner, down 2 houses, and the address you're looking for. The name Karen Marlin, Mrs. in parenthesis, under apartment 4. And down the corridor, rug runner thick and flower pattern, doorways newly varnished. And at the end of it, in the hallway, a woman. And the thing that she's nailing to the door below the metal number 4, a shroud. It's done now. The shroud's hung.
Dad!
Stop. Stop it. The shroud's hung. You can see that.
Dad, because of me. Because... Let me go. Don't touch me. Let me...
I always knew I'd do this. Hang a shroud for him.
Listen.
Wait. I'll be happy to speak with you. Later. When I'm finished.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When evening comes to Broadway, it sifts through speckled light before it scatters the street. And the beginning shadows dance before they're blown away into corners. And November crowd gathers, the tribe of twilight to dawn. Roar that coils upon itself before it floods the chill darkness. Walk it, and the puffs of music from winking doorways brush against you. And swirl of bright laughter and perfume touches your lips, pulls at your memory. Walk it, and watch it change to night wind and drift away. And in the place where I was, where evening comes sooner than any place, headquarters, was the evening elf, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Danny?
What is it, Joe?
Pardon me, Danny.
No, just go right on.
Oh, it's just that a very funny thing happened yesterday at the feats.
At the where?
The feats. Charlie Foot was there, and Mary Foot, and all the little feats. Seems like Charlie was having trouble with his shoe.
Gino was...
And Mary said, why don't you put Dr. Scholl's foot pads on the foot? And the feet stamped their feet and laughed. And Charlie said...
Please, Gino, later, huh? Tomorrow morning, maybe, huh?
Sometimes you're hard to reach, Danny. Well, to the workaday world, shall we?
Thank you.
According to the report from Dr. Sinsky, Mrs. Karen Marlin is under medical observation at her home. So far, not a clear word except babbling have we gotten. However, some letters were found from Korea, from her husband.
Anything in the letters?
Letters of a soldier to a wife that he loves, that's all. Last one dated 2 weeks ago. That's about it. Interruptions. Oh, well.
Danny Clover speaking.
My name's Paul Russell, Mr. Clover.
Yes?
My sister is Karen Marlin. She's sick. Every half hour, the police call and want to know whether she can be spoken with. Why?
Well, I'll be happy to tell you, Mr. Russell. Where can I find you?
At my home, 1214 West 16th. I know it's late, but would you mind coming right away, Mr. Clover?
Right away.
And you think what you told me means that my sister had anything to do with killing that bum?
I didn't say she had anything to do with anything, Mr. Russell. I'm merely telling you she knew Kenny Perdue.
A jazz musician. What would my sister have to do with a murdered jazz musician?
Before he was murdered, she knew him.
Listen, my sister wouldn't be within 9 blocks of a tramp like that. What would she want with
Do you know whether your sister ever smoked marijuana?
My sister is a kid who used to come up here and listen to my records. The stuff that's on now, for instance. My wife and I would have her and her husband over to...
What about him?
Mickey, her husband?
Yeah.
Dead.
I didn't know.
What do you think that shroud's on her door for? Why do you think she's lying there, gibbering?
When did her husband die?
Telegram yesterday morning. Killed in action.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Why do you think she went out of her mind?
How long had her husband been away from her?
Nearly a year, I guess.
What about Karen? What has she been doing?
Well,
what?
She used to come over here for dinner quite often, listen to music, like before Mickey went away.
Used to. I mean recently.
Movies, I guess, a lot. Lonesome kid, after all.
You'd better face it, Mr. Russell. From what we've been able to find out, she was running around with Kenny
You're a liar. Listen.
Uh-huh.
You don't know what you're talking about. Karen's a good kid. And decent.
What's the matter?
I found her in an alley once, drunk. But she was lonesome. I remember when I used to drink, before I was married. Got so lonely
Tell me about the time she was drunk.
Man called me and said she was in the alley. That's all.
What man?
From the club, he said. Quincy Club uptown, 143rd Street. Karen was back with in the alley. But look,
yeah.
That was the only time. You believe me, don't you? Karen's a real good girl. So she got drunk once. What does that mean?
And leave the man who was brother to violence. Leave him. And uptown now to where night spills and washes and rages against crag of tenements. Lagoons of darkness. The areaway littered with refuse. And the quick phosphorescent gleam of neon on the back of some scurrying thing. Past the scarred doorways, past the street corner clusters of laughter that stilled on your approach, began to bubble again as you moved away. North to 143rd. And between Bright Avenue and Night River, the doorway. The Quincy Club, a key club for members only, for holders of the key. So show the badge, be voted the temporary membership, and walk into it. The whole place empty. And the man who let you in trails his hand on your sleeve.
You see, police, I run a quiet place. Wall to wall, ceiling to floor. What I got is quiet.
Who are you?
Flicks. F-L-I-X. Flicks.
That's all?
The beginning, the middle, the very end. That's all you need to get to me. Flicks.
Do you own this place?
Live it. I live it. When you look around at it, tasting it with your eyes. Any part of it's yours if you want.
Just this. Kenny Perdue.
Can I tell you? You'll understand.
Tell me.
They had a funeral dance when we heard he died. Members took a vote. unanimous that was the way to handle it.
You come here often?
What's all? It's one thing we don't allow through our door police. Time. That's each member's own secret. How long he's been here, when he's been here. How many times he's walked through that door, only he knew.
He brought a girl here once.
More than once. Took her a while to get with it, but finally she understood quietly. She was founder of the club.
Karen Marlin?
Sure. One night she was up there, right in the middle of the dance floor, very alone. Did alone kind of things. Kenny took out his horn and made a music he never made before. I bet never since either. Karen. High class, remember? Only once. Only once she got loud. Drunk. Found a phone number on her. Called her. In a little while, she wasn't here. Next day, they closed the joint. Left me the only active member to listen to my records alone.
Another question, Blix. Were you at the party where Kenny got a knife? Well, tell me.
I told you, please. This. All this I live. Why do I need to go to somebody else's party? This is where I live and die. Nightly.
Yeah. Have fun.
Danny?
Oh, come in, Dr. Sinsky.
Your thoughts, your stillness, I have no wish to intrude.
It's all right. Close the door. Come in.
I'm tired, Danny. I'm beat up, fused up.
Look, if
No, don't worry about it, Danny. A matter of chemistry, biological, emotional.
What's on your mind, Doctor?
That girl. That sick, anguished girl.
Karen Marlin?
Karen Marlin. Only this far from a child is she, Danny?
Yeah, she's a murder suspect. You never get with it, do you, Doctor?
No. And you?
You see her? How is she?
Better. She talked with me and with Dr. Lorenzo, a young psychiatrist, and she made sense. Her own kind.
You want to tell me about it?
Well, Lorenz can give you the technical verbiage. Guilt transference, guilt acceptance. Once I eavesdropped on such terminology.
Oh, look,
Patience, Danny, patience. The girl confessed to murder.
What?
Yeah, she did. Without tears, now without hysterics, she told Dr. Lorenz and me. She told us she killed him.
She confessed to the murder of Kenny Perdue, and you took
not
all this...
to his murder, Danny. To her husband. To the murder of that boy in Korea. This is what she confessed to.
Dr. Sinsky.
Her fault, she said. Her husband's death was by her own hands, she said. She was a killer, she said, a murderess. And on her cheek, no tears. And her pulse, even, quiet.
Yeah, Danny?
Get me a squad car, Gino. Tell Muggerman to meet me downstairs.
Yes? What is it?
Don't you remember me, Mrs. Marlin?
No, please go away. I'm not feeling well.
We're from the police, Mrs. Marlin. We want to talk to you.
Well, what about?
Well, let's go inside.
All right. But you'll do me a favor, won't you?
What?
Don't stay long. I'm not feeling well.
Yeah, you said that.
If you don't believe me, you ask your own doctor.
He told us you were a lot better, Mrs. Marlin.
I'll never be better. Not after what's happened.
What's happened?
I've lost my husband.
I'm sorry.
He was a soldier. Killed in Korea.
Had you been married long?
Almost 2 years.
Well, that's not very long. Hardly enough time to get to know your husband. I only tell you that, Mrs. Marlin, because I'm a man who's been married.
Who cares how long you've been married? You don't know what we had, my husband and I. You don't know what we had in that year before he left.
That's one of the reasons why we're here. We want to know.
Why?
Because we need to fill in some things about you.
Well, why am I so important?
Because a man's dead.
I told you he was. My husband.
You loved him very much, didn't you?
You don't know. You don't know.
You had a wonderful year with him, and now he's gone.
Well, how could you know how wonderful it was? It was the secret things we had.
The walks around the city.
Yes.
Nickel ferry rides.
Yes. Always late at night. And seeing the things that no one else sees. And feeling them.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife and I had the same thing 15 years ago.
Mrs. Marlin.
What?
What happened to all these things?
What do you mean?
Your husband had to go away. What happened to the memories of all these things?
It's funny.
What is?
Thinking about all those things. I say them. I don't remember them. For a while I did.
And then you got real lonely, huh, Mrs. Marlin?
For a while I'd even go to the same places I used to go as my husband. But I don't know.
Just lonely, huh?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Then what did you do?
I used to go to my brother's house and be with him and his wife and listen to music. It was terrible.
Yeah, it's real rough for a girl to have to do. Be with a family while her husband's in the Army. In the last war, when I was away, my wife had to stay home and knit. When I came home, she was wearing glasses. I never forgave myself.
What do you want of me?
But we're just trying to understand you, Mrs. Marlin. Why a girl like you should forget the important things so quickly. Did marijuana help you to remember or forget? Did a man like Kenny Perdue help?
Oh, you don't understand.
We understand real good, Mrs. Marlin. You'd be surprised to know how good we understand.
Kenny was...
What was he?
Someone I knew. When I got lonesome, he was there. When I felt I was going to start to cry, suddenly Kenny was... He was always there.
Did you like him?
No.
Then you hated him, is that it?
No, that isn't it. Well, I don't know. Sometimes I hated him, I guess.
When you woke up from the binge, huh? I got news for you, Mrs. Marlin. You hated yourself.
Yes, I did.
Let's talk about the day before yesterday, Mrs. Marlin.
When?
The day you got the wire. Your husband was dead.
Yes. I wept. And I got a shroud, and I nailed it to the door.
No, that's not quite right. You hung the shroud yesterday. You got the wire the day before. And that's when you went to a party with Kenny Perdue.
That wire must have hit you real hard. Read that your husband's dead, put on the dancing pumps, light up and celebrate.
I told you. All of a sudden, Kenny was there.
So you didn't cry. I want to tell you something else, Mrs. Marlin. The first time I saw you was yesterday. You were hanging the shroud, and you were hysterical. And you were saying that somebody was dead because of you. You were talking about your husband, weren't you? You must have been, because the shroud was for him.
You blamed your husband's death on yourself, didn't you?
For the kind of life you were leading, the kind of life you were having with Kenny Perdue.
The good times. The bad times that were good.
Yes.
The strange places, the strange people.
Yes. I wanted to behave myself, but he wouldn't let me. He made me go to these places
And you liked them.
Yes. My husband died. It was my fault because of what I did. If I'd stayed home, it wouldn't have happened.
Your fault and Kenny's fault.
Yes, of course it was. He made me do those things. So you see...
What?
You see, when I got that telegram, everything became very clear. Everybody pays for what they do. And I paid for becoming a widow. And Kenny had to pay, too. So I killed him. You understand, don't you?
Broadway's sleeping now, and the street people have gone home. Only the sleepwalkers are there. The dream seekers, the shadow dwellers. It's limbo time, when the derelicts dance to no music, and the sodden hug close, nothing at all. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Sammy Hill was heard as Karen. Featured in the cast were Whitfield Connor, Charlotte Lawrence, Paul Freese, and Jerry Hausner. Bill Anders speaking.
Broadway is My Beat has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
For the past 55 minutes, you've been listening to the best in radio drama with Theater 5 and Broadway's My Beat. Join us again Monday night at the same time, 9:05, when FBN presents Dragnet and X-1. Saturday and Sunday, the Far East Network presents the final 2 days of the Grand Sumo Tournament, live and direct from Tokyo, beginning at 4:05 p.m. A special presentation of the Far East Network. East Network. East Network. East Network.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure, pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House coffee time, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest tonight, Marie McDonald, yours truly, Toby Reed, Harry Lubin, the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, George Burns is still convinced that he has no place in television. He's tried to conceal his anxiety from Gracie, but she can see that all is not well with her little man.
George, you're unhappy about something, aren't you?
No, I'm not, Gracie.
Oh, yes, you are. I can always tell. When you're happy, you smile and your little nose crinkles up. But for a week now, it's just been hanging there.
I'm still worried about television, Gracie.
Well, you needn't, darling. I've got an idea that'll make you a sensation.
You had one last week that didn't work.
Well, this one is better.
Let's see.
The three biggest things on television are Hop Along Cassidy, Milton Berle, and the baseball games.
So?
So combine them. Come out and say, howdy, partner. A funny thing happened to me on my way to first base. Nothing, huh?
Nothing.
Well, you still have no reason to worry. Now, look how well Howdy Doody and Judy Splinters are doing. Even a dummy can be a success in television.
It's not you I'm worried about, kid.
I don't get it.
Skip it, and skip me in television. I still say the studios want young, handsome guys.
Oh, you're more than just handsome. Your face has character. Everybody says so.
Everybody?
Well, sure, I've heard dozens of people say, look at the character on that face. Or did they say,
look at the face on that character? Yeah.
Well, anyway, you'll be great.
Another Sid Gary, yes.
And I haven't even mentioned your biggest talent. Your glorious singing voice.
Yeah, I do have that.
And think of the suspense you've built up. For 15 years, people have been listening to you sing on the radio.
The birds are sweetly singing, the perfume flowers are ringing, and the winter's warm. I just passing by.
Well, you should. Just like that, Sugar Throat. They've been listening and saying, sounds like that can't come from a human throat. Now, go on television and prove it to them.
We're back to the two meanings again.
Oh, George, if I tell you you're great for television, you can believe it. Have I ever been wrong? Have I ever made a mistake?
About 1 million.
All right, so I'm due for a winner.
Look, I don't think that I would...
Come in.
Hi, Burns.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Well, what's new? Oh, Gracie thinks I could be on television. And I say it's for guys with sex appeal, like you.
Oh, stop with that, George. I haven't got any more sex appeal than Clark Gable.
And you're modest, too.
Bill, don't you think George has a future on television?
Well, definitely, Gracie. You're a natural, George. Now, look, there are thousands of television sets in bars, and you'll double their business. How? A customer... How? A customer comes into a bar. Your face is on the screen. One look, he's got to have a drink.
Bill.
One drink, he's got the nerve to take another look.
Willie.
That sobers him up, he buys another drink.
Comedian.
Now he thinks nothing can frighten him, so he looks again. Got to have another drink.
Summer replacement.
He hangs on the bar and sneaks another look. Now he sees two of you. He buys a bottle.
Okay. I'm going to the cigar stall. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Oh, Bill, you shouldn't have kidded George like that. You know very well he's got as much sex appeal as you have.
Oh, come on now, Gracie. Women flock around me like moths. They want to eat me up.
Well, they did the same thing to George when he was single. And by the time I married him, he was plenty moth-eaten.
Gracie, you can't compare us. Now, listen, do you know who's been chasing me for weeks, trying to get an introduction to me? Just dying to meet me?
Who?
Marie McDonald.
Marie McDonald? You mean the body?
Yeah. Now confess, Gracie, did a girl as gorgeous and seductive as Marie McDonald ever chase George?
Well, sure, and I caught him, too.
Well, Marie would like to catch me, but I'm playing hard to get. Oh, boy, does she go for a good one. She fell in love with me on the radio.
Wouldn't the divan have been more comfortable?
No, Gracie, I mean she was listening to our program. She heard my voice and just fell apart.
Well, whoever put her back together sure did a fine job.
You're not kidding. You know, Gracie, Marie even writes fan letters addressed to the golden-voiced announcer on the Maxwell House Coffee program.
Really?
Yeah. She writes things like, Are you as handsome as you sound? Well, of course I'm not.
No?
No, I'm handsomer. Yeah, so she's really after me. And, Gracie, when Marie McDonald chases you, then you know you've got sex appeal.
Yeah. Say, that would even convince George.
Huh?
Well, if Marie chased George, he'd be ready for television.
And she'd be ready for the snake pit.
Say, Bill, you'll have to excuse me. I have work to do.
Well, okay, Gracie, but don't be a dreamer. The day Marie McDonald chases George, it'll snow in Los Angeles.
You mean she's been chasing him all winter?
No, Gracie.
Well, I'll see you later, Bill.
Okay.
Oh, gee, I hope Maria's home. I'm sure I can make a deal with her.
Hello?
Oh, hello. I'd like to speak to Marie McDonald.
I'm Marie McDonald. Excuse me, but why are you staring at me so closely?
Well, you're not quite what I expected. I don't understand why they call you the body.
Why?
Well, you've got a head, too.
Thanks. You're Gracie Allen, aren't you?
Oh, you recognize me.
Oh, yes, when you came in, I thought it was you. And when you started talking, it had to be you.
Oh, well, I think that we can do one another a favor, Marie. I understand you'd like to meet the golden-voiced announcer on our Maxwell House coffee program.
Oh, yes, Gracie. I've fallen in love with his voice. Tell me, is he handsome?
Oh, terrifically handsome. And that's not just my opinion. It's his, too.
Well, I'm really anxious to land him.
Oh, well, I can arrange it, Marie. But first you have to do me a favor.
All right, what is it?
Now, I want you to act like you're madly in love with my husband. If you convince George that he's got sex appeal, he'll go on television.
Yeah, but Gracie, I'm in pictures. I don't want television to be a success. And if George goes on, I'll do it. When shall I put on this act?
This afternoon.
Oh, but I'd planned to go to the beach at Santa Monica this afternoon.
Say, that's the perfect place for the meeting. George could use some sunshine. He hasn't been to the beach for so long his little pail and shovel are all rusty.
Then the beach it is. Now, when you're ready for me to do my act, you go into the ocean for a swim and leave George alone.
All right, now remember, make him realize that he's irresistible.
I'll put everything I've got into it.
Well, that should be plenty, especially if you put it in a bathing suit.
Well, I'll be wearing a strapless bathing suit. It's fine for the sun.
Oh, I guess the fathers like it, too. Well, Marie, see you at the beach. Oh, George, aren't you glad we came to the beach?
Oh, I don't know, Gracie. These new swimming trunks you bought me are awfully short. I like my old bathing suit better.
Oh, but, darling, it wasn't safe. You were always tripping over the hem.
Well, I feel awfully silly in these little things.
Why, you're the center of attraction. Every woman on the beach is looking at you.
Yeah, but they're laughing.
Well, certainly. They're laughing at their husbands, those unattractive men they married.
What are the single women laughing at?
Well, they're laughing at the married women for being such dopes.
What are the men laughing at?
Oh, they're laughing at the single women who can't get you because you're married.
Just one question. What are the children laughing at?
The sand tickles their feet.
I still think they're laughing at me. These swimming trunks are too skimpy.
Well, I think they're beautiful, and I love the color. It's called watermelon green.
That accounts for what the lifeguard said.
What did he say?
I was lying here on my back, and he tapped me on the stomach and said, You better get that out of the sun. It'll be too hot to eat.
Well, he's just jealous of your figure, that's all.
Wish you hadn't gotten me these swimming trunks so tight across the hips. What size are they?
You kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. What size are they?
That's it. They come in 4 sizes. Small, medium, large, and are you kidding?
I got a small, are you kidding?
Cup of coffee. What a friendly invitation anytime, for there's nothing more enjoyable morning, noon, or night than a cheering cup of good, fragrant coffee. Delicious Maxwell House coffee. It's America's favorite, you know, bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. And the reason for this great preference? Why, it's that good to the last drop flavor. Rich, heartwarming flavor only Maxwell House gives you. There's just one way to create this superb flavor. It's the blending of many choice coffees, premium varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees, which our Maxwell House experts select with the greatest care and skill. Now, first they choose Manizales coffees for mellowness. They add Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees contribute robust vigor. And Bucaramangas add their fine, full body. This superb Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to full flavor goodness and brought to you vacuum-packed in the familiar blue Maxwell House tin.
And ladies, vacuum packing means you get all the flavor and goodness you pay for. Vacuum packing means every pound of Maxwell House you buy is as fresh and fragrant as the hour it was roasted. No coffee in ordinary packages can be as fresh.
So, friends, treat yourself to the very best in coffee drinking pleasure. Enjoy Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
That you haven't got enough sex appeal for television. Well, you're so loaded that every woman in this speech is after you. They all want to get you.
Oh, go.
Well, it's true. Whenever 2 women walk by and look at you, one always turns to the other one and says, "Get him."
I still say when... Hey, speaking of figures, look at that one.
Which one?
The girl in the strapless bathing suit. Leading the Airedale.
Oh, that's Marie McDonald, the movie star.
Wow. Look at that crowd of men following her along the beach.
Well, isn't that silly? You'd think they never saw an Airedale before.
She's heading this way.
Yes. Well, I think I'll take a little swim.
Okay, I'll join you.
No. Why don't you stay here and rest?
No. I feel like a swim. I want to plunge through the surf. Battle the riptide. Skim through the water.
But, George, I didn't bring the inner tube.
Okay, I'll stay here and rest.
That's good. Get a nice suntan. You're doing fine. Your feet are tanned already.
Still got my shoes on.
Oh. Well, I won't be long, darling.
Okay. Yeah, it's nice to just lie here and relax in the sun. Woohoo.
Hello there, you great, big, beautiful hunk of man. I said hello. Aren't you going to speak to me, you dreamboat?
Who? Me?
Well, yes, you. I've been watching you ever since you got to the beach. Watching and waiting for your girlfriend to leave so I could get you alone.
Who? Me?
Oh, now don't act so surprised. This must happen to a man with your sex appeal 12 times a day.
No, you see, I just got this new swimming suit. The one I had before didn't show so much of me.
Oh, what a shame. Why, that's like covering up a Rembrandt.
Who? Me?
Yes, of course. You know, but I'm afraid you're getting a little sunburned. Would you like me to rub some oil on your chest?
Oh, no. I don't think you'd better.
Oh, but you're the kind of man I like to do things for. I want to wait on you, be your slave. Would you like me to light a cigar?
Yeah. Light one for me, too. Let's have a smoke and talk this thing over. You see, Marie, I'm married to Gracie Allen, and I love her. I belong to her.
No one woman can claim you. When a man's got what you've got, he belongs to all women.
Well, I don't think there's enough of me to go around. You've got to fight this thing, Marie.
I can't. I'm mad about you. You're irresistible.
Yeah, but fight it. Now go away and forget me.
I'll go, but I'll never forget you. Will you kiss me goodbye?
No, let's just shake hands.
Goodbye, my darling. I shall dream of you. Au revoir.
Bonjour. Wow. These new swimming trunks are dynamite. I better cover up with sand before I start a riot.
Okay, Gracie, you can go back to George now.
Well, did it work, Marie? Is he ready to go on television?
Oh, yes. He thinks he's the most fascinating man in the world. I threw myself at him.
Oh, well, you didn't fall in love with him, did you? You didn't let yourself go.
Oh, don't worry, Gracie. I kept my head.
Oh, never mind your head. It's the rest of you I'm worried about.
I assure you, Gracie, he's all yours.
Oh, thank goodness. You know, I wouldn't want to lose him. Husbands like George don't grow on trees.
No, I guess when they get that ripe, they drop off. Well, Gracie, I kept my part of the bargain. Now, when do I get to meet that golden-voiced announcer?
Oh, well, I've arranged for him to be at my house at 6 o'clock. George is going out to dinner with some men, so you two can have dinner with me.
Oh, I'll be there, Gracie. Gee, I'm so excited. I just know I'll have goose flesh.
No, I'm serving pot roast. Well, see you at 6, Marie. George, we've been home from the beach for an hour now. Don't you think you ought to take off your swimming trunks and put on some clothes?
Want me to cover up a Rembrandt?
Well, you've got to be out of the house by 6 o'clock. For your dinner appointment, I mean.
That can wait. I'm trying to figure out a television program where I can wear these green swimming trunks. You see, for a fanfare, I'll have dum-da-da-dum, dum-dum-dum. Come in. I'm beginning to hear things. Come in. Oh, he's in. Hello. Hi, Gracie. Hi, What's the matter with you?
What's the matter with me? It's quite a shock to walk in and find a nude man holding a watermelon.
I happen to be wearing green swimming trunks. Oh. Besides, comedian, you should see the terrific effect my figure has on a woman.
Well, it could be, but it sure looks terrible on a man.
I think I'll go get dressed. I'm hurt.
Gracie, you told me to be here at 6. What's up?
Well, Bill, Marie McDonald did me a favor, and in return, I promised that she could meet you. I hope you don't mind.
Well, I guess I've kept the poor kid waiting long enough. Okay, I'll give her a thrill.
Oh, you're good, Bill. Good. Come in.
Well, Gracie, here I am.
And Marie, here's the man who can grant your heart's desire. Bill Goodwin.
Oh, would you, Mr. Goodwin?
Well, sure, kid. Just ask me.
Well, I'll leave you two alone. Goodbye.
Bill, for weeks now, I've been dying to have a date with the golden-voiced announcer who talks about Maxwell House coffee.
Yeah?
Yeah. So, would you introduce me to Toby Reed?
Toby Reed? He's your dream man?
Oh, yes. When Toby talks about the rich, mellow goodness of Maxwell House, his voice is just as rich and mellow as the coffee.
Oh, yeah? Well, if you think he's good, just listen to this. Maxwell House is a blend of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to the very peak of flavor perfection. America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Oh, I like the way Toby says it. Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
What's great about that? Would you say the boy stood on the burning deck?
Oh, now, come on, Bill. Introduce me to Toby. I want to see if he looks as wonderful as he sounds.
Oh, that's right, Marie. You've never seen him, have you?
No, when can I meet him?
Listen, Marie, do you want to meet a man who's 50 years older than you are? A man who's so short he has to stand on a soapbox to reach the microphone?
No, I meant George. I want to meet Toby.
I give up.
Well, how are you two getting along?
Gracie, she brushed me off.
Oh, that's nice. Did you give her a tip?
I mean, she turned me down for Toby Reed. I can't even get near her. Goodbye. Or as your friend Toby would say, goodbye.
Well, so it was Toby Reed that you wanted to meet.
Oh, yes, he's my dream man. You know, I'm afraid poor Bill is terribly angry.
Oh, don't worry about him. He'll find another girl.
I don't know. When he left here, he was seeing red.
I told you he'd find another girl. Now, I'll arrange for you to meet Toby. After all, you kept your part of the bargain.
Yes, I convinced George that he belongs on television.
Oh, and he does, Marie. I read that television needs new blood, and George knows all the places to get it.
Well, I'm anxious to...
Say, Gracie.
Oh, George, I thought you'd gone.
I couldn't find my necktie, so... Marie McDonald. So you followed me here?
Well,
Tracy, it wasn't my fault. She saw me on the beach and blew her top. I tried to fight her off.
Oh, she confessed her mad infatuation. She came to carry you away, didn't you, Marie? Well, go on, tell him in your own passionate words.
Huh?
There. Did you hear that? But she can't have you, George.
That's right, Marie. You've got to forget me.
Well, she can't forget you, can you, Marie?
No, I can't.
Oh, there's only one way. Go and join the French Foreign Legion.
She can't do that. They only take men.
Well, if she changes her name, who'll know?
Those Frenchmen are clever.
Oh, Marie shan't have you, George. I'll fight fighter. I'll scratch and claw and bite.
Now, Gracie.
Oh, I can't help it, George. It's instinct. I'll fight for you like a mother bird fights for a worm.
Honey.
Oh, he's mine, Marie.
No, he's mine.
Well, you better leave before I tear your hair out by... Oh, what a lovely hairdo.
Oh, you like it?
Oh, I think it's marvelous.
Now, stop fighting, girls.
Where did you have it done, Marie?
At Pierre's.
Really? I've been going to Antoine.
I'm not worth it.
Oh, Pierre is much better.
Could I see him this afternoon?
Oh, sure. We can go right away.
Well, come on. What are we waiting for?
Girl. That's funny. Without those green shorts, I seem to lose something.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment.
Ladies, would you like to help cut down the terrible toll of home accidents? If so, join the housewives from coast to coast who are forming Don't Be a Gracie clubs. Now, these club members pledge themselves to rid their own homes of the hazards that cause accidents. If you'd like to form a Don't Be a Gracie club in your community, write to Gracie Allen, Hollywood Plaza Hotel, Hollywood 28, California.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Gracie, next week our guest star will be the one and only Mickey Rooney.
Oh, he's a wonderful actor.
Yeah, Mickey's been in show business all his life. He was born in a trunk backstage.
Oh, they should have lifted the lid so he could keep growing.
See you next week, Mickey. Good night.
If you like good things the easy way.
Good things the easy way.
Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too.
No time, no trouble.
No grounds, no pot.
And it's good to the very last. You know what?
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last. You know what?
Until next Thursday when our guest will be Mickey Rooney, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Paul Hemming and Keith Fowler.
Stay tuned for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Murder and the Dope Racket. The Green Hornet strikes again. Eaton Waterbury, respected wholesale druggist, reached across his desk and picked up the phone.
Hello?
Hello, Waterbury?
Yes, who is this?
This is Spencer. I wanted
Oh, it's you, Doc. What's up?
Plenty. Listen, Waterbury. I'm through. Do you hear? From now on, you can do
Now, hold on, Doc. Control yourself. Why do you say you're through?
I'm calling from my home. A while ago, I received a phone call from another doctor in town here.
Well?
He said a patient of mine, a Miss Violet Hill, had just left his office after coming there for a checkup.
What about it?
Well, what about it? Just this. He said he found nothing wrong with her and called me to ask what I was treating her for. She's been coming to me every other day, and I've been giving her those pills of yours.
You think she's become suspicious, huh?
There's no doubt of it. I don't know what she can tell the police. She may have some of those pills around. I'm going down to my office and clear out my files. Then I'm moving out before the police start an investigation.
Well, that's it. Now, listen, Spencer, you're in this too deep to run out and ditch the whole deal.
Say what you like, but once and for all, I'm through. Goodbye.
So he's through, is he? Red! Red!
What do you want, boss?
You and Blabby, come here. Hurry.
Okay. Hey, Blabby. Boss wants it. Come on. What's up, boss? Yeah, well, what's it all about?
Come in and shut the door. Doc Spencer just phoned. Says he's through. He's at home packing, getting ready to clear out.
Boy, that's dirty. He can't do that. Like I always say, he knows too
Quiet,
much.
Blabby. You two listen to me. Take the car. Go over to the Hill girl's apartment. She may have some of those pills that may be traced to my drug company. Make her give them to you before you get rid of her.
Right.
If she won't tell where they are, bring her to me here.
Okay.
One thing more. Before you go to her place, get over to Doc Spencer's right away, and, well, I think you'll know what to do about him. Now get going.
A short time later, Red and Blabby sat in a car which was parked at the curb, a short distance from the entrance to Spencer's home.
As soon as he comes out of the door, we got to get moving fast, Blabby. Be ready. Yeah, being ready pays, like I always say, Red. I remember the time I was going to... Here he comes. I'll get going. Yeah, it's him, all right. Keep close to the curb, Blabby. And count on me, Red. I bet when you see... Shut up. Hold her steady now. This is it.
Hey, wait! Stop!
Step on it, Blabby.
Paper, Dr. Spencer murdered. Here you are, lady. Read all about the machine gun killing. Here you are, sir. Such the Lux Street paper.
Mike Axford, Sentinel reporter, was at police headquarters waiting to get further news of the murder from Sergeant Burke.
Hey, Sarge, anything new? Where you been?
In with the inspector. Cassidy, go bring a squad car around to the door and hurry it up.
Okay, Sarge.
What's the inspector say, Sarge? Where are you going?
Before you spill over with any more questions, I'll tell you. The inspector says he got a complaint against Doc Spencer just a short time before we got news of the murder.
A complaint? What about, Sarge?
A girl by the name of Violet Hill said the doc had been selling her dope pills.
Dope, you say? Hey, do you think that
I don't do the thinking around here. At least not in front of reporters. I'm going to pick up that girl for questioning.
Do they think she did the killing?
How do I know what they think? Anyway, she won't be safe when those killers find out she complained.
Aha! So the inspector thinks 'twas a dopering gang that killed Spencer, I bet.
Keep your thinking to yourself, Axford. I didn't say anything
Come
about...
on, Sarge.
Be right with you.
Can I come, Sarge? How about it?
Oh, come on, if it'll keep you quiet. Let's get going.
Meantime, Violet Hill was resting in her small one-room apartment when the door buzzer sounded.
Just a minute. Yes? What can I... Oh.
Keep quiet and get out of the way.
But you can't come in.
Get back in there, I said.
Stop it. Who are you?
You'll find out. Come on in, Blabby.
Oh. Why have you come here?
Fast, sister. Where's the pills you got from Doc Spencer?
Pills?
Don't play innocent, girlie. Come across with those pills. We heard you were going to squeal to the cops.
I already complained to the police. You must have killed Spencer. You knew that
Shut up. Blabby, tear this joint apart and find those pills.
Sure, Aunt. All right. I do have some of the pills. But they aren't here. I left them with someone else. So go ahead and search all you want to.
You know too much, baby.
Hey, Red, shall I take a look?
Forget it, Blabby. Listen, sister. You're too smart for your own good, see? You're going with us. The boss will want to talk to you.
I'm not going to leave this apartment.
Listen to that, will you? Let's bump her off.
Shut up. The dame will get it soon enough. Grab her.
No, don't you dare touch me. Either of you.
Spunky, ain't she, Red? Now, take it easy. You won't get hurt.
You let me go.
Cover her mouth, Blabby.
Let me go.
Oh, she kicked me, Red.
Don't let a little dame get the best of you. Here, tie her hands with a handkerchief. Slap her if she squawks.
Okay. I'll have her tight in a second.
Please. Please let me go. I won't say anything to anybody, I promise.
Too late, sister. You already did. Now, if you don't want a gag in your mouth, keep quiet.
I won't go with you. I won't.
Hold her, Blabby. Now, if you know what's good for you, you come along quiet. I'll have this rod stuck right into your side all the way.
I'll come with you.
Darn right you will, sister. Like I always say when the boss tells us...
Stow it, Blabby. Okay, girlie. Get moving. And walk out like we're all friends, see? Now get going.
It was dusk when Axford entered the office of Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, in a state of excitement.
Say, Reed!
Axford, Mr. Reed signing letters.
Why, you can't see I got important news.
Here are the letters, Miss Case. What is it, Axford?
Reed, things are popping off in that Spencer case.
They have a line on the killers?
No, but the cops are sure the doc was mixed up in a dope ring.
Do they really believe that, or is that just your own idea?
Don't be buttoning, Casey.
Well, what about the dope ring angle?
Reed, the thing's busting out all over with angles. You see, a girl named Violet Hill put in a complaint at headquarters just a little before the murder. Said Spencer was selling her dope.
Have they picked up the girl in connection with the killing?
I'm coming to that, Reed.
Well, do the police think she killed him?
Quiet, Casey! The cops don't tell me what they think. And if they did, I wouldn't...
What about Violet Hill?
Oh, yeah. I went along with Sarge when he went to pick her up. And what do you think?
Go on.
She's disappeared.
Skipped out, huh?
Nope. Somebody took her away by force.
You mean she's been abducted?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, how do you know?
Reed, the apartment was a mess. Chairs overturned and all, like she put up a struggle.
I see.
Oh, the poor thing.
If the police believe Spencer was mixed up in a dope ring...
I know what you mean, Reed. And again, the racketeers got the jump.
How?
I went with Sarge and the boys over to Spencer's office. The files had been cleared out before we got there.
Well, looks as though the gang knows how to cover up.
That they do, Reed.
Are there any clues at all?
Not a one. Sarge is raving. Says he's stumped with not a clue to go on. Just think. A murder and a disappearance both within a few hours and not a clue to go on.
Yes, and if something isn't done soon, there may be a second killing.
You mean they...
Yes, Violet Hill. If she's not found soon, they may be too late to save her life.
Early that evening, Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Cato, the gang that murdered Dr. Spencer is just as liable to murder Violet Hill. Spencer was not a reputable physician.
Why you say that, Mr. Britt?
I checked up on him. Before he came to the city, he was investigated by the Medical Association, but nothing was proved. I'd like to know who recommended him to Miss Hill.
Well, you think police right? That he in with dope ring?
There's no doubt about it. I wonder if there was any little thing in his desk or files the police overlooked.
It's easy for Green Hornet to find out.
Come on. We'll take the Black Beauty and go to his office.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Leave the Black Beauty here and behind the medical building. In this dark spot, it won't be noticed.
You know floor office on?
Yes, it was mentioned in the story of the killing. We'll use the back stairs. The office is on the second floor. Keep your eyes open. The police may be watching the place. Let's go.
Moving noiselessly in the shadows, the sinister figure of the Green Hornet and his companion approached the back door of the building. Using a skeleton key, they soon effected an entrance and made their way up the back stairs to Suite 202. The same key unlocked the door to Dr. Spencer's offices.
We use flashlight or turn on office lights?
We'll risk the office lights if I can find the switch. Here it is.
Good thing we not meet any police.
Yes, we've been lucky so far. And this is the receptionist's office. Yeah, that must be the doctor's office beyond.
I turn on lights in here.
There are the files. Come on. Yeah. Not a scrap of any kind left in them.
Oh, that's right.
Go over and look through the desk.
Desk empty, too.
I was afraid of that. Well, right now I'm stumped. I guess the best thing to do
Put
is...
your hands up, both of you, or I'll let you have it.
Oh, the building guard.
Right. I saw the light and sneaked in, just in time to get the drop on the Green Hornet and the masked helper. Come over here near the Hornet, you, and keep them hands up.
This not good.
Do as he says for the time being.
Stop whispering. If you make the least move, I'll drill you.
The next move is yours, my friend.
You're darn right it is. I'm phoning the cops. Operator, get police headquarters quick. Send them to 202 Medical Building. Tell them I cornered the Green Hornet.
Britt Reed, with Cato beside him, stood facing a gun in the hands of the burly guard who had just phoned the police. Britt sized up the situation quickly and realized that the man before them was not to be taken lightly. He noticed particularly that the guard held a revolver and not an automatic. As a plan of action came to mind, he played for time, hoping to turn the odds before the arrival of the police.
You're taking a big chance. We're 2-1, you know.
Yeah? Well, don't think that'll help. You try to pull any fast moves together, you'll get a bullet, see? I'm pointing this gun right at your heart, Hornet.
Yes, so I notice. A rather uncomfortable feeling, too. Say, maybe we can make a deal.
Not a chance.
Oh, well, I guess the cops will get the $10,000 I have in my coat pocket. Too bad, I'd have been willing to split.
$10,000, huh? Who you trying to kid, Hornet?
Forget it. You aren't interested anyway. And you'll have to split up the reward you get from my capture with all the cops who come here. And they're coming right now.
Maybe I am interested in that dough, but I don't have to make a deal. I can take all of it right now.
Why, you...
I'm going to see if you have that dough on you. But this gun will be pressed right against your chest, so don't make a move. Now, just look in your pocket.
As the guard stepped close, pressing the revolver against Britt's chest and reaching toward his coat pocket, Britt Reed suddenly dropped his hand, grabbing the cylinder of the revolver in a tight grip so it couldn't turn.
Hey, let go. Now that you can't pull the trigger,
Oh, that good trick. I almost think we not get away this time.
We still won't if we don't hurry. Let's get out of here and fast.
Later that evening, Eaton Waterbury sat at his desk in the front office of his warehouse on Water Street.
Hey, boss. There's something in the paper you ought to see. Look here.
What is it, Dan?
See? Right there.
Green Hornet outwits guard at medical building. Escapes from Spencer's office.
Wonder why he went there,
Wait
boss.
a minute. Police have stated that the appearance of the Green Hornet in the Spencer's office earlier this evening may bring about new developments in the Spencer murder and the Violet Hill abduction. Say, Red, this is something.
Yeah, but that ain't all, boss. Look what it says there.
Where?
Here.
Oh, that. Let's see. The Daily Sentinel offers a reward of $35,000 for information leading to the capture of the Green Hornet.
That's a lot of dough, boss. Now that the Hornet's getting the blame for everything, we're in the clear. I was thinking.
What were you thinking, Red?
If they was to catch that guy, we'd not only be safe, but we could get the dough, too.
You must be crazy. What information could either of us give that would lead to the capture of the Hornet?
Well, I was thinking, if they was to catch somebody they thought was the Hornet, after we tip them off, well?
What's on your mind?
Look, Labby's been back there in the back room all evening watching that dame, see? And he never reads the papers.
Labby, but how do you figure they'd
I got a plan. I'll go back and take his place. Tell Blabby you want to see him. Then here's what you tell him to do. Want to see me, boss? Red says you do, and like I always say, whenever you want anything...
I know. Blabby, when I have something very important to do, I trust you to do it better than Red. Of course, I wouldn't want you to tell him I said so, but...
I ain't telling him anything, boss. Like I always say, if you talk too much...
of course. Now, listen, Blabby. I have a very important errand for you to do. And there'll be a bonus in it for you if you do it right.
A bonus? Honest?
Right. Now, look. You remember that girl's apartment?
Oh, sure. Over on the west side. I don't ever forget places. After all, like I always say, if you do a thing, you might...
Yes. Now, here's what I want you to do. She won't talk. Maybe those pills are there. Go over there, search her apartment.
For that, I get a bonus? Oh, that ain't much to do. I was telling Red...
You'll have to be very careful on this job. You mustn't be recognized.
Nobody'll get a chance
We can't take chances. So I want you to put this mask on when you get inside the building. Do you understand?
Black mask with a funny-looking bug on it. What's that supposed to be?
Ever hear of the Green Hornet?
Green Hornet? Creepers, who ain't heard of that guy? What? I remember once when I was...
Skip it. I sent Red down the street to get this at Jake's place. He sells them for Halloween. You stick that on when you get there. Now get going. You ought to be over there in about 20 minutes or so. Here's the mask.
Okay, boss.
Meantime, Britt Reed and Cato had returned to their apartment and spent some time discussing the case.
Well, now that papers blame Hornet, police hunt him instead of others.
As a matter of fact, Cato, I phoned Gunnigan and told him to play the story up big and to feature the reward notice.
I know. Well, why you do that?
Hoping it might cause the killers to make a false move. Hello?
This is Ashford Reed. Gunnigan just got a tip over the phone that the Hornet's going to be at Violet Hill's place about 10 o'clock. It's 1:15 now.
Did the person give his name?
Called himself Red. Said if the Hornet's caught, he'll come in tomorrow and identify himself to get the reward. Said it was because of that he caught us instead of the cops.
I see.
I'm going to phone headquarters now. Then I'm going to get Sarge to pick me up and take me out with him.
Fine, Axford, you do that. And have Gunnigan get ready for an extra.
Sure, he'll be ready. I told him I was going to get a scoop. Be seeing you, Reed. So long.
So, bye. Cato, it's a phony tip. But someone called and said the Hornet was to be at that girl's place at 10.
But if Axford tell police to go out there...
Now, we're much closer to the west side than they are at headquarters. Of course, they'll radio the scout cars, but we'll have to risk it. Come on, then, hurry.
None of that stuff here. Oh, well, like I always say, it ain't no use wondering when you get... Hey, what the...
Don't make a move, Mug.
Hey, you must be the real Hornet.
So what? What's the idea of that mask?
Now, look, Hornet. The boss just thought it up, see? It don't mean nothing. This mask, I mean, it's just so I won't be...
Who sent you here?
The boss sent me. Honest. Like I said, it don't mean a thing.
I heard you the first time. Hear that, the police. Do you want me to let you have it and leave you here for them? Or will you come along with me?
Oh, hey, I don't want to meet up with any cops. Let me get out of here.
You're getting out the back way with me. And this gun will be right in your back. Now move and make it snappy. Now that we've lost the police for a while, you can start talking. What's your name?
My name is Blabby Hooker. I was just getting some stuff for the boss out of that desk. Look, Hornet, let me go.
Take me to your boss.
Oh, no. I ain't never welched on nobody, Hornet. Like I always say,
Listen to me. Don't you realize you were framed? You were sent out there, and then your friends called the police so you'd be picked up.
What?
Sure. You don't think I had the police come out there, do you?
But why should they frame me?
If you were picked up as the Hornet, they'd get $35,000, that's why. Play along with me, and we can turn the tables on them.
How?
Take me to your boss. We'll get the drop on him, put the mask on him, and then you can send the cops there, get it?
And I get dough?
Dough? You'll get your share of everything that's coming. You can count on that. How about it, Blabby?
It's a deal. I'll tell you where to go.
This the place?
Yeah. The light's out in the front office. You must be in the back room.
You not forget phone call to police.
Oh, Blabby. Before we go in, my friend here will tip off the police. Then we'll surprise them.
I not be long.
I'll show you how to get in the back way. Won't they be surprised? Like I always say, when you double-cross
You
anybody...
said it, Blabby. There'll be plenty of surprises tonight.
Red, you can go out in a little while and get the news.
Yeah, they ought to have him by now. Say, boss, we'll have to do something about the girl. Can't just keep her here bound and gagged like that.
Sometime during the night, Red, it'll be your job to get rid of her for good.
Yeah, she knows too much now.
After we get that reward, we'll go easy with the dope racket for a while.
Hey, look, it's Blabby.
With the Green Hornet.
Get him, Blabby, quick. I'll get him all right with the dirty double-cross.
You. Wait, Blabby. You don't know what you're doing.
Like I always say, rats ain't worth listening to. If I can get this rod free, I'll show you. Hey, sock him, Hornet. He's waving that rod around like crazy.
Good advice, Blabby.
What a sock and a kisser that was. Like I always say, when you sock him, make him stay socked. Now I'll stick this mask on the boss. Won't he be surprised?
Wait a minute. Like I always say, it's no use doing something you don't have to do. Take a sniff of this.
Hey, what's the idea? Gas! Gas, I can't... That'll take care of everything, perhaps. Better hurry before police come.
All right. The girl can give the police the evidence against these killers. The police will untie her. Let's go.
Reed, wake up!
Axford. What's the idea of waking me in the middle of the night? Can't I wait till morning?
Reed, the cops got them all, every last one of them. And they found the girl, safe and sound.
Got whom, Axford? What are you raving about?
The dope peddlers who murdered Doc Spencer, that's who.
Really? Then they caught the Green Hornet.
Nope, but Eden Waterbury, the wholesale druggist, was the ringleader. And the girl, Violet Hill, told so much on them all they had to confess.
Uh-huh. But I still want to know about the Green Hornet.
What's the use? Every time we get a big scoop, you want a bigger one. 'Twas the Hornet who blew his top and messed them all up so the cops found him. But, of course, the Hornet got away.
I might have known.
Reed, to my way of thinking, you don't know what it is to be surprised about anything.
Oh, life is boring, isn't it, Axford?
Phooey.
That's the Lux paper. Spencer killers found, dope ring broken, Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lux paper.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver!
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The discovery of gold in the western United States brought thousands of miners and prospectors from the east. And it was in the hill country that the masked rider of the plains met his most exciting adventures. The greed for gold led to crime after crime, and the local sheriffs were unable to preserve the peace. It was the Lone Ranger more than any other man who finally brought law and order to the lawless frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hills! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! For years, Elijah Doolittle had lived alone high in the hills. A small garden provided him with food. His clothes were remnants of another day, and he slept on a bed of dry leaves. At last, weak and old, he became ill. And when a traveler carried the news to the valley below, a 17-year-old girl climbed the mountain to the old man's cave and installed herself as his nurse.
There. There now, Elijah.
You've been awful good to me, Dolly. You and Jack Mason. Ain't none else ever comes near me.
Just lie back and try to get some sleep now.
I just want to live to see you and Jack Mason get the gold.
Gold? There now. Just lie back, Elijah.
No, you gotta hear me. I ain't talking through fever. There's gold. Ain't no fever talking.
What gold, Elijah?
I found a gold claim. Don't look so, Dolly. I ain't out in my mind. I did find a gold claim. There's some folks that has suspicion that you must have heard the talk.
Of course. Now, if you'll just be quiet.
It's true. It's gospel, Dolly. I did find one. Now, come close here. Listen careful.
Yes?
I want you to ride and fetch Jack Mason here.
But, Elijah...
You can't refuse, Dolly.
Elijah, it'll take 2 days of riding to get Jack Mason and bring him back here.
That's what I figured. 2 days. And if I can hang on that long, that's all I care.
You really want me to go, Elijah?
It may be the last thing I'll ask of you, Dolly.
I do believe you're telling the truth.
You gotta believe it, Dolly. I won't rest till I know you and Jack have the gold mine.
Can't you tell me where it is?
No, I don't dare, for your own sake. You leave here alone. If I give you the map I got drawn, certain men may try to steal it from you. Jack Mason has got to know at the same time you do. It'll take defending, Dolly.
All right, I'll go then.
Wait. One thing first. I'll tell you where the map is, just in case I ain't here when you come back.
Yes?
I'm resting on it. It's buried under where I'm laying.
Oh.
Now, go get Jack Mason.
All right, Lige. I'll leave food and water where you can reach it.
Dolly?
Yes?
One thing more. Tell me, you and Jack still plan to get married, don't you?
Someday, Lige, we've been waiting.
I know. As long as you ain't split up, everything will be all right. You won't need to do no more waiting. You'll both be rich. Now, Dolly, ride. Ride and be careful.
Jack Mason had made his camp on the banks of a mountain stream. And the following morning, just as he dipped a panful of gravel into the water and started washing for gold, he heard the sound of approaching hoofs.
Someone coming. Yeah, good thing there ain't enough gold here to make it interesting for someone to try and run. Why, Dolly!
Jack, thank goodness. Whoa there, whoa.
Dolly, what nation you doing here? You've been riding hard.
Jack, there's not much time for talking.
Yeah, but hold on. Now, wait a minute. Here, let me help you off that horse.
Oh.
Hey, your horse is wore right out.
One question first. You still have your 2 horses?
Yes?
Both of them?
Sure, why?
Can they stand a hard trip?
Well, I reckon so, but... Oh, look here, Dolly. It ain't right to stop a man for the sight of you for so long and then surprise me by coming here and talk of nothing but horses. I didn't look to see you again till I finished working the stream for the season and went back to town.
We'll have lots of time to talk, Jack. A lifetime. But there's something more important first. We've got to ride.
Where?
To Elijah Doolittle. He sent me to bring you back.
What's the matter with old Lige?
I'm afraid he's dying, Jack.
Shucks, ain't it just like me to never stop and realize there was something mighty powerful important to bring you here like this? What's the matter with poor Lige?
Well, I don't know. Fever, I guess, and I guess his mind's wandering. I tried to humor him, but nothing would suit him, but I come here for you.
I'll put your horse in pasture and get my pair saddled up. Come on, boy. It's green pastures for you after their trip. Dolly, you go into the shack, and I'll fix things here so I can leave for a time. We'll put some coffee on while I cinch up, and then we start back.
All right.
Oh, but hold on. You've rid hard. Had any sleep?
No.
Well, then you better wait. It ain't going to be safe to go over that mountain trail at night.
We've got to.
But, Dolly, with you tired like you are...
Stop thinking about me. Elijah Doolittle is dying. He wants you, Jack. We've got to ride the mountain trail at night.
Well, okay then, Dolly. I ain't the one to argue with you.
That evening, the Lone Ranger and Tonto made their camp close to the rocky trail that Jack and Dolly had to follow. At midnight, both the masked man and the Indian were asleep. But suddenly, a sharp sound rang out from the trail. Instantly, the Lone Ranger was awake.
Tonto. Oh, Tonto, wake. Did you hear it? Me hear hoof on rock. Not far off.
Someone's coming this way.
That right.
Nothing but the most urgent matter could make anyone ride this trail on a night when there's no moon. Steady, Silver. Quiet, boy.
Silver hear it, too. Him give warning.
There are horses on the trail above us.
That right.
As soon as I get into these boots, we'll take a look up there. Pretty dark. Whoever's riding tonight is doing so because they're avoiding the law. We're in a lot of trouble.
That gunshot.
It wasn't far away. Quiet. I don't hear any more hoofs.
That right.
No further shots. Here, Silver. Get Scout and line a little behind me, Tonto. We're going to find out what's happened.
Leave fire here?
Yes, leave the fire. We'll need it to find our way back here. Come on, Silver.
Jack, keep that horse quiet. They'll hear us.
I'm trying to.
Hello! Where are you?
He's coming closer, Jack.
Likely one of the outlaws old Lige told you about.
Well, if it is, it'll prove one thing.
What's that?
May prove that he really does have a gold mine.
Look, there ain't no use trying to keep still. That rider's coming this way anyhow. Might as well face him.
Well, whatever you think best, Jack.
Have it out with him and be done with it. That's better than feeling he's trailing us the rest of the night. Besides, he's got a horse, and we need a horse.
Where are you?
Here! Now for it. Here, Dolly, take this gun and stand back away from me.
All right, Jack. If he makes a move to hurt you, I'll shoot.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there. Oh.
Here I am, mister. And I've got a gun on you.
You don't need a gun on me. Put it away before you hurt yourself.
Is that a mask you're wearing?
Yes, but don't let it fool you. What's the trouble you're in?
What makes you think we're in trouble?
People don't ride these hills at night. There was a shot.
We're riding the hills at night.
We?
There are 2 of us, and you're covered 2 ways, so get off that horse.
Is that your horse on the ground?
It is. He busted a leg, and I had to shoot him.
So that was the shot.
I have a lot of traveling to do, and don't aim to go on foot. I hate to do it, mister, but I'm taking your horse.
Oh?
My name's Jack Mason. And if you'll come to Lige Doolittle's place, you can have your horse back. Head straight west to Sagebrush, and anyone there will tell you where the cave is at.
Why are you going there?
That's none of your business. What are you doing here wearing a mask?
Maybe I was watching for a horse thief.
Now, listen here,
We're not horse thieves.
Dolly.
But we're downright determined to go on to the cave. If that means borrowing your horse, we'll do it. Now get down or I'll start shooting.
You must be desperately in need of reaching that hermit. What's the matter with him?
He's dying and wants us.
Dying?
It's a fever or something. Look, mister, if you'll lend us your horse, we'll promise to bring it back here.
You say hermit sick?
Who the... My friend Tonto. You see, he was back in the shadows, ready in case you were really serious about trying to steal Silver.
Oh.
Now put down the gun. Silver isn't saddled, and even if you did borrow him, you couldn't ride him.
But we've got
We'll
to...
go back to my camp and saddle up. Silver can carry two. Between the three horses, I'm sure all of us can reach Doolittle.
You're going there, too?
Yes.
No, you can't. He wouldn't want
A
it.
masked man? I think you may be mistaken, Dolly. Lige knows about me.
He does?
Who are you?
Just another of old Lige's friends. Come on back to camp now.
Gosh, I reckon you think I'm half loco, stranger, but I'd do a lot more than steal a horse to do a favor for Lige.
I understand. I guess we feel the same about him. I hope we can get to him before it's too late.
At the Lone Ranger's suggestion, Tonto did not return to camp, but rode on ahead. The next day, he met the Lone Ranger, Dolly, and Jack near the entrance of the cave, and...
You stop here.
Who, Silver?
Who?
How is he, Tonto? Can you help him?
Not help him now.
We'll go on and
You
see...
wait. Leave horse here. And be careful not spoil tracks.
Tracks? What tracks?
Tracks a feller who kill.
Kill?
Is Lige dead?
Him dead.
What's this about a killer, Tonto?
Dolly said he was dying when she left him.
Someone kill old feller.
Murdered, huh?
That's right.
When?
Sometime in night. Tonto come find tracks on ground. Maybe we follow tracks. We find killer.
And we tried so hard. His last hope was that Jack could get here before he died.
Oh, there now, Dolly. We've done our best.
Oh, I know, but...
We'd better dismount and leave the horses here, as Tonto suggests. Go and see if we can't find some trace of the murderers.
Poor old man. He wanted so to tell Jack about the map, the gold mine. He said it was buried in the ground beneath where he slept.
We'll have a look there.
His hope is that you two would have that mine. At least we can see that his last wish is fulfilled.
Here, you look.
Now, what is it, Tonto?
This where horse a killer brush tree. There, horse hair.
Gray.
Killer ride gray horse. And here, footprint where him dismount.
What do you make of the footprints, Tonto?
Him big feller. Big, like you.
A man my size riding a gray. And that should help some.
Maybe find more clue by and by.
Which way did the killer come from?
That way.
From town.
Oh, there's a man in town that's got a gray horse. He's about your size.
Who's that?
But, he couldn't be the killer. He's a sheriff.
Oh, shucks, Dolly. Sheriff Harkness wouldn't kill poor Lige.
Oh, I know he wouldn't, Jack.
Reed Potter's big, but he don't have a horse.
There's only one other gray horse I know of, and that's Jeb Lawson's horse. But Jeb's a small man.
Then the sheriff is the only big man who owns a gray horse.
That's right. I'm going to see poor Lige.
I'll go with you, Dolly. We'll do what we can for him. We owe him that much.
What do you think, Tonto?
Maybe feller not come from town at all.
Maybe not. Chances are he did. Dolly told me something about the old man who was killed. There's long been a story around town that he knew where there was a gold mine. He was afraid that someone would try to steal it from him before he could tell Jack and Dolly where it was. She thought he was talking through a fever. But now it seems that he's told the truth. How was he killed?
Knife.
Well, we'll start from here and find that killer.
He looks pretty peaceful now.
I
appreciate what you did, Tom. It was downright thoughtful of you to fix things before Dolly got there.
You find map?
No, we won't hunt for that till after we've had a little service and buried Lige.
Very well, Jack. We'll do that. Then ride a murder trail.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
to continue our story. Dolly returned to her home in the valley, and 2 days later the Lone Ranger called on her and asked for her help.
But it's not fair to ask me to do just what you say. I haven't any idea what it might be.
I'll tell you what it is, Dolly. You heard the discussion a couple of days ago.
What discussion?
There are 3 men in town who might be suspected of murdering the hermit.
Oh, yes, I remember.
The sheriff.
Sheriff Harkness. He's about the size, and he has the right kind of horse.
There were 2 other men. One the right size without a horse, and the other with a horse.
Oh, yes, I remember now. Breed Potter's a big man, but he has no horse. And Jeb Lawson has a gray horse, but he's small.
That's right.
Well, what is it you want me to do? Oh, I'll do most anything to find the murderer.
Let me see your sewing basket. There should be needles and thread there.
Oh, sure. It's right here. A little messed up, but I guess there's everything in it.
Now, let me see. Needles?
There you are.
Thread?
There's both black and white.
Good. Now, how about buttons?
Oh, I've lots of buttons. Every time I throw old clothes away, I save the buttons. You never know when they'll come in handy. Here.
Good. I want you to leave that sewing basket in the bedroom in plain sight and thread a couple of the needles.
All right, but what are you going to do?
I hope I'm going to find the murderer. Now, you go and fix that basket and the needles in the bedroom while I go outside for a minute and speak to Tonto.
Very well.
Tonto.
Tonto here.
Tonto, I'm going after 3 men. I'm sure that one of those 3 is the killer of the hermit.
Tonto go too?
No, Kemosabe, you're going to stay here. There's something mighty important for you to do. I'll outline your part. Then I'm going to give 3 men the surprise of their lives.
After giving Tonto his instructions, the Lone Ranger mounted and raced through the night toward the sheriff's home. The lawman was dozing in his chair, but when he heard the clatter of Silver's hoofs outside...
what the Sam Hill...
Before the big lawman could comment further, his door burst open and...
Well, see here.
Hold it, Sheriff. Don't draw the gun.
What's the meaning of this? Put down them shooting irons. Take off that mask.
Never mind the mask. I came to tell you something that should interest you.
Who are you?
Lige Doolittle has been murdered. Did you know that?
Lige? You mean the old hermit?
Yes.
Well, are you sure? Great Scott, who'd want to kill that old man?
I don't know. I came here to try and find out.
Well, there ain't no sense to it. Why, Doolittle was more than half dead a couple of weeks ago. You sure it was murder?
There's no doubt about it, Harkness.
Oh, doggone, I can't believe it. What was he killed for? Was he shot or what?
You don't know about him?
The first word I had was now. But see here, who are you? Put down them guns and take off that mask.
There are more serious things to think of than my guns. You knew that Dolly Martin was a good friend of Lige's, didn't you?
Yeah? Does she know about this yet?
Yes. You'd better go and see her. She may have more to tell you than I have.
I will. Hey, does she know you?
I doubt it.
Well, who are you?
The man who murdered the old hermit was about your size.
You see him?
No, but I'm sure of his size, and I know he rides a gray.
A gray horse, eh? Hey, mine's a gray.
Yes, I know.
What, doggone your hide, I won't stand for this. You bust in here, mask, holding guns on me? You just about accused me of murder?
Suppose you get over to Dolly's house. She needs you.
Oh, well, why should I?
Before you leave there, I think I'll bring the murderer to you.
Who is he?
I don't know.
Then how do you know? Hey, wait. All right, Silver. Hey, you wait! Hey!
It did not take long for the masked man to cover the distance between the home of the sheriff and the town's only cafe, where he knew that Jeb Lawson would be found. The rancher was dealing a hand of poker when the Lone Ranger stepped through the doorway and...
Hey, say, what's that? A mask, hombre. Look at him standing there.
Steady. Gosh, the nerve of him.
What's he after? Maybe a stick-up.
Stay where you are.
Now, look here, stranger.
Where's Jeb Lawson?
It's Jeb he's after. What's Jeb done?
Where is he?
Now, you can't come in like this.
Come on, speak up. I'm not here to hurt anyone. I just want to speak to Jeb Lawson.
Look here, mister. I never seen you before. And
Are you the man I'm looking for?
No, I ain't said so. What's on your mind?
I guess you'll do anyway. You're the right size. That your gray at the hitch rack?
Yeah.
Come on, then. Sheriff Harkness is waiting for you.
I ain't done nothing.
Who said you had? Get going.
Now, look here. Jeb's been right here since...
Sit down.
Yes, sir.
This way, Jeb.
Let go my neck.
Step lively, then. We don't want to keep the sheriff waiting.
But what do you want, then?
Outside.
Now, what's up? Why are you dragging me out like this? Who are you?
Jim, perhaps you can tell me where to find Breed.
Breed?
Potter, where is he?
You dragged me away from a game when I'm holding kings back to back to ask me about that ornery polecat?
That's not all I want from you, but it'll do for a start. Where is he?
The home, I reckon. Why?
Where's his home?
Just find the dirtiest looking shack in town, and that's it.
I'm not going to spend the night looking for it. Where is it?
Don't be so tetchy. It's the third house past the hotel. The hotel is down yonder where you see a two-story building.
Thanks. Now get on board that horse of yours and head for Dolly Martin's place.
For what?
Sheriff Harkness will be there waiting for you. You'll learn what's wanted later on.
But I'm
Or
not
do you
going-
want me to take you?
Well, I'll go, stranger. Sakes alive, ain't I getting aboard right now? Dolly Martin's place, huh?
I'll be there myself in a few minutes to make sure you do what you're told.
But what's Harkness want of me?
He wants to learn about a murder.
What? A murder? I ain't killed no one.
Then go straight there. If you don't, it'll be evidence that you're the guilty party.
Get up there. Get up.
The Lone Ranger raced on to Potter's and forced the half-breed to ride with him to Dolly Martin's. Meanwhile, at the home of the girl, the sheriff demanded an explanation.
Hey, just what is this I hear about Hermit Doolittle, Dolly?
Well, I don't know how much you've heard, Sheriff, but he was murdered. The man who did it rode a big gray horse.
You got any more proof of that than the word of that masked hombre?
Yes, I saw the poor old man.
And when was it? Hey, what's this?
You stay there.
Oh, you loco savage, put down that knife. Dolly, who in thunder is it?
Take gun.
Give me that shooting iron.
You stay there.
Oh, by thunderation, I'll show
Better
you.
not argue with Tonto, Sheriff Harkness.
You're pushing me into this here chair like I was a...
Quiet.
I'll go, Tonto.
Who's that?
Howdy, Miss Dolly.
Jeb, come in.
What are you doing here?
Why, Sheriff, ain't you looking for me to be here? Now, I never had no part in the murder, no hermit. I never done that.
Take gun.
Oh, what's this? What's this?
You sit there.
Hey!
This is going too doggone far.
Here he comes.
Now we see. Oh, that's a critter that sent me and said to tell...
Get in there, Breed. I've taken these guns, Tonto.
What is this?
Stay right there, Breed. We're going to find a murderer tonight.
I don't know what
You'll find out all you need to know very soon.
Hey, look here, stranger. You can't take the law into your own hands like
Well,
this.
and if your own hands prove competent, Sheriff, I'll turn things over to you. For all I know, you might be the murderer. If you're not, you'll be able to jail one of these two men here. One of you three killed Lige Doolittle.
I never know my born
You
day.
be quiet till I finish. You, Breed, might have borrowed a horse. You're about the size of the killer. You, Jim,
Now, look here, mister,
you have
I've
the
got-
sort of horse the killer used. Perhaps you loaned that horse to someone. And you, Sheriff, are the right kind of horse, and you're the size of the killer. That's why you three were brought here.
Hey, tell me, stranger, is that all the evidence you got?
No.
It ain't.
Here in my hand, I have a clue. Something that was found at the scene of the murder. Clutched in the dead man's hand.
You careful.
I've got it. Clumsy of me.
Hey, what was that you dropped?
I didn't intend any of you to see that clue. However, it doesn't matter a great deal. Reed, you go into the bedroom. Wait there.
For what?
Go on. I want to talk to the sheriff and Jeb Lawson without you here.
You think I killed?
Into the next room. I'll call you when you want it.
You go.
This make me sick. All the time question.
Sheriff, I want you to search Jeb Lawson.
What? About time you called on the law to help you. What am I searching for?
A map that was supposed to have been stolen from Lige.
I ain't got no map.
It ain't like he'd have it on him anyhow. Yeah, we don't find nothing of the sort.
Well, you go into the next room, Jeb. We'll bring the Breed out. Come on, Breed.
Now what you want?
The sheriff is going to search you for a stolen map. Be thorough, Sheriff.
I am. But I don't see where it does any good. He's had plenty of time to hide it. Nope. Don't find nothing on him.
Well, I still have the clue that I found in Lige's hand. Perhaps we won't need the map for evidence.
Dolly,
Jack, wait.
Huh? What's this?
We're going to try and find the murderer, Jack, in just a minute. Come here, Jeb.
Well, you done with making me hide in the bedroom? Did you find the map?
Not yet. Sheriff, well, I'll turn the killer over to you.
You've been saying that right along, but
Jeb,
Huh?
I explained that I had a clue in my hand. It's a vest button. See it? All of you saw it when I dropped it on the floor, didn't you? All three of you men are quick-sighted. You wouldn't have missed it. You were given to understand that the button was torn from the killer's vest.
Well, sure.
Look at your vest, Breed.
Yeah? Sacre. I lose the button.
So you're the murderer.
It's not true. I don't kill him.
You ornery skunk, let me at him.
Here's his frame up.
Get for the jail.
Wait.
Nothing. I'm taking this crook in.
Look at your own vest, Sheriff.
Huh?
You've lost a button, too.
It's true. You're the one who killed. You do it.
That's a lie.
You aren't guilty, Sheriff. Neither is the Breed.
If you try to claim that I'm guilty,
You
I'm
aren't
gonna...
minus the vest button, are you, Jeb?
Say for yourself.
And I'll tell you why. Because while you were in the next room, you found a button, and so did on.
That ain't so.
And how did the button get back on? Tanner cut a button from the vest of each one of you while he took your guns.
What can't you say?
The two of you who were not guilty had no reason to look at your vest. The killer was worried. He thought that the missing button might trap him. So he replaced it while he was alone in the next room.
It's a frame-up.
You're the murderer.
No, I'm
you
not.
must have worn shoes a lot larger than your own size. You thought that would lead to someone else, didn't you?
All right, you think it's a slick? Well, I won't be took alive.
Give me my gun. Stop him.
Stop him.
Good work.
There's your man, Sheriff.
Hey, you mean I'm to take charge of him now?
Are you satisfied with the evidence against him?
Plenty. I reckon we'll have Dolly and Jack for witnesses against him.
You sure enough will.
Well, that is if Jack will stay here till the trial, instead of heading back for that creek of his.
I reckon I'll be here for some time now, Sheriff. You see, old Lige wanted Dolly and me to get married.
Yeah?
And he left us the gold mine that he knowed about. It was the map of that claim that the killer was after.
That's the one thing I was wondering about. The motive for the murder. I reckon now we got the motive, we got the proof, and we got the killer all at one time. Jack's got Dolly, Dolly's got Jack, and you both got a gold mine.
I'll Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Crime doesn't stand a chance against Dick Tracy. Up next.
Tootsie Rolls, America's best-known candy, presents America's best-known detective...
Just a moment, old boy. What is all this?
Why, this is the new Dick Tracy Show.
Dick Tracy, America's favorite detective?
Right you are, presented by Tootsie Rolls, that favorite American candy.
Gad, man, Dick Tracy.
And Tootsie Rolls, too.
That sounds exciting.
It is, Mr. Flintheart, it is.
Well, then, let's get on with it.
Tonight's story, The Case of the Dark Corridor. Our story begins on a cold, rainy night at 11:30 in Big Alonzo's taxicab.
Why, Mr. Flintheart, I could have picked up a dozen fares whilst I was waiting for you and Snowflake. I could have.
Could you, my good fella? Could you?
Yeah, I'm just loyal, I am. Look at that dame standing on the next corner getting soaking wet. Just look at... Why, she would be happy if I was to stop and pick her up, she'd be.
Tell me, she is getting wet, isn't she?
Vitamin? Alonzo, stop the cab.
Huh?
You heard what she said. Stop the cab.
Okay, so I'll stop.
Call her, Vitamin. We'll take her where she wants to go.
Yes, my love, of course. Young lady. I say, young lady.
Oh, did you call me? I hope you won't mind. But we noticed you standing there on the corner, and it's raining so hard.
And there ain't many empty cabs cruising around.
May we take you where you want to go?
Want to go? But I don't know.
You don't know? Yes, my dear girl, you must know. Where do you live?
I don't know. I don't remember anything.
Look, Snowflake, my dear.
Vitamin. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, we must do something. Here, dear, don't stand there in the rain. Get into the cab. Get into the cab. Oh.
Shall we do something? Quite evident that this young woman is suffering from loss of memory.
I won't go back. No, I won't go back. Go back where? Oh, I don't know. I just know I mustn't go back. Oh, dear.
Snowflake, my love. Let's not waste any more time. This is a matter for Dick Tracy to cope with. Alonzo, police headquarters, and hurry.
I have been sitting in your office for 2 hours now, Mr. Tracy, while your police have been searching the city. Have you found her, my patient? No. Inefficient.
Now, look here, Mr.
Dr. Forensic, please. Dr. B4 Forensic of Rest Hill Sanitarium, if you please, Mr. Tracy.
Well, Dr. Frantic, if you and your staff at your sanitarium had been more careful, your patient would never have run away.
How dare you cast aspersions at my staff and myself? I insist that you apologize to me at once. Do you hear?
What for? Apologize for your mistakes? Now, just settle down, Frantic, and wait. That's all we can do right now.
Oh, you can have another description of my patient amnesia broadcast so that your thick-headed policeman will at least...
Hey, old man, I'm glad we found you here.
All right, Alonzo. Bring her in.
Okay, come on, lady. Right through the door, right through. No one ain't gonna hurt you.
All right. I'll go in.
What is it?
Oh, Anne!
No, please. I don't want to go back there, please.
Is this your patient amnesia, Dr. Frantic?
Yes. Please allow me to handle this. Now, my child, quiet. Relax.
She doesn't want to go back to your sanitarium. Why?
Please, Mr. Tracy, you don't understand these cases. She doesn't know what she wants. You want to come back, don't you, Anne? Don't you, my dear?
Oh, yes, Uncle. Yes, please take me back. Please.
Of course, my dear girl. Say good night, my dear. And thank everyone.
Good night, and thank you all.
Come, Anne, come. We must hurry back to Rest Hill.
Yes, Uncle. I'm coming.
Oh, I forgot.
Forgot what?
We cannot get a train back to Rest Hill for 2 hours.
I got a cab, Would you like I should drive you back with you?
Oh, that would be ideal. Thank you.
Oh, don't thank me. I'll just keep the meter running. Oh, come on.
Yeah, through the door, my dear. May I thank you all again for your invaluable assistance. Good night.
Kindly old fella, isn't he?
The way he was able to quiet her. Isn't he just wonderful? Such strange, fascinating eyes. What's the matter, Tracy?
I almost wish you hadn't found that girl. That you'd been able to get away. But I don't understand, old man. She's obviously in need of some sort of treatment. Is she?
But you saw her. You saw how hysterical she was.
I'm wondering, Snowflake, if the hysteria isn't being induced. Good man. You mean Dr. whatever his name is, might be causing it? Yes. But God, look so the man is a doctor, isn't he? That's another point I'd like to clear up. I'm not sure.
Tracy. But what possible reason could he have?
That, Snowflake, is something I'm going to find out. Hello. Flintheart speaking.
Mr. Flintheart, I am Big Alonzo.
Oh, you know. And did you call me at 2:30 in the morning to tell me that?
Look, Flintheart, don't get yourself in an uproar. Don't get yourself. I am trying to find Mr. Tracy, and I can't do it. I'm trying everywhere. His apartment, his office, everywhere.
And why, my good man, must you find Tracy at this unearthly hour?
It's about that there Doc Frantic. If you do remember, I am driving him out to his sanitarium I'm driving just a couple hours ago.
Yes?
Well, I am gathering the impression during the trip that this here Doc ain't strictly on the up and up. Jimmy?
Gad, that's what Tracy said.
The way he's talking to that there girl we found, like as if he was making with the evil eyes. I didn't like it, Mr. Flintheart.
I say, Alonzo, what will you do if you can't find Tracy?
I don't know.
Well, my good fellow, I do know. Be here in 10 minutes. I'm going out to that sanitarium myself.
You?
Yes, my dear Alonzo. That's what Tracy would expect me to do. After all, there is such a thing as duty when it beckons.
Don't you think I ought to pat Patton or somebody?
Alonzo, I'll meet you outside my hotel in 10 minutes. And you'd better be there. Tracy. Sorry to get you up at this hour, but I'm back at the office. Checking on that Dr. Frantic. He's a quack. He practiced medicine out west for several years without a license. Then when the police caught up with him, he vanished. That's right. Now, look. I want you to get dressed and come down to the office. Yes. Wait here till you get a call from me. Because right now, I'm going out to Frantic's sanitarium.
But, Vitamin, what will you do when we get there?
I'll leave that to the inspiration of the moment. Don't worry, me dove. I'm with you.
You know, Vitamin, the more I think of Dr. Frantic, the more frightened I become. Those eyes of his.
Yes, my dear. Penetrating, what's it? But never fear, me love. I, Vitamin Flintheart, will know how to conduct myself. Remember, Miss Sweet, I've watched Tracy do it many times.
Yes, but I don't...
He'll be proud of me. Well done, Flintheart, he'll say with his jaw.
We're getting close now to this again.
I will. So much the better. I shall go into action soon, Snowflake. You'll see the sort of man you married, Miss Sweet.
I'm still worried.
So am I, Snowflake. I don't like this here business at all.
Vitamin, there's still time to turn back, you know.
What do you take me for, coward?
The question is, Mr. Flintheart, is what this here evil-eyed Doc will take us for. I hope it ain't going to be the worst, I hope.
What was that? Why did you stop?
Well, because we're here, we are.
Is that the sanitarium?
That is it. That's where I brung them. Well, let's go, if we're going.
Yes, go. Come, my love.
Vitamin, that gloomy old house. It looks almost haunted.
Yes. Set back amongst those twisted old trees. It is gloomy.
Weird. That's what it is. Strictly weird. Hey, there's a light on in that little corner window. See? Someone is still awake. Someone is still...
Good.
Oh, I wish Tracy were here.
Stand here, wasting time. There's not the reason why. There's what to do or die. Into the valley of death.
Mr. Flintheart, I wish you hadn't said that.
Yes, man. So do I. is the intermission. And, frankly, I can't think of a better time to pause, shall we say, take stock, consider a moment.
Boy, you really stuck your neck out this time, Mr. Flintheart.
My neck? Don't say that, Reddy.
Well, you're stepping in Dick Tracy's shoes, trying to solve this case all by yourself, aren't you?
Well, it seemed like a perfectly logical idea at the time, Reddy.
Okay, then, don't let me stop you. Just take along a handful of these big nickel-sized Tootsie Rolls. They'll give you an energy lift, put pep in your step, make a new man of you. Courage, Flintheart. Remember, that Tootsie Roll is a candy treat that can't be beat. It's so chewy, so chocolatey, so delicious. It will really tickle your taster.
Good, Reddy. You've given me new confidence. New confidence.
Why, sure, Mr. Flintheart. Everybody has confidence in Tootsie Rolls. Why, they're an all-American favorite from coast to coast, with little folks and big folks, too. You simply can't lose when you choose Tootsie Rolls. Here, have another big nickel-sized Tootsie Roll. Now, brace yourself, Mr. Flintheart. We're going back to Dick Tracy and the case of the Dark Corridor.
Why was it necessary to go to the police?
My dear Miss Phobia, I thought that would be the quickest way to find her.
It was stupid and dangerous.
Oh, that is all. I do not wish to hear any more on the subject. The girl is back. I have nothing to worry about.
What did you say to the police?
Oh, I told them merely that my patient had escaped from my institution. I asked their cooperation in finding her. Mr. Tracy was in...
Tracy? You spoke?
Yes.
You know about Dick Tracy, Doctor?
Should I know about him?
He's the cleverest and the smartest detective in the country.
Oh, my dear Miss Phobia, either you overestimate Mr. Tracy's abilities or you underestimate mine. I assure you, I am a match for him.
If he thinks something is wrong, he won't stop.
Enough! I will know how to manage Mr. Tracy if and when the time comes.
I hope so. It's the difference between 200,000 of the girl's money and a long stretch up the river. Oh, the door. Someone's at the door.
At this hour?
What do we do?
Oh, we'll answer it, of course. Go.
I knew this was going to happen. Yes?
A good woman. We should like to speak to Dr. Frantic.
I'm sorry, but Dr. Frantic has gone to bed. Would you be so kind as to come back tomorrow? We must see him tonight. It's about the young girl whom we found. Oh, I see. But must it be right now? It's nearly 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well,
Well, so what? Tell the doc it's very important to us.
Oh, well, come in.
Thank you.
You will please wait here. I'll see if Dr. Frantic will talk to you.
Well, was it the police?
I don't know. It's 2 men and a woman. The little man is obviously a cab driver.
A little man, huh? Probably the man who brought me back here. I wonder what he knows.
I don't like it. It looks like a trap.
You think they're from the police?
We should have done away with the girl as I suggested. You have all her money.
Only forget, my dear, my record. The police would begin an investigation, and then what chance would I have to make them...
We could have been out of the country by then.
Oh, there is no time for speculation now. Now, we must act. If those people came here for trouble, they have come to the right place. I will see them. Come.
Oh, Dr. Frantic.
My assistant informs me that you wish to speak to me.
Well, Dr. Frantic, it's about that girl.
What about that girl?
Well, we think, Dr. Frantic, that you,
Well, we think everything ain't strictly on the up and up with her, we think.
We're going to take her back to the city with us.
You are, what?
we are taking her back with us.
I see. And you have a court order to remove her from my institution, have you not?
Court order?
The girl is in no condition to be taken away. I'm her doctor.
We don't believe it. We want to take that girl away from here.
Away from you. We're not going to wait for a court order, my dear doctor.
Yeah, like he says, we ain't gonna wait.
I see.
Well, if you wish to suffer the consequences of your act...
We'll take our chances.
Very well. Follow me, please. I will take you to her. Go to this door, please.
Come, my dear. Come, Alonzo.
Right with you. I got them! You are wasting your breath, my friend. No one can hear you.
What do we do now, Doctor?
Now we shall give our inquisitive friends a dose of the nerve gas. We will destroy their wills and their memories. Turn it on, Miss Phobia.
Yes, Doctor. There. I've turned it on.
Good. In an hour, I will talk to them. I will impress on their minds that they have never been here, that they have never seen the girl.
And if that doesn't work, remember your nerve gas is still in an experimental stage.
If that doesn't work, then we will find a more efficient method. We will kill them. They've been under the gas for an hour now, Miss Phobia. Shut it off.
Yes. There.
Open the door, and I will go to work on them. Look at them sitting there with stupid expressions on their faces. They're completely under my power now.
Get started. We haven't too much time.
Yes, right. You.
Yes, Doctor. Yes, Doctor.
You have never been here.
Yes, Doctor. I have never been.
You will remember nothing of what has occurred tonight. Nothing.
Remember nothing, Doctor. Nothing.
Good. Now the woman. You.
Yes, Doctor. Yes.
You will wipe tonight's happenings completely from your memory.
Completely from my memory. Yes, Doctor. He'll be all right now. Now the cab driver.
You.
Yes, Doctor.
You have never been to Rest Hill Sanitarium.
The fare was $7.65 to Rest Hill. $7.65.
Doctor, he still remembers. He's not completely under.
Wait. This has never happened before. Your mind is a blank. You can't remember.
I can't forget. $7.65. Who's going to pay the cab? I ain't in a hacking business for my health, I ain't.
The gas is no good. He hasn't forgotten.
I try again. Perhaps I can deceive it by hypnosis.
You know the effect is only temporary. We've got to get rid of them. All three. The girl, too.
Oh, the door. Someone else. Quick, come. Lock them in. I'll attend to them later.
Yes, but now you will do it my way. Yes?
I'm Dick Tracy of the police.
Oh, the police. Oh, come in, please.
Thank you.
What is it, Miss Phobia? Oh, Mr. Tracy.
I have a warrant for your arrest, Mr. Frantic.
Arrest? Surely there must be some mistake, Mr. Tracy.
There's been no mistake. I'm arresting you for practicing medicine without a license. I'll find other charges later. Right now, I want you to get that girl Amnesia and come with me to police headquarters.
Why, yes. Miss Phobia, go to Anne's room. See that she's dressed and brought down here.
Yes, Doctor. I'll go.
I was a little suspicious of you, Mr. Frantic, so I looked you up in the files. This ward of yours...
Everything is strictly legal so far as Miss Nisha is concerned.
Is it? 5 years ago, you falsely convinced her mother that the girl was mentally deranged. When the girl's mother died...
You have nothing on me. Miss Nisha is not my patient. I am merely her guardian. I have no patients. My assistant and I are the only people in this house besides the girl.
We'll let a judge and jury decide all that, Mr. Frantic. Right now, Why are you looking at me like that?
You are mistaken about me, Mr. Tracy. Mistaken.
No.
You are not going to arrest me. I'm your friend. Your friend.
My friend? I don't know.
You don't remember why you came here, Mr. Tracy. That's right, isn't it? It's right, isn't it?
That's right. Right.
It's very late. You're tired.
Sleeping.
Go to sleep, Mr. Tracy. Sleep. Sit down. Close your eyes.
The girl is dressed and... Doctor! Tracy!
Easy subject, so easy. You never bother us now.
When he comes out of the train.
You never come out of it, my dear Miss Fulvia. You never come out of it. In this world.
What about the girl, Amnesia?
The girl? I am going to drive her mind down a long, dark corridor that leads to oblivion and death.
Here's the door. Wonder where the light switch is. Here. Vitamin. Snowflake, Alonzo. Vitamin. Speak to me. How did you get here?
Yes, Doctor. No, Doctor.
Good Lord. Snowflake. Snowflake.
I don't remember. I don't remember anything.
Alonzo.
I remember. I remember 765, my fare. Well, who's going to pay my fare?
More of the good doctor's work. Huh. We'll see about this.
Well, Dr. Frantic, have you got what you want now?
Not quite, my dear Miss Phobia. This treatment will have to be continued later, but she's well on the road. Now we must get rid of those inquisitive people.
How?
It would be most unfortunate if the house were to burn down, wouldn't it, Miss Phobia? Fire has a way of destroying all evidence. Come, take the girl and let us go.
You're not going anywhere. Reach what?
Tracy, I thought you...
Stay right where you are, Frantic. Don't move. Yes, you thought I'd been hypnotized. I let you believe that. Now stop. Stop, Frantic. I'll shoot.
You killed him!
Come on. Well, if I did, it was too good for him. But now Amnesia will have a chance to lead a normal life. Come on, Miss Phobia. I'm taking you to headquarters. The only thing you and Vitamin could have done was to go out there to rescue. It was a matter for the police.
I know, Tracy. But Big Alonzo couldn't find you.
I was down in the files looking up this so-called Dr. Frantic.
Well, of course, Vitamin had no way of knowing that.
Where is he, by the way? The reason I came over here this morning was to read the riot act to him.
Did I hear Tracy in here?
Oh, hello, Vitamin. I want to have a little talk with you.
Do you, old gumshoe?
What about? What about? About your getting mixed up in things which concern only the police. Why, I ought...
Oh, the door.
I'll get it, Milan. Come in.
Contain yourself, my fine fellow. I said I was coming. Yes?
I'm the gas man. I come to read the meter.
Who?
Gas man. I got to read the meter.
Yes. Yes, Doctor. No, Doctor. Yes, Doctor. No, Doctor. Yes, Doctor. No, Doctor.
Maestro, let's have that theme again. Ah, that does it. That lets everybody know that Tootsie Rolls are coming back on candy counters all over America. That big nickel-sized Tootsie Roll is just as chewy, just as chocolatey, just as delicious as ever. All those good, wholesome ingredients that go into Tootsie Rolls receive extra special care in the Tootsie Roll Candy Kitchen. And when you buy a Tootsie Roll at your favorite candy counter, you get a candy treat that can't be beat. That chewy, chocolatey Tootsie Roll will really tickle your taster. It tastes so delicious. Gee, I wonder if Maestro Ray Carter can say it with music. That big nickel-sized Tootsie Roll is delicious. Thanks, Ray. That does it. That lets everybody know that the big nickel-sized Tootsie Roll is a teeth-tickling treat that can't be beat.
Police headquarters. Tracy speaking. Oh, yes, Sergeant McGuire.
What? You saw Deuce's Wild?
But you couldn't have. He was executed last night. I don't care what Deuce has said about coming back. He's dead. What? No, don't do anything. This looks serious. I'll be right over.
What's this? Deuce's Wild returned from the dead? An executed man who comes back to wreak vengeance on the people who sent him there? Sound exciting? It's all yours for the listening. Next Saturday, same time, same station, when Tootsie Rolls, America's best-known candy, presents America's best-known detective, Dick Tracy, in the case of the man who died twice.
Featuring Vitamin Flint Heart, Judge Long Term, Deuce's Wild, and an all-star cast.
Dick Tracy is based on the nationally known comic strip created by Chester Gould. Dick Tracy is written for radio by Sidney Sloan and directed by Mitchell Grace.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
Faithful friend when muscles ache and pain presents Gangbusters.
Calling the police, calling the G-men, calling all Americans to war on the underworld.
Gangbusters brought to you by the makers of Sloan's Liniment. With the cooperation of leading law enforcement officials of the United States, Gangbusters presents facts in the relentless war of the police on the underworld. Authentic case histories that show the never-ending activity of the police in their work of protecting our citizens. America's crusade against crime. Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf, our regular interviewer, is now serving with the United States Army. However, the colonel is continuing his supervisory duties on gangbusters by proxy. In a moment, we'll be ready for our proxy interview between Colonel Schwarzkopf and Chief of Police J.P. Coffey of Valdez, North Carolina, who will relate the facts in the case of the 8th bandit, the college athlete who turned killer. But first, friends, there are 3 important qualities which have made Sloan's Liniment the world's best-known liniment for muscular aches and pains. Sloan's brings quick relief. Sloan's is the pad-on liniment. No rubbing or massaging is needed. And Sloan's eases pain, whether it's caused by overexertion, accident, or cold weather. Next time your muscles seem to be tied in knots, next time your back or your shoulder is stiff and sore, try patting on Sloan's liniment. It takes but a second, and almost instantly, you can feel that comforting warmth ease away the pain. If you haven't a bottle on the medicine shelf right now, It's time you made a mental note to ask your druggist for a handy bottle of Sloan's, the quick-acting liniment. Now for our proxy interview between Colonel Schwarzkopf and Chief of Police J.P. Coffey of Valdez, North Carolina. Picture our setting as a special office turned over to the Colonel by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police. Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Chief Coffey, this case of Dwight Beard certainly has many unusual angles. As I recall, Beard had a powerful physique and was a star college athlete. His cunning brain used this to make incredible escapes.
That's right, Colonel. After looting a house, Beard would leap from an upper-story window to a nearby tree, swing himself to the ground, and then disappear. But Beard was soon apprehended. And the court, believing him sincerely repentant, placed him on probation, never realizing that Beard was already scheming new criminal activity.
I knew I'd never go to jail. I knew if I put on a good crying act, the court would think I was repentant. They caught me once, but they'll never get me again. I have a new plan. All I need is money, and I'm getting that money tonight.
It was on the night of February 18th, 1932, in the little town of Valdez, North Carolina, that Beard went after this money. There, Beard and another man waited for the return of the local storekeeper.
Are you sure this storekeeper will have the money on him tonight, Beard?
I know he will. I also know he'll come up this path to his house.
Where can we hide?
This tree.
Why, you're crazy, Beard. We can't both hide back of this tree.
We won't be back of it. We'll be up it.
What?
Come on, climb.
Okay, Beard, if you say so. All right, come on. You got it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, do you think this branch will hold both of us?
Sure. There. Now, when our friend passes under the tree, we'll drop down and grab him.
Yeah, that's a good idea, but what if
Someone's coming.
the storekeeper?
Get ready.
I'm set.
Drop.
Oh, who are you?
No noise. Hand over that money.
No, I won't.
Why, it's you. It's in that satchel, pal. Grab it.
I got it.
No, help. Give me my money.
I said
Give me
quiet.
Beard, you killed him.
In this brutal manner did Dwight Beard commit his first murder, Colonel. Immediately, printing presses roared as thousands of police circulars were sent to all nearby police departments.
To all police chiefs, urgent, wanted for murder, Dwight Beard, 23, 175 pounds, 5 feet 11 inches, fair complexion, athletic build, reward for his arrest and conviction. Notify J.P. Coffey, Chief of Police, Valdez, North Carolina.
Thus, Dwight Beard started his life of crime, Colonel, a hunted man. He was recognized but not captured in Georgia, in Louisiana, and in Florida. But for months, nothing more was heard of Beard. He had taken on a new name. Then, in April of 1933, a significant meeting took place between two men in St. Paul, Minnesota, in an apartment house.
That's my proposition, Wilson. The police will never suspect us. I worked this plan out step by step, ever since I was in college.
I admit you have something unusual, but I don't trust you. Let's put our cards on the table. You say your name is Donald Haynes?
Well?
Let's not kid each other. I know that's not your real name.
Listen, Wilson. As far as you're concerned, my name is Donald Haynes.
Okay, Haynes. Whatever you say.
I need a partner who has the proper underworld connections. You have. You coming in with me? Yes or no?
Well, Haynes, let's put it.
I said I'll have access to every wealthy home in the city. These rich people will be my friends. It's a setup in a million.
What makes you think that you, a stranger in town, can just walk out and get to know all the ritzy people living around here? Why, it'd be like sending me to New York to crash the 400.
That's right, Wilson. You couldn't do it. But I can.
You sure hate yourself. But I still want to know, how are you going to do it?
With ease. These golf sticks are going to open the doors of the wealthy to me.
What?
Yes, Wilson. These golf sticks.
Are you nuts?
It may take a week, it may take a month. But I have each step carefully planned. I start tomorrow on the golf links. And you'll see how I make out. I can't miss. All right. Tee up my ball, Caddy, and we'll see what I do in this last hole.
Yes, Mr. Haynes.
By the way, just what is my score?
Well, Mr. Haynes, I never see such golf shooting all my born days. There's 3 strokes under the course record already.
Not so bad, eh?
Well, Mr. Haynes, yours is a wizard. You're only a new member of this club, but all the other members been asking me who you is and how you shoot golf so good.
That's so? Let me have the driver.
Yes, sir. It's par 4 on this hole, sir. It's a dog's leg. The green's about 300 yards away.
All right. Here we go. Right over that pond.
Lordy me. Look at that ball go like an old eagle eye right over the pond. Mr. Haynes, you done it on the green and one. You see that? On the green and one.
Not so bad, if I do say so myself.
Oh, wait till the folks back at the clubhouse hear about this golf shoot, Mr. Haynes. They'll never get over talking about it. No, sir, never.
In this way did Dwight Beard, alias Donald Haynes, worm his way into St. Paul, Minnesota society, Colonel. Within a week, he was playing golf with some of the city's wealthiest men. Within a month, he was a welcome guest in some of the city's finest homes. Then Beard and his partner Wilson had a talk in Beard's apartment.
Stage is set, Wilson. All the groundwork is laid. We're ready for action.
Well, Haynes, I've got to hand it to you. You worked this thing out just as you planned. I've read about your social life in the newspapers.
We need money now, and we're going to get it, Wilson. I bought you a chauffeur's uniform and a butler's outfit today.
What for?
It's essential that you drive the car for me.
Oh, I get it.
When I invite these people here, you serve tea or drinks, whatever's necessary.
Okay. I'll play the perfect butler or chauffeur or anything you say, Mr. Haynes, so long as we get the dough. What's our first job?
You see this invitation?
Donald Haynes, Esquire. Mr. and Mrs. G.B.F. Smythe request the pleasure of your company at a dinner dance to be held in honor of Count and Countess...
Some visiting celebrities. Can you imagine the wealthy people and all that jewelry stuff each woman will be wearing in order to impress the Count and Countess?
There'll be a fortune there. Yeah, but Haynes, are you sure you can pull a job like this alone?
Listen, Wilson. I know every inch of this Smythe's home. I know just what door to enter, so no one will see me. The whole job will take less than 5 minutes.
Sounds okay to me.
This Saturday evening, you'll drive me to the Smythe's. The guests are in for an unexpected surprise. Sure you have all my evening clothes in the back of the car, Wilson?
Sure, Haynes. Collar, shirt, tie, studs, everything.
It's 8:30. Guess they've all probably arrived at the Smythe's by now.
One thing, Haynes. You're supposed to be a guest there yourself. How are you going to rob them without their recognizing you?
That's up to me. Turn up this driver, Wilson. It's a servant's entrance.
Right.
All right, stop back of this clump of bushes.
Okay. Quite a party in there.
Yeah, French door's opening into the house on this side. I'll get in that way. You turn the car around and be ready to make a quick getaway when I come out.
Right.
Now, let's see. I think I have everything. A basket, gloves, revolver. I'll just slip on this mask.
Haynes, I don't know if you can do it. There must be at least 30 people in that house.
Don't worry, Wilson. You just be set for a quick getaway.
Okay. Watch your step.
All right, everyone. I'll make a move. Stay right where you are.
He's wearing a mask.
Quiet. I don't want to have to kill anyone. And no heroics from you men. Now, ladies, start removing your jewelry. Drop it in this basket. You men, empty your pockets.
All right.
Come on. I mean business.
This is an outrage.
Quiet.
This is my wedding ring. Do I
You can
have
keep the ring, but not that bracelet.
Thank you. Here's my bracelet.
This is the most terrible thing I've ever
Put
heard.
it in there. Thanks for the jewelry. I'll be going now, but I'm warning you. I'll kill the first person that starts after me. Good night. Take this basket, Wilson.
Okay, Haynes. Hop in.
Stay Step on it, Wilson. Fast. Pull up by the side of the road, Wilson, while I change to these evening clothes.
Yeah.
Now I gotta get dressed fast.
And then what? After you're all dolled up?
You drive me back to the Smythes, of course. They're expecting me.
You're going back there?
Listen, stupid. 3 minutes ago, these people were held up by a masked gunman in a gray suit, light hat, and tan shoes. 5 minutes later, I arrive in evening clothes as an invited guest.
Yeah?
You think anyone would ever figure that I'm the one who just held them up? Well, when I get back there, if they haven't already called the police, I'll do it for them.
Police records show, Colonel, that Beard pulled more than 50 robberies in this manner.
Yet, Chief Coffey, for all his cunning, it's evident that luck played with him. If anyone had seen Beard in his quick change act, he would have been captured the very first time he tried the plan.
That's true, Colonel. And as you point out, his luck did change.
Chief Coffey, before you tell us how this murderer and thief was discovered, Charles Stark has a few words for us.
During this raw, wet, blustery time of year, you're going to hear many folks complain they're chilled to the bone. Too often a chill like that brings muscular aches and pains. But just so long as you have a bottle of dependable Sloan's liniment handy, you needn't worry. For over 2 generations, this famous Pat-On liniment has been giving quick relief when muscles ache. Millions of people the world over use and like Sloan's liniment. They find it so easy to apply, so promptly acting and comforting. If you have a mean crick in your back or a sore leg or arm, try Sloan's liniment yourself. Just pat it on lightly, lean back and relax. Like a heat treatment, a delightful warmth penetrates to those sore and stiffened muscles, soothing away the pain in no time at all. The next few months are the Sloan months. Always have a bottle of this family friend in need ready to serve you when pain strikes. Sloan's liniment costs very little, but it's sure worth plenty when you need it in a hurry.
Now, Chief Coffey, you say Dwight Beard's luck changed.
The breaks were all going Beard's way at first, Colonel Schwarzkopf. Then, as is usual between two crooks, trouble broke out one night at Beard's apartment.
Hey, Wilson, come in here.
What's on your mind, Haynes?
I've been doing some figuring. The last 6 months, you've made pretty good money.
Well, haven't you?
Now we're going to make a new agreement. So I'm cutting down on your share. Hand it over or I'll drill you.
Here.
Thanks. This added to my pile makes quite a tidy sum.
You'll let me go now?
To tip off the police when you get outside?
I won't. I swear I won't.
Save your breath, Wilson. I don't need you any longer, and I'm getting rid of you.
All right. But don't shoot me.
I'm not going to shoot you, Wilson. That's too much noise. Back in college, I was a star wrestler. I can snap your neck with my bare hands.
No,
I don't
Haynes.
need this gun. I'll throw it on the table.
You threw your gun down. But I got one of my own.
Wilson.
Get over against that wall, Haynes. Or whatever your name is. Get over there.
Are you crazy?
I never did trust you, you crook. Now it's my turn to pick up the dough.
Put that money down. It's mine.
Shut up. Shut your pretty mouth for a change. I'm sick of hearing you blow about how smart you are. How you're the mastermind of crime.
Wilson, where you going?
Thanks for your share of the dough, Mr. Haynes. It makes quite a tidy sum. So long, pal.
With Wilson gone, Beard had to work alone, Colonel. 2 nights later, in the living room of a wealthy Minneapolis family home.
Marion, dear,
Yes, George?
what are you reading?
Oh, just one of the latest novels. Why don't you get a book and read, too, George? You seem so restless tonight.
I was down at police headquarters today.
Yes? Oh, have they traced any of the stolen jewelry?
Oh, no, it takes time. But, Marion, the police have a theory that this epidemic of robberies is the work of one of our friends.
One of our friends?
Yes, the police say that anyone who knew as much about the inside of our homes as the... Marion,
Yes, George?
didn't you say the servants were all out tonight?
Well, yes, they are. Since we were staying home, I
Wait.
thought that... What's the matter?
Listen.
But I'm sure there's no one in the house but us.
Hear that?
Someone's upstairs.
I'm going up. You call the police.
I'm afraid. Let me come with you.
All right, dear. Careful now. We don't want these stairs to squeak.
George.
Yes?
I'm sure I left the light on at the top of the stairs. Someone's turned it out. What's that?
Someone's in this room.
Oh.
I'll open the door.
George! Oh, George! Are you all right?
There he is.
He's going to jump out that window.
Come on.
Oh.
He fell into the yard.
Is he dead?
No, he's moving. Marion, you call the police. I'm going down there and grab him before he can get away.
Was that another of Beard's jobs, Chief Coffey?
Yes, Colonel. And although badly hurt after jumping from the Smythes' window, he succeeded in getting away. The police began checking all doctors and hospitals. 3 hours later, in a hospital room in Minneapolis...
Nurse. So, you're awake at last.
Who are you?
You know very well who I am. You're under arrest.
You want me for robbery?
No, we've got your partner Wilson to answer the robbery charges. We want you for something else.
What? Why am I under arrest?
It's an easy thing to change your name from Beard to Haynes or any other name you choose. But there's one thing you can't change, Dwight Beard. Your fingerprints.
Fingerprints?
We took them while you were asleep. We know your whole record, particularly the crime you committed at Valdez, North Carolina.
No. I didn't have any...
You're all washed up, Beard. You're going back to North Carolina to be tried for murder.
Chief Coffey, I know that Beard was immediately returned to North Carolina. Was he convicted of murder?
Yes, Colonel, after a long court battle. Then an unexpected thing happened. Beard's sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. A year passed, then one night in the prison yard at North Carolina State Prison.
Hey, Beard.
Oh, hello, Connie.
I thought your leg was broke, but I just saw you walking as good as anyone.
That was a stall. I always pretended my leg was hurt after I left the hospital. The guards figured they don't have to watch me as closely as the others.
Yeah?
After tonight, they won't have to watch me. I'm getting over that wall tonight.
Well, you got a ladder?
No. I'm jumping over.
Don't kid me, Beard. That's a 12-foot wall. Even a kangaroo couldn't hop that.
Come over here, Connie.
Okay.
See this long pole I have hidden against this wall?
Yeah?
Ever see a pole vaulter?
You mean one of those guys that jumped...
I used to pole vault when I was in college. And tonight I'm vaulting over that wall.
Over a 12-foot wall?
Yeah. May even break the world's record. But it's going to be strictly unofficial.
Attention, prison break. Dwight Beard, murderer, escaped from North Carolina State Prison at Raleigh. Beard is 5 feet 11, 175 pounds, light complexion, athletic build, extremely dangerous. May be riding freight train heading south. Watch all trains heading south.
Down there, Sheriff.
Yeah, Beard's not hiding on this freight. You can signal the engineer to go ahead.
Okay. All clear. All clear.
Pull over there. See any white man along the roads as you came through?
No, sir, boss. I ain't seen no one but myself all the time.
All right, get going.
Meanwhile, 2 police officers talked in Dallas, Texas.
Officer Roberts, I'm certain that Dwight Beard is somewhere in the Southwest.
If he's here, we'll get him, Sheriff. Police departments in every town in the country have circulars on Beard with full descriptions. He can't hide out forever.
No, sooner or later, we'll get him.
Yes. I wonder what it feels like to be a hunted man every minute of the day and night.
This river's like ice. But I gotta get across. They're after me. After me with bloodhounds. Won't let me rest night and day. Everywhere, cops. Driving me crazy. They won't let me sleep. I can't sleep. I can't sleep.
It was on the night of December 23rd, 1936, that Dwight Beard arrived in Dallas, Texas, Colonel. But he was no longer the self-confident college man who had a plan for the perfect crime. Down at the heels, shifty-eyed, he slunk along a Dallas side street and walked up to a store.
Yes? You wish something?
Listen, guy, hand over your money or I'll kill you. I swear I will.
No. Don't. Here, take the money.
That's better. If you try to follow me, I'll kill you.
Help! Hold up! Help!
You dirty rat!
What's wrong? Officer Roberts, I've just been held up. Man in the gray sweater. He ran down that cellar. Get back, all you people. Out of the way. Get back, all of you. Officer Roberts, don't go down there. He isn't. Officer Roberts! Are you hurt bad? Somebody killed a cop. Yes, it's Officer Roberts.
Call an ambulance. Get help. Do something. Help.
Officer John Roberts was dead, Colonel.
The second murder chalked up against Dwight Beard.
Yes. From descriptions given by the storekeeper and the witnesses, Dallas police, who had memorized Beard's wanted circulars, soon knew that Dwight Beard was the murderer. And emergency squads were hurriedly ordered to converge on the area where Beard was last seen.
All right, you men. Take up your positions back of this wall. The killer's hiding in that garage. Train your machine guns on the door of that garage.
Right, Captain. Yes, sir.
You other squads over there in position?
Yes, sir.
Keep down, everyone. Hey, you in the garage. We know you're Dwight Beard. You're completely surrounded. Come out before we open fire. All right, men. Now we'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Put around the machine gun bullets through the roof of the garage.
Captain?
Yes?
I'm up here in this fire escape. I can see the killer. He's climbed on the roof of the garage.
What?
And there's a truck parked in the street. He's going to try and jump in it and get away.
Come on, men. Follow me.
There's the gunman. He's going to jump past him. Grab him. Oh, I got him. I'm hurt. Let me go.
Get up on your feet.
Put the handcuffs on. I didn't do anything. I'm hurt. I didn't do anything.
So you thought you could jump to that truck and get away? A college athlete, huh? Come on, Dwight Beard. Start walking. Your jumping days are over.
And so, Colonel Schwarzkopf, for the second time in his life, Dwight Beard was arrested and tried for murder. But this time, the death sentence was carried out. Dwight Beard was electrocuted June 6, 1937, in the prison at Huntsville, Texas.
Thank you, Chief Coffey, for bringing us the facts in this case of Dwight Beard, the ape bandit. It's too bad that a college education, athletic ability, and social accomplishments should have been used to rob good householders and snuff out the lives of law-abiding citizens. All because he would not learn the fundamental truth that crime never pays. And now, before we broadcast our nationwide clues, a few words from Charles Stark.
Now that Mother and Sis have finished the dinner dishes, the last job in a long, hard day, they'll know what I mean when I talk about a weary back and sore arms. So many people suffer needlessly at a time like that, when just patting on Sloan's liniment will bring them quick and comforting relief. This famous liniment is the friend of all the family, the enemy of muscular aches and pains for more than 50 years. Try it just before going to bed for those housework aches. Or perhaps Dad has a stiff neck from sitting in a draft, or the youngster bumped his elbow playing football. In all those little family emergencies, Sloan's will help smooth out the kinks in those aching muscles. It's easy to apply, just pat it on, and you can feel it go to work like a heat treatment to bring you back to yourself again. If you haven't a bottle on the medicine shelf right now, make sure to ask your druggist for Sloan's liniment when you go shopping tomorrow. And now, the clues.
Warning, citizens of Southwest, watch for escaped Texas bad man Charles G. Duffield, 24, 5 feet 9 inches, 147 pounds, black hair, brown eyes, tattoo, word chief, upper outer left arm, tattoo, emblem, heart and dagger with bird and ribbon, outer right arm. This man, notorious Dallas robber, escaped last week from State Prison Farm in Texas.
Attention, citizens of western states. Beware a man 6 feet or more, 200 pounds, dark bushy hair, small mustache, wearing dark trousers and jacket which look new. This man wanted for robbery last week of store and for subsequent kidnapping and beating of woman, leaving woman unconscious along road, Ely, Nevada.
Caution, citizens of Pacific Coast. Be on lookout for bank robber 35, 5 feet 6 inches, 130 pounds, fair complexion, wore dark double-breasted suit, gray cap, carried .38 caliber blue steel revolver. This man wanted for robbery last week, bank, Los Angeles, California.
If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police or gangbusters at once. Next week, the amazing case of the ruthless gang leader who used dynamite as his tool. Train after train laid waste, innocent victims killed, and the fiend who thought he could escape. Hear how alert police authorities caught this gang through sheer persistence and scientific investigation. You friends of Sloan's Liniment are in for another treatise Phillips H. Lord opens chapter 213 in the officially endorsed America's Crusade Against Crime.
Calling the police, calling the G-men, calling all Americans to war on the underworld.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Last week of store and for subsequent kidnapping and beating of woman, leaving woman unconscious along road, Ely, Nevada. Caution, citizens of Pacific Coast. Be on lookout for bank robber 35, 5 feet 6 inches, 130 pounds, fair complexion, wore dark double-breasted suit, gray cap, carried .38 caliber blue steel revolver. This man wanted for robbery last week, bank, Los Angeles, California.
If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police or gangbusters at once. Next week, the amazing case of the ruthless gang leader who used dynamite as his tool. Train after train laid waste, innocent victims killed, and the fiend who thought he could escape. Hear how alert police authorities caught this gang through sheer persistence and scientific investigation. You friends of Sloan's Liniment are in for another treatise Phillips H. Lord opens chapter 213 in the officially endorsed America's Crusade Against Crime.
Calling the police, calling the G-men, calling all Americans to war on the underworld.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Sit down, gentlemen, and sit still. I've come to order a coffin for the first one of you who makes a move. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel.
headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Good evening, Mr. Paladin.
Good evening.
Oh, here the paper, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, thanks, hey boy.
Excuse, please. Must go a lady look for me.
Lady? What lady? Well, I should say it is a lady.
Oh, very sorry. Could not catch tickets to opera. All sold out.
Oh, I had so hoped to sit in that performance.
And you still can.
Oh?
I couldn't help overhearing your difficulty. I have an opera box if you would care to be my guest.
Oh, thank you. But we could not presume on your courtesy.
We?
My husband and I, Senor...
Paladin.
Oh.
Now, of course, the invitation extends to him also.
We have been looking for you, my dear.
Oh, Miguel. Senor Paladin, this is my husband, Senor Rojas.
Senor?
And Dr. Mayhew.
Great pleasure, Mr. Paladin.
Dr. Mayhew.
Senor Paladin has kindly offered us his box at the opera tonight. There were no more tickets.
Very kind.
Dr. Mayhew is, of course, included in my invitation.
That's very gracious of you, Mr. Paladin.
The invitation is accepted?
We accept, on the condition that you join us and be our guest for dinner, Mr. Paladin. Is that not correct, my dear?
Quite correct, Mr. Paladin. Until this evening, then, Buenos dias. Mr. Paladin?
Oh, yeah, husband no like you.
I'm afraid you're right. But then, why should he?
No one could be more at home with history than Edward R. Murrow. For more than 20 years now, he's focused his attention on world affairs, broadened his viewpoint with travel, and sharpened his perspective by meeting and getting to know many of the leading statesmen of our time. 5 evenings a week on CBS Radio, Edward R. Murrow shares his experience with you. For a clear, concise report on today's important developments, join us on most of these same stations when it's time for Edward R. Murrow with the news. A fuller understanding of current events is waiting for you, too, on every lively edition of our World News Roundup. 7 mornings a week on CBS Radio, the World News Roundup takes you to the scene of the news for eyewitness reports by CBS News correspondents. Hear what's happening direct from where it's happening. Get the feeling of the news along with the facts as our World News Roundup comes your way at breakfast time tomorrow.
Doctor. Dr. Mayhew, it's time to wake up. The performance is over.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry, Mr. Paladin. Opera is not one of my special likes. Which one was this?
The Marriage of Figaro by Mozart.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, at any rate, Don Miguel's wife seems to have enjoyed it.
Doña Maria is a remarkable woman, Doctor. Meant to savor and enjoy beautiful things.
And I might comment for your particular benefit, Mr. Paladin, that Don Miguel is a remarkable man.
Wait a minute.
Huh? Oh, what is it?
Someone behind the curtain.
What?
Don Miguel! Look out!
Don Miguel!
Senor Paladin, help him. My husband has been hurt.
Please, Doña Maria. Dr. Mayhew will do all he can.
Paladin, he needs treatment at once. We'll have to get him out of here.
It is you, Senor Paladin.
Yes. Any news?
No, not yet. We are still waiting.
I spoke to the police. There'll be no trouble. It was a clear case of self-defense. The man attacked your husband and was shot down. It was lucky Don Miguel was armed.
Yes.
Is he always armed?
I do not know.
Did you see the man who attacked your husband?
Of course I saw him.
Did you know him?
No.
The man looked very surprised at the way things turned out.
It doesn't, Doctor, make you hurry.
Doña Maria, has Don Miguel ever been attacked like this before?
No. Yes, he has. There is no need to lie about it. It's an insane blood feud that has cost many lives already. This was bound to happen. They failed tonight. They will not fail another time.
Blood feud? Perhaps I can help?
This is not a tragic opera, senor. In this case, death is very... Doctor, how is he?
He's resting quietly. You may go to him now, Doña Maria.
Doña Maria.
Yes.
Give him my card.
This is not time for fun. Have gun will travel?
Give it to him, please.
See, I will.
Well?
The wound itself isn't too serious, but I don't like the looks of it.
Why, Doctor? What's the problem?
There was poison on the knife blade. Nothing familiar. A plant substance of some sort.
Well, the question is, will Don Miguel live?
Yes. For perhaps a week. Dr. Mayhew has told me I'm dying. That is why I sent for you after I read your card. My wife has told you of a vendetta.
Yes. Yes, she did. What do you want? Revenge?
No. My task for you is much more personal. I want you to escort my body safely to my home in San Tomasino and deliver it there to my wife.
Doña Maria, isn't she here in San Francisco?
I sent her home this morning. I wish to die unobserved.
Someone once commented you were a remarkable man.
Do not misconstrue my sentimentality. The vendetta against our family includes a threat of mutilation of the body. In which case, the bestiality is complete. I would prefer that it did not happen to my body. Will you take the job?
All right.
$1,000 and expenses.
We have a bargain.
Good. You'll be paid by Maria upon safe delivery of my body in San Tomasino. Thank you, Senor Paladin.
Of all leading filters, cigarettes, Kent filters best, Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent, Kent filters best. Of all of the brands of cigarettes, Kent tastes the best, Kent tastes the best. A richer taste than all the rest, Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Of all leading filter cigarettes, Kent filters best.
Oh, big robbery in San Francisco.
What did you say, hey boy?
Big robbery in San Francisco. $230,000. Oh, very careless. You read?
No, I was reading something else. Don Miguel Rojas, distinguished visitor from Mexico, died last night of knife wounds suffered last week when he was attacked by an unidentified assailant while attending the opera.
Mr. Paladin?
Yes?
I am Mr. Wilkins.
Oh, yes, the mortician.
You sent for me. May I be of help to you?
You can turn one of your clients over to me, Mr. Wilkins, the late Don Miguel Rojas. Here, this is a letter of authorization.
The body is to go into Mexico. You'll need a certificate to cross the border, sir.
I have that from Dr. Mayhew.
And how do you propose to transport the body?
I've hired a stagecoach, Mr. Wilkins.
When would you like to start?
As soon as possible.
Don Miguel will be ready. Good day, sir.
Good day.
Oh, how long you be gone, Mr. Paladin?
Oh, 12 days, 2 weeks at the most. Now, why do you look like that?
Hey, dead man. Oh, no good trip carrying dead man.
You know, border stations are all alike, Mr. Paladin.
Anybody here?
You just try to go through without inspection. You'll find out if anybody's here. Where's your destination?
San Tomasino.
Name?
Paladin. My driver's Timmons.
Just the two of you?
3.
John, Miguel, Hey, you can't take a dead body across the border.
Yes, I can. There's a statute book. Read Article 8, page 14. You want to inspect the coffin?
Open that thing up? Oh, not me.
All right, then. What's the country like between here and San Tomasino?
Well, empty, except for a water hole called Loma Verde. The rest is rattlers and blow dirt. Oh, go on. Inspection's over.
Let's go, Timmons.
This is the only spot of green we've seen, Mr. Paladin. Loma Verde's hardly a paradise. I don't like it.
Can't say I like it much myself, but we won't be here long. At least we can water the horses.
The sooner we can move on.
Hold it.
What?
We have company behind that rock.
Huh?
¿Lleves a las manos?
Bandits.
Don't move.
Raise your hands, senores.
Do what he says.
Bueno.
He's alone, Mr. Paladin. Him against us.
Yeah.
What are we going to do?
We can let him kill us here, or we can fight him here.
You say the word.
Now.
Wise. Very wise after such a foolish thing. Now climb down carefully.
Now what?
You may bury your friend if you wish.
Wait a minute. Seems I know you from somewhere.
Quite possibly. If I take off the handkerchief, you might remember where.
Don Miguel.
Of course.
You're not a bad shot for a corpse.
Do not make me prove that point again.
It has the fresh, clean scent of pine. It's new. It's at your store.
What is it?
It's the best disinfectant anywhere. Kills disease germs on contact.
It's Lysol in a new pine scent.
Right. Now there's a new pine-scented Lysol. Now your home can be pine sweet and Lysol clean with genuine Lysol brand disinfectant. New pine-scented Lysol disinfects, deodorizes, deep cleans kitchen, bathroom, nursery, sick room. Keeps things fresh and sweet with no extra work. Pine-scented Lysol helps guard your home. In laboratory tests, Lysol's anti-germ action kept working for 7 full days. So try this new pine-scented Lysol. Make your home
pine sweet and Lysol clean.
You can still get regular Lysol, too.
Turn around, please. Your gun? And now we can talk like gentlemen.
Sure.
Now, I would like to satisfy my curiosity about that cargo. Open up my coffin.
Money. A great deal of it.
The shipping payroll robbery. $230,000.
You planned well. Dr. Mayhew was in on this?
He has been paid off along with Mr. Wilkins, our undertaker. They made my death seem very convincing. But not as convincing as yours will be, Senor Paladin.
What are you waiting for?
First, you must help me with another burial. The money must be hidden until certain arrangements are made. Replace the lid and come down. I warn you, any false move will shorten your life and will assure you a much more unpleasant death than you now contemplate. Pick up the shovel. Now move.
When you staged that attack at the opera, what about the man who was killed?
The man was hired to play a part. I changed the ending of his scene.
No wonder he looked surprised.
You cannot play chess without sacrificing pawns. Now, dig.
All right. You're in check. Miguel. Miguel. Checkmate.
Carrier, come back to the border. Hey, did you deliver that? The coffin's still up there on top.
And the corpse is in the coach. Take a look. You see?
Just sit where you are, mister, and start explaining.
That is the body in the coach. The coffin up here is filled with stolen money.
What are you trying to pull, mister?
You don't think I'm telling the truth?
No.
There's an easy way to prove it. Come on up here and open the coffin.
All right, I will. Now, here. Give me a hand.
Right.
Well, I'll be.
What's your name?
Farley.
Mr. Farley, there's a lady in San Tomasino waiting for the body of her husband, whereupon she will pay me my fee. I need your help.
What's this got to do with me?
I thought you might want to get credit for the lady's arrest if she's a part of the plan.
What about all this money? What do we do with that?
The colonel in command of the 3rd Cavalry at Nogales will sign for it and escort it back to San Francisco.
All right. We'll turn the money over to him and start back. But how do we know if this lady is guilty or not?
Suppose you leave that up to me, Mr. Farley. Surprised to see me?
No, but I thought...
I didn't wish to disturb the servants. You see, my errand is quite personal.
Yes, my husband sent word before he...
Would you like us to bring the coffin in this way?
Very well.
Excuse me. All right, Mr. Farley.
I don't like this, Paladin.
This is Mr. Farley, Doña Maria, Senora Rojas.
How do, ma'am?
How do you do? I will get your money, Senor Farley.
Don't you think you should make certain that I've fulfilled my part of the bargain?
Yes, you are right. Open the coffin.
Farley.
Yeah.
That is my husband. I will get your money.
What do you think, Farley?
Not guilty. No woman could be that calm. She thought her husband was alive and then saw him dead.
And you're satisfied she had nothing to do with him?
Yeah.
All right. Wait for me at the stagecoach.
Yeah. Don't be too long.
Where is your man, senor? There is a drink for him in the kitchen.
You hid your surprise very well. And your grief.
I had no grief for Miguel. I do not know how he died, but I can never thank you enough for giving me my freedom. My life with him was a nightmare.
I can believe you. I saw it in your face. Goodbye, Doña Maria.
Wait. Your money.
No, I'd rather not.
Please, senor. It gives me pleasure to pay for my errors. Especially since this is the last payment.
Very well. Should you come again to San Francisco, I hope you'll come with me to the opera. Dr. Mayhew.
Oh, I got your message, Mr. Paladin, but I'm afraid I can't give you too much time. I'm a very busy man.
All of us are. Here comes another busy man.
Hey?
Mr. Wilkins, the undertaker.
My dear Mr. Paladin, what can I do for you?
Sit down, first of all.
Thank you.
Doctor?
Wilkins. Well, Paladin, what is it you want?
I'd like to order a coffin.
A coffin? For whom?
For whichever of you gentlemen makes the first move.
Well,
This is a derringer in case identification escapes you. Hey, boy.
Mr. Paladin?
Get me a policeman. On second thought, get me 2 policemen. 1 apiece.
Oh, big story in papers. Dr. Mayhew and Mr. Wilkins all in jail.
Where they belong, hey, boy. Here we are.
Oh, where are we?
The San Francisco Opera premiere tonight. Hey, boy, I want you to take this over to the Opera House. Buy me a box.
Oh.
Now, what's the matter with you?
Last time you go to opera, a man get killed, money get stolen. Oh, big trouble. You know, learn.
Of course I learn. What would you have me do?
No opera, no lady.
Hey, boy, I'm afraid you have a lot to learn.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman McDonnell and stars John Daner as Paladin with Ben Wright as Hey Boy. Tonight's story was written by Ken Kolb and adapted for radio by John Dawson. Featured in the cast were Lillian Bayeth, Harry Bartell, Joseph Kearns, Howard Culver, Ralph Moody, and Vic Perrin. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
From Hollywood, California, the Columbia Broadcasting System presents Hop Along Cassidy, great Western character created by Clarence E. Mulford and brought to the screen for Paramount release by Harry Sherman. This is another new CBS program plainly marked for future reference.
See that rolling cowboy riding down that lonesome trail. Twilight shadows swaying to the tune of his lonesome wail. Well, he's riding home.
A roving cowboy, like a knight riding out of the west, a lone figure gallops through the prairies and mountains of the land he loves, lending a hand to those who need him, solving problems in his own way. The greatest of all cowboys, in fact or fancy, the foreman of the famous Bar 20 Ranch, here he comes, Hop Along Cassidy.
Look out there.
Hello, Hoppy, what's up?
Rustlers and Eagle Pass.
Hop Along Cassidy. Everywhere in the West, that name is feared by lawbreakers.
Hurry up, you birds. Change them brands and let's get this herd moving. Boss, Who's that coming? Holy smoke! Get moving! Every man for himself! That's Along Cassidy!
More than one outlaw has gone gunning for Along Cassidy.
Well, Cassidy, it looks like I've got you where I want you at last.
Careful, Benson. Don't go for that gun.
Oh! Right through the yard! He ought to know better than to try and outdraw Along Cassidy.
Wherever folks are in trouble, Along Cassidy is the man to fix it.
You're let go of me.
Oh, no, you don't, sister. Come here.
All right, retry.
Along Cassidy.
Roll, roll, roll onto an unseen goal, swinging along to the song of the pioneers. We'll ride, ride, ride over the big divide, swinging along to the song of the pioneers.
The whole West is Along Cassidy's range. But Hoppy and his pals are happiest when they're at home on the Bar 20, the famous Buck Peters Ranch in Arizona, where Hoppy is foreman, and where the top hands in the West gather in the bunkhouse at the end of the day. It's Johnny, Hopalong's protege, who is speaking.
Hoppy, I found a break in the drip fence down on that west pasture.
That's so? I'll send one of the boys down tomorrow.
Okay.
Right now, I'd like to hear some music. How about a song, boys?
Sure, Hoppy. Skinny's guitar just got here. Dick brought it up from town with the mail.
Sure is pretty, too, Hoppy. Listen.
Farewell, old range, my work is through. There's a roundup in the sky. I give my pony back to you. There's a roundup in the sky. I'm gonna burn my brand on the silvery hide of a shooting star and take a ride to a land beyond the great divide, to the roundup in the sky. Get along, Doggy, up the trail, hightail. Get along, Doggy, there's a roundup in the sky.
Hoppy, here comes Buck. I wonder what he wants.
Don't know. Guess I'll go outside and see.
Hello, Hoppy. Boys sound pretty happy tonight.
Yes, Buck. The roundup's over. They're celebrating.
That's fine. Good for 'em. Hoppy, I got a little job for you. Red Connors can run the place for a while.
Sure he can. What's up?
You remember Judge Marlin from down Twin Forks way?
Why, sure. Went up into Utah for his wife's health.
That's right. Well, I had a letter from him today. His wife passed on. The judge ain't as young as he used to be. Said in his letter that he's having trouble.
That's too bad.
My hunch is that the judge is having plenty of trouble, Hoppy. I thought it might be a good idea if you'd kind of drift up that way.
Might be. You mind if I take Johnny and California along?
Take anybody you want.
Good.
And by the way, let's just say that it's a cattle buying trip.
Good idea.
And give my best to the judge.
I'll do that. Mighty nice of you to put us up in your own home, Judge.
Well, I'd have sure felt put out if you'd gone anywhere else, Hoppy.
Dad has told me so much about you, Mr. Cassidy. We've been hoping for a long time you might visit us.
We'd been hoping, too, if we'd known about your good cooking, Miss Myra. Or if we'd have known the judge had such a pretty daughter.
There he goes again, Hoppy.
Oh, go on, California.
Oh, hello, Bart.
Well, visitors.
Bart, this is Along Cassidy and two of his boys from the Bar 20, Johnny Nelson in California. My nephew, Bart Collins.
How do you do? Sorry I couldn't get back for dinner. Ed Crandall looking over the spread again. He sure is itching to buy it.
You selling your ranch, Judge?
Well, I don't want to, Hoppy, but it looks like I might have to.
We've been losing too many cattle lately.
I had a fine big herd at one time, Hoppy. But somebody's been running them off a few at a time and getting to the point where we don't know what to do.
Have you done anything about it, Judge?
All that we can. But every time we trail a herd, we wind up in the same place. They leave a plain trail over to Silver Creek. Then they just disappear.
Oh, I've tried everything. I tell you, whoever's taking these cattle is plenty smart.
Hoppy, it's got me licked. I'm afraid I'm going to have to take Crandall's offer. And me with the best water rights in the country.
But, Dad, I don't trust Crandall.
Now, look, Myra, I don't trust Crandall either. He's a bad actor, but still he's offering you and Uncle Dan a chance to get some money out of the place if he can't make a go of it.
Some money is right. That's about enough to pay what we owe on the place and leave us with nothing.
There's no use being bitter about it, Myra. That's the chance every cattleman takes. But I hate the idea of selling to Crandall.
We all feel the same way about Crandall and his way of doing business. Every honest man in the country hates the name of Clark Crandall.
Clark Crandall, eh?
I wonder if he's the same one we know, Hoppy.
Yep. Same one we ran out of Twin Forks, Johnny.
Oh.
I knew he was here. Judge, knowing Crandall as I do, I'd like to have you hold up the sale until I get a chance to look things over.
Now, wait a minute, Cassidy. We don't want to spoil the only offer we've got for the place.
I think Mr. Cassidy's right, boss. If Crandall's so anxious to buy, he'll wait a few days more.
Well, it's up to you and Uncle Dan, Myra. I want to do what's best for you.
Hoppy, you've always been a good troubleshooter in cases like this. Will you help us out?
I'll be glad to, Judge. The boys and I will follow the trail of those missing herds first thing in the morning.
That's fine.
Maybe we can find something that's been overlooked before. You want to come with us, boss?
Huh? Oh, yes, sure. Yeah, I'm going to be pretty busy with Crandall coming up and everything, but I'm sure I can find time to ride with you.
Oh, by the way, Bart, I put Mr. Cassidy in California in your room. You sleep downstairs tonight.
That's all right with me. I could sleep anywhere. Well, I'll be getting to bed. Turning in, Cassidy?
Yeah, I think I will. I did a lot of riding today. Come on, California.
Johnny, you can share my room with me. You ready to turn in?
No, I'm not sleepy, Judge. I think I'll just sit here for a while with Myra.
Oh.
Shall I get out the family album?
Don't bother. Johnny's just interested in looking at one member of the
Go
family.
on, get out of here.
Come on, California.
Good night, Hoppy. Your room's right up the stairs.
Thanks, Judge. Good night. Well, see you in the morning, Bart.
Oh, wait a minute, Cassidy. I didn't want to say anything in front of Myra and the judge. But Clark Crandall's gunning for you. He knows you're here.
He's been gunning for me for a long time.
I know. But he means business. Take my tip and be on your guard every minute, as long as you're here.
Well, thanks, Bart. Good night. Come on, California.
Good night.
Hey, that Bart's a pretty nice feller, Hoppy.
Yeah.
We never should have let Crandall out of Twin Forks, though.
Yeah. Bad penny always turns up again somewhere.
Well, here we are. You got a match, Hoppy?
No, wait a minute. Stand over there.
What for?
Where's the lamp here?
I can't see a thing. Oh, here it is.
Put it on the table there. Now get over by the wall.
What's this all about, Hoppy?
Stay out of sight now, California. Let's see what happens. Yeah, there's a light. Anybody's watching, they can see what's going on in here.
Well, who'd be a watcher?
Put out that light! That's just what I thought. Come on, California. Get Johnny and the horses. We're going to trail that bushwhacker. Hold on, boys. Slow down, boys. Ride into town easy.
Sure, just like we're moseying along and coming in to see the sight.
Shucks, Hoppy. I hear this is a tough town. Don't look like it to me.
Was you ever in a tough town, California?
Was I? Why, I was in Tombstone when it was booming. Now, there was a tough town. I saw 4 shooting there just while I was tying up my horse. Had to blast a couple hombres myself. They come up to me spoiling for a fight. And I says to him...
California's dreaming again, Hoppy. What are we going to do with him?
Just let him keep on bragging about how tough he is, Johnny. Someday somebody will make him prove it.
I'd like to see him try it. Why, just... Hey, Injuns! Run for your lives!
Whoa, hold on, California. That's just a shooting gallery, California.
Fine thing. Shooting gallery in a tough town like this.
Is he tough? Did you see him start running, Hoppy? Step right up and hit the bullseye.
Why, I remember down in Tombstone when the...
shut up.
Never mind, old-timer. Let's tie our horses here.
Paradise Saloon, huh? Shore's lit up.
Looks like the hottest spot in town.
Yeah. I reckon the trail leads right in there, boy. Remember now, California, Not too many drinks.
Why, Hoppy, you know you never let me have nothing but sarsaparilla.
What'll it be for you, gentlemen?
Oh, I'll have
Sarsaparilla all around.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a very refreshing drink, California. Let's sit down here at this table and listen to the music.
In the gloaming, oh, my darling, when the lights are dim and low, and the quiet shadows falling, softly come and softly go. When the winds are sobbing faintly with a gentle unknown woe, will you think of me and love me as you did once long ago?
Hey, that was right pretty.
Yeah, but we're here on business.
Hoppy, look who's coming over. It's Crandall.
He's our business.
Well, just like old times. Welcome to Stony Creek, Cassidy.
I heard how well you were doing here, Crandall. Thought I'd drop in and see you.
Yeah, I sure appreciate that. But I guess you'll be moving on in the morning, won't you?
Maybe.
I know how it is on these cattle buying trips. You have to keep moving.
Sometimes.
There's a lot of fine stock up in Grass Valley.
A lot of fine cattle here, too. Or there was. Till the rustlers moved in.
Yeah. Too bad, ain't it?
I think it is.
You aiming to do something about it?
Maybe.
Hoppy, we're collecting a crowd.
Sit tight, Johnny.
Cassidy, you're off your range, ain't you?
I've always made a habit of riding where I wanted to, Crandall.
Things are different here than they were in Twin Forks. This time I'm in the saddle. And I'm warning you to keep your hands off.
Sorry, Crandall. I'm not taking your advice. If you got any more to say, you can find me at Judge Marlin's ranch. Come on, boy.
Get him, man.
Get Cassidy first. No, you don't. California, the light. Hey, I can't see him. Look out, Hoppy. Outside, you guys. Watch the door, Hoppy. Oh, let him go.
Looks like we got the place to ourselves, Hoppy.
I don't think we want it. Come on.
Yeah.
Let's go outside. Say, what you limping for, California?
Who's limping?
You are.
Oh, it ain't nothing. One of them varmints kicked me in the shins. I bet he's sorry, though.
Wait a minute. Who's this coming?
All right, Cassidy?
It's Bart.
Sure, we're all right. Why?
Well, you got away from the house in an awful hurry. I heard the shot, and by the time I got out of the house, you fellas were riding away.
Yeah, we trailed a bushwhacker into town.
Did you find him?
I don't know. But we had a talk with Crandall.
Yeah, and we had a lot of fun, too.
We cleaned out the Paradise Saloon. Why, you ought to see me. 8 men. jumping
You were lucky,
around.
Cassidy. That Crandall's a dangerous man. Frankly, he's got me worried.
Maybe we can worry him some after we look over the ranch in the morning.
1,000 head of my cattle have been driven up this stream, Hoppy.
The rustlers always bring 'em this way?
Yep. When they get a little farther up, they just disappear. Right at Shoshone Falls. Bart's trailed them time after time.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. Cattle can't just fly away.
Well, they walked this far. Plenty of signs of them along the banks here.
There's the waterfall right up ahead.
Say, right pretty spot. Isn't that romantic, Miss Myra? You coming, California?
Yep. What's the idea of riding in the middle of the creek?
Because Hoppy says so. Come on.
All right, let's ride up on the bank here. Come on, boy. Up. Come on, boy. Pick up your head. Come on, boy. Up.
So this is where the trail ends, right by the waterfall.
Yep.
Ends right here, Hoppy, right here with no place to go.
We've scouted both ways from here for miles, and not a sign of his friend.
Well, I'd say there's only one answer to that.
What do you mean, Hoppy?
Cattle don't climb the cliffs, and they don't stay here, so the only place for them to go is right through that waterfall.
Well, where does that get him?
On the other side of the waterfall. Tie your horses. Let's go on in. Cut some torches from that dead tree, boys.
How do you aim to get through, Cassidy? That water will pound you to pieces.
It doesn't pound the cattle to pieces, Bart. Besides, there's a little ledge that leads in there from the side.
Oh?
Hoppy, you ain't aiming to walk under that water, are you?
No. We're going to climb along that ledge there and go in right behind it.
It doesn't look very safe to me, Cassidy.
We can get through, all right. Judge, I'll lead the way. You stay close to me.
All right. I'll help Myra.
You go ahead, California. I'll bring up the rear.
Watch your step now.
Take my hand now, Myra.
Wait, Hoppy. Bart fell.
Come on, let's give him a hand. Reach
Oh,
down there, Johnny. Get over him.
Easy now.
Oh,
my leg.
Easy. Lay it down.
I landed right on a rock.
Hey, let me see it, Bart.
No. No, don't worry about me. You go ahead. I'll be all right till you get back.
Are you sure you're all right?
Sure. Sure. Just help me up the bank, will you?
Yeah, come on.
Okay, all right. We got him, Hoppy. Set it down easy.
You all go on with Cassidy. We've got to find out what's behind those falls.
Too bad you can't go with us, Bart. Well, come on, folks. Let's see where those cattle have been going.
Take my hand now, Myra. You're liberty now.
Right this way.
Hold on to me. I don't want to slip.
I will.
Watch out for that water now.
Oh.
Oh, it's cold.
Too much water for me.
Now, over that rock.
I'll be doggone. We're in.
I didn't think we'd make it.
Well, there's the answer to your disappearing cattle, Judge.
Looks like you hit it right on the head, Hoppy.
Will you look at that? A regular cave back in here.
Now, come on, let's get back to those falls, huh?
Sure is big in here.
I got soap coming through there, but it's worth it.
Where do we go from here, Hoppy? The cave just cut us off in all them tunnels.
Well, that's easy, California. There's the trail the cattle left, leading right up that creek.
Where do you suppose all that water comes from, Hoppy? It's way below the river that makes those falls.
We'll soon find out. This stream comes from the place we're going to. Well, Judge, you satisfied? Those are your brands.
That's right, Hoppy. Every head of cattle that's been stolen from me is right here. And a lot of others, too.
What a setup. With those cliffs on all sides, nobody can get into this canyon or out of it without going through the cave.
And there's plenty of feed and water. That's the creek that flows through the cave.
Well, if I ever take up rustling, I'm going to find me a place just like this.
Yeah, sure is ideal for that. But we'd better be getting out again. We've been here for a long time, and Bart's waiting for us outside.
Oh, I forgot all about Bart.
Well, don't worry too much. I don't think he was hurt very bad.
Hoppy, I wonder if there could be another trail out of this canyon.
If there is, Judge, we haven't got time to look for it. We'll go back the way we came. Are we all ready?
Let's go.
Yeah, we're ready.
Take my arm, Myra.
And I'll hold on to you with one hand, Johnny, and on to Hoppy with the other.
Hey, blow! Somebody shooting from that cliff. You'll never hit him with a Colt at that range, Johnny. Everybody into the cave. Come on. Hug the wall.
You okay, Judge?
Well, we're safe from that fella.
Yeah, here's a bum shot anyhow. I remember
Come
when
on, we gotta hurry.
What's up, Hoppy?
That must have been one of Crandall's men. Now that we found their hideout, there's no time to lose.
I don't understand.
This is our only way out. We'd better get out before they get round by that waterfall.
We go this way, down this tunnel.
No, we don't. We follow the stream this way.
Well, here's where we left the torches.
Get them lighted again.
All right.
We got a long way to go before we get to that waterfall.
Pretty near there, Miss Myra.
I hope we're in time.
Don't you worry, Myra. Why, we've been in worse places than this with Hoppy, and we've always come out.
Reminds me of the time when I was trapped in a mine down in Arizona.
But we're not trapped, California.
Well, neither was I. I got out all right. In fact, a rabbit dug me out.
California's blown another soap bubble,
Oh,
Hoppy.
California, you're just making that up.
No, I'm not. 3 days I was in there.
Oh.
And then I see this rabbit coming digging down through the ceiling. Kind of winks at me, and we start digging together. And the first thing you know, we're out on top. Oh, I sure was grateful to that rabbit. I kept him for a pet, fed him on carrots. He grew so big and tough on him, he just chased coyotes right off the ranch.
California? I don't believe that.
What's the difference, Johnny? At least his yarns cheer us up.
There's the entrance, way up ahead.
Yeah, that's right.
Wait, Hoppy. Isn't that a man crouching down?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Oh, it must be Bart. Hey, Bart!
Quiet.
That's funny. He ran. Let's get up there.
Oh, something's gone wrong here. Get back, all of you.
He left something behind
You
him.
bet he did. Look out!
Water's piling up awful fast, Hoppy.
Sure it is. With the entrance blocked by that blast and that stream pouring in from the canyon.
You think we can make it back to the canyon?
Not a chance. That low place in the tunnel's plumb full of water by now.
Oh,
Steady, Myra.
This is mighty serious, Hoppy. What do we do?
Well, there may still be a way out, Judge, if we work fast.
How?
Something you said a while back gave me an idea. What did you say the name of these falls was?
Shoshone Falls. Why?
That's a Shoshone Indian name, isn't it?
I guess so. Lots of Shoshones in these parts.
Shoshone. They must have meant that it was near the falls somewhere.
What do you mean, Hoppy?
Never mind. Let's get going.
But which way?
That's easy. See the smoke from these torches?
Yeah.
Air that's coming from the canyon can't get out down at the falls. But it's getting out some way, because that smoke's moving, and we're moving with it.
Well, here's where your smoke goes, Hoppy.
Nothing but a pile of broken rock clear to the ceiling.
we'll never get out of here.
Easy, Myra.
Come on, Johnny, California. We're going to clear this rock out by hand. Now, start right at the top.
All right.
If I ever get out of here, I'll never go through another waterfall. I never get like water anyway.
Here, help me with this big one, will you?
Okay.
Right, here we go.
All right, I got it. Look out down there, look out.
Well, what do you know? Look through that hole.
Well,
I kind of had a hunch that's what we'd find.
Steps. Hundreds of them. Cut right in the rock and going up to fresh air. Yippee! Let me at him.
There's the Shoshone.
Hoppy, did you know we'd find this?
Well, I wasn't sure. But in the Shoshone language, the word Shoshone means long steps. Where's Crandall's office?
Upstairs, but you can't go up. He's busy.
But we're going up. Come on, Judge.
but Hoppy, I don't understand.
I'm sorry, Judge. I'll show you something when we get upstairs. Johnny, California, you stay there and see that we're not disturbed.
Right, Hoppy. Okay, Hoppy.
Quiet now, Judge. I can hear him talking.
You listen to me, Bart. I made a deal with you to run off the judge's cattle so I could buy the ranch.
My deal with you is washed up, Crandall.
Oh, no, it isn't. I still want that ranch.
You might have had a chance of getting it, Crandall, if you finished Cassidy when you had your chance last night.
You missed the chance first. You had a shot at him yourself last night through the window.
But I got him today up there in the cave. And I got everything else I needed, too. With the judge and Myra out of the way, the ranch belongs to me, and I don't need my deal with you. The ranch and cattle are legally mine now.
Look here, youngster. I don't care what you did to your family and Cassidy's outfit, but I do know that nobody's running out on Clark Crandall. My men are here to back
Why, you! Stop those guns. Cassidy! Damn it!
Bart's going out the window. Stop him!
Stop him.
All right. Crandall, there's one thing you forgot. No man ever lived who could trade shots with Along Cassidy.
Hand me those saddlebags, Johnny.
Well, Hoppy, I'm sure sorry to see you boys go. You helped us plenty.
We're sorry to go, too, Judge. Especially Johnny. Look at him over there with Myra.
Are you sure you wouldn't like to live in Arizona?
Sorry, Johnny, but I like it here.
Hoppy says Arizona's the greatest place in the country.
If Hoppy would tell me that himself, it might be different.
Oh, I see.
Come on, Johnny. Let's be riding.
Okay, Hoppy. Goodbye, Myra.
Goodbye, Johnny.
Well, Johnny, California, let's head for Bar 20.
See those rolling cowboys riding down that lonesome trail.
You have been listening to Hop Along Cassidy, as presented for your approval in Columbia's Forecast series. This cowboy hero, favorite of screen-going millions, can be seen at your local theater now in his latest picture, Wide Open Town. This famous Westerner has not, until tonight, been brought before the radio audience. Like Class of 41, which you heard earlier, and like all other programs which Forecast presents, this was a sample broadcast intended to suggest the possibilities of a series based on an idea. If you enjoyed Hop Along Cassidy and would like to hear his adventures on the air regularly as a weekly half-hour of entertainment, we should appreciate hearing from you by card or letter to your CBS station. Tonight's production was written and directed by Paul Pierce, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Next Monday, in a complete full-hour presentation from Hollywood, you will hear Forecast number 9, Country Lawyer, an unusual dramatic show based on the famous Bellamy Partridge book of the same name and starring the distinguished stage and screen star Raymond Massey. Mr. Massey, in this character, plays against the varied background of life in a small town since the turn of the century, coming into contact with the problems that confront the country lawyer in his community. Problems that deal with circus barkers and with murder trials, with love stories and with swindlers, with marriages and mortgages, mail order frauds and malpractices, carrying with him through them all the good humor and philosophy of the American way of life. Until next Monday, then, at Forecast time, this is Bob Moon speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, it's that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute. And here we go. The Batmobile, which was created for the 1997 film Batman and Robin, is thought to be the fastest Batmobile ever made, with an estimated top speed of 230 miles per hour on open roads, going up to 350 miles per hour when fitted with afterburner thrust. Unlike some Batmobiles, this vehicle could be driven and managed to record a speed of 149 miles per hour when it was road tested before filming. The Batmobile in the Adam West TV series Batman was actually based on a 1955 concept car called the Lincoln Futura, which was given a makeover for the TV series. Not the first time this one-off creation has been given a starring role by Hollywood. It also appeared in the 1959 movie It Started With a Kiss. And that was the Trivia Minute. Now, we will say good day to you and thanks for listening.